May we now have a moment of silent prayer and meditation. May we be seated? Order.
Birthday, dear Speaker. Happy birthday to you. Meaning old are you now?
How old are you? How are you now? How old are you now? Hip, hip, hooray!
Una 10.
Happy birthday, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That was a real honor. And I'm sure this is a celebration for all of us who were born between January and June, so that if none of you were ever given a birthday message, I give it to you. Happy birthday to all babies from January to June 2026. Honorable members, today we've got the budget day of the President, of the Presidency, vote 1. I will now ask the Secretary to read the first order.
Debate on vote number 1, the Presidency Appropriation Bill.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the Honorable President to open the debate. Ngicela ukwamukela umongameli welizwe laseNingizimu Afrika abeke uhlahlomali oluphathelene nehhovisi elikhulu. Mongameli.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Minerals and Energy, please take your seat. Thank you very much. Honorable President.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Ms. Togo Didiza, the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, in absentia, as he is traveling in India, ministers and deputy ministers, honorable members and fellow South Africans. Ndilibuwa chifinga hechi chinenda kochifiwa uri ndive bajeti ya presidency ka parlamente ya hashu. Honorable Speaker, 30 years ago, the people of South Africa adopted a constitution that transformed our country from a divided past into a democratic future. The Constitution remains our national covenant. It is the foundation upon which we are building a society founded on freedom, dignity, equality, and opportunity for all. Our Constitution essentially mirrors the hopes and aspirations of millions of South Africans who played collectively a direct role in drafting this Constitution. Our Constitution reflects the desire of our people for a government that is responsive, a government that is open and accountable. This Constitution reflects our people's desire for a democracy where all three spheres of government serve the public interest, where power is exercised in accordance with the law, where those entrusted with authority are subject to scrutiny and oversight. This presidency budget vote is the first to be considered since the National Assembly's Committee on the Presidency was established in December 2025. The Presidency welcomes the establishment of the committee, and members of this House can be assured of our full support for the work of this committee. Strengthening parliamentary oversight is good for transparency, accountability, and also for our democracy. The Presidency occupies a unique place within our government system in that it is not a service delivery department. The Presidency does not build roads, nor does it deliver water or supply medicines to our hospitals and clinics. The Presidency is not simply a coordinating institution. It is the strategic center from which government derives and drives implementation, resolves blockages, mobilizes partnerships, and ensures that the commitments that we make to our people are translated into tangible results. The Presidency's role is firstly to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, its role is to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. So the Presidency ensures that the efforts of departments, our provinces and municipalities and social partners are coordinated, are focused, and are directed towards the achievement of our developmental objectives. Because the Presidency's role is strategic rather than operational, its budget necessarily differs from those of frontline departments. Unlike frontline departments whose budgets are primarily directed towards service delivery, the Presidency's mandate is to provide strategic leadership across the entire state. Its resources are therefore invested in long-term planning, policy coordination, evidence-based decision-making, performance monitoring, and implementation oversight. These functions are indispensable to ensuring that public resources are used effectively, that government programs deliver measurable outcomes, and that the priorities of our nation are translated into action. During the course of this financial year, the Presidency will focus its work on the priorities that we set out in the State of the Nation address. The first priority we set out in SONA is to grow the economy of our country and create jobs. Following years of challenges, our economy is on the mend. The macroeconomic environment has improved. Our tax collection revenues remain strong. Public finances are in better shape, and national debt has stabilized. Last week, the rating agency Moody's lifted South Africa's rating outlook from stable to positive. This comes 6 months after Standard & Poor's lifted South Africa's credit rating for the first time in 2 decades. That is positive for our country. With dedicated investment expertise, the Presidency continues to coordinate the national investment drive. In March of this year, we held a very successful 6th South Africa Investment Conference, where we secured pledges for investments in excess of 890 billion in industries across the economy. Significantly, a substantial portion of investments commitments were made by South African domestic investors. When local investors show confidence in the prospects of the economy of our country, international investors follow suit. Economic growth is not an end in itself, Madam Speaker. Its purpose is to create work, is to restore hope, and also to expand opportunity. Every investment secured, every infrastructure built and completed, and every reform implemented must ultimately improve the lives of ordinary South Africans. The Presidency is also working with the relevant department to protect jobs in the auto industry, in the cement, in steel, and other distressed sectors of our economy. We have embarked on the largest infrastructure build in South Africa's history. Over the next 3 years, the state, as we have said before, will be investing up to 1 trillion rand in building and refurbishing roads, dams, schools, hospitals, clinics, as well as energy, logistics, and transportation infrastructure. Our office is coordinating efforts to broaden markets for South African goods. We continue to strengthen our trade relations with our main trading partners, including a number of countries on our continent, the European Union, the United States, and China, while expanding the diversity and volume of our exports to other parts of the world. For close to 2 decades, load shedding was one of the single largest constraints to our country's economic growth and to social development. Through the National Energy Crisis Committee, and thanks to the efforts of Eskom, government departments, and social partners, the country has recorded more than a year without load shedding. That is something that should be applauded. Eskom has returned to financial and operational viability. New capacity continues to be added to the national grid, including from renewable energy sources. We are now working to bring load reduction that is experienced by our communities in many municipalities to an end. Through the focused work of Transnet, supported by the National Logistics Crisis Committee, the performance of our railways and ports is improving. More tonnage is being transported and also being exported. This is helping to ease long-standing bottlenecks across key economic sectors like mining, agriculture, and manufacturing. We are also seeing progress in other economic sectors. For example, between January and March this year, agriculture recorded an 11% increase in export earnings compared to the same period last year. South Africa is now the largest exporter of citrus by volume in the whole world, and that is something that should be applauded. We are surpassing a number of countries that are known to be great exporters of citrus, such as Spain and a number of countries in Latin America. Access to productive land is essential to further grow our agricultural output, to create jobs, and lift people out of poverty. Over time, government has acquired around 2.5 million hectares of land under the proactive land acquisition strategy. This land has generally been leased to beneficiaries on a short-term basis, which limits their ability to borrow money and use the land as collateral. It limits their ability to invest in the land, to grow agricultural production, and to contribute to the rural economy. As part of our efforts to revitalize rural economies, to strengthen land rights, and to support the inclusion, particularly of Black farmers in commercial agriculture, we have embarked on a concerted effort and program to release this land with title deeds to deserving beneficiaries. Recently, I was in Northwest, where we were handing out land, and the quest of our people was largely that the land must now be handed over to them in title deeds rather than in leaseholds. And we are going to respond to this. The Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development will outline the details of the program to convert agricultural leases to title deeds. In other areas of the economy, such as tourism, there is significant growth. South Africa recorded 10.5 million international tourist arrivals last year, which is the highest number of visitors on record in our country. And in the first quarter of this year, tourist arrivals were up by more than 12% compared to the same period last year. These are some of the indicators of progress in pursuit of inclusive growth that creates jobs. They are the building blocks upon which investments are being secured and opportunities are being created for the people of our country. Even while there is clear progress, events from far from our shores are threatening to slow our emerging economic recovery. The attack by the United States and Israel on Iran and the conflict that has now engulfed much of the region has set off a global oil crisis. The effects of the surge in oil prices and other critical supplies like fertilizer are likely to undermine much of the progress that we had made in bringing down inflation and the cost of living. Together with disruptions to the global economy, these developments are likely in the immediate term to slow down our economic growth and to hamper our efforts to create jobs. We should anticipate that conditions will be difficult for the next while for our economy. Now, these developments are unfolding as the latest employment figures from Stats SA show a decline in employment in the last quarter. We know from experience that it often takes time for investment to translate into economic growth and for the growth to translate into jobs. But we must still be deeply concerned about the decline in employment because it is about people's lives and their livelihoods. These difficulties underline the urgency of the work that we are doing. We must move faster and with greater focus to implement our priority actions. Another of the priorities we identified in the State of the Nation address is to fight crime and corruption. We continue to rebuild and strengthen our law enforcement agencies, the security services, the National Prosecuting Authority, and specialized anti-corruption bodies. A critical area of focus is the South African Police Service. We look forward to receiving the final report of the Commission of Inquiry into Criminality, Political Interference, and Corruption in the Criminal Justice System, which is chaired by Judge Muyiseli Madlanga. The findings and recommendations of the Commission are expected to bolster our efforts to strengthen the South African Police Service. The work of the Commission is already having an impact. Following the submission of the Commission's first interim report in December of last year, the South African Police Service, working with the National Prosecuting Authority, set up a special task team to investigate referrals arising from the Commission. Now, this task team has begun its work in earnest and has already brought a number of cases to court, following a number of arrests that have been effected. We must be unequivocal. Public office is a public trust. Those who abuse public resources for private gain betray our Constitution. They undermine development and steal from the poor in our country. There will be no tolerance for corruption, regardless of position, status, or political affiliation. The Presidency continues to oversee and coordinate the implementation of the recommendations of the State Capture Commission. Of the 60 actions contained in our implementation plan, which we presented to Parliament, 80% are complete, substantially complete, or on track. The recoveries by law enforcement agencies linked to the work of the Commission now stand at over 17 billion rand of money that has been recovered from those who gained illegally. 10 new acts have been passed to close the gaps that State Capture Commission identified. These include acts to enable prosecution-led investigation of corruption, reform of public procurement system, the professionalization of public administration, and the overhaul of our intelligence services. Cabinet recently approved for public comment a draft bill to amend the Protected Disclosures Act. This bill aims to strengthen the protection of whistleblowers and is a vital pillar of our fight against corruption. The Presidency is at the forefront of mobilizing South Africans from all walks of life behind the national effort to end gender-based violence against women and girls. It exercises stewardship over the implementation of the National Strategic Plan to combat gender-based violence and femicide. In November last year, gender-based violence and femicide was classified as a national disaster, and Cabinet has approved action plans to tackle this crisis and commit the necessary resources. Prevention is our priority. We are therefore increasing our efforts to promote positive masculinity, focused on boys and young men in schools, in communities, and organizations. We continue to strengthen the response the police, prosecutors, and courts, and continue to improve support for care of survivors of gender-based violence. Another important area is the economic empowerment of women through capacity building, improved access to public procurement, and greater involvement in the value chains of key industries in our economy. As we work to build a safer, more stable, and more prosperous society, we do need to address the challenge of migration. When it is well managed and regulated, migration can help to drive economic growth and opportunity for all. However, we need to deal with illegal migration. We have seen how illegal immigration into our country can put pressure on our public services and undermine our efforts to create decent work for all. As announced in the State of the Nation address, government is taking decisive action to address this challenge. We are cracking down on violations of immigration laws. We are increasing our inspections of workplaces and prosecuting employers who violate our labor laws. We are strengthening, Madam Speaker, we are strengthening border security, stamping out corruption in the immigration system, and closing the loopholes in fragmented immigration laws. We must be clear, however, every person in South Africa, whether they are citizens or foreign nationals, must respect our laws. They must also respect the rights of every person in our country, and our laws must be upheld. We must never give in to violence, to xenophobia, and to vigilantism. As a society, we must stand against all forms of disinformation, of incitement, of false information being spread around, of racism, and ethnic mobilization. We will continue to strengthen and enforce our laws while upholding the Constitution of the Republic and also respecting the human dignity of all. This will enable us to deal with illegal immigration without turning against one another. Another critical priority we outlined in the State of the Nation address is to urgently resolve the water crisis in our country that is affecting many parts of the Republic. Drawing on our experience in ending load shedding, we have established the National Water Crisis Committee. Coordinated from the center of government, the committee has begun the implementation of the National Water Action Plan to address the weaknesses in the management and delivery of water services. Through the plan, we are pursuing both immediate relief and lasting structural reforms. In the short term, national government will intervene directly in municipalities that are facing acute water failures using existing constitutional and legislative powers that we have. Over the medium term, as well as the long term, the delivery of water needs to be overhauled, and the model needs to be overhauled and modernized. Municipalities will be required to ring-fence water revenues so that what consumers pay for is reinvested directly into fixing pipes, reservoirs, and pumping stations, instead of having the revenues being utilized for other purposes other than to improve the delivery of water. We are also working to overhaul local government so that it works for the people of our country. This is vital if we are going to improve our people's lives. The true test of government is not what happens at the union buildings or in the houses of parliament. The true test is whether water flows from a tap, whether a street light works, whether refuse is collected, whether a road is maintained, and whether the community feels safe. That is the true test. That is why fixing local government is amongst the most urgent priorities of this administration. It is vital to growing our economy and creating jobs. If the conditions for investment in our towns and cities are unfavorable, if there is a lack of electricity or water or poorly maintained infrastructure, investors will simply take their business and their money elsewhere, as we have seen in some of our towns. That is why we continue to prioritize the revitalization of local government and to support efforts towards finalizing the revised white paper on local government. As we undertake the far-reaching reforms outlined in the white paper, the Presidency is using the working group model to support large metros. This model brings together the Presidency, provincial governments, municipalities, business, state-owned enterprises, organized labor, and representatives from community-based organizations to implement priority interventions to turn municipalities around. In 2024, we established the Presidential eThekwini Working Group, and in March of last year, the Presidential Johannesburg Working Group was also established. Across all the metros in the country, we have prioritized key reforms to ring-fence revenue in the trading services system that we have established. Now, these reforms will enable greater investment in water, in energy, and waste management infrastructure to meet the growing service delivery demands in our towns and cities. Another priority from the State of the Nation address is to tackle youth unemployment and overhaul skills development in our country. The Presidency is the coordinator of the Presidential Employment Stimulus and the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. For the current financial year, we will be expanding the National Youth Service under the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention to 100,000 community youth employment opportunities. The Presidency also supports the Youth Employment Service initiative led by the private sector, which connects unemployed young people with work experience opportunities. The on-the-job training and skills development that beneficiaries receive through these programs improves their labor market prospects and prepares them for opportunities to become entrepreneurs. We are implementing the commitments that are made in the State of the Nation address to overhaul the skills system. We are working to transition our TVET colleges to offer occupational qualifications with embedded workplace experience, allowing more graduates to transition into employment upon the completion of their studies. We are also working to rationalize and reform the CETA system to strengthen industry ownership and reorient the levy grant incentive structure. Community education and training colleges are also being strengthened as pathways into livelihoods, micro-enterprise, and second chance education. We are focusing on outcomes-based funding by reforming our National Skills Fund and scaling up the Job Boost Outcomes Fund. Building a capable developmental state is both a state-of-the-nation priority and one of the 3 strategic priorities outlined in the medium-term development plan. A strong, capacitated, and professional presidency is the engine room of a capable, ethical, and increasingly digital developmental state that we are striving to build. We are undertaking a broad range of initiatives to strengthen accountability, to promote participatory democracy, and deepen intergovernmental coordination. We are also advancing participatory democracy through the various presidential imbizos that we hold through our provinces. Through the district development model, we are mobilizing all spheres of government and local stakeholders to coordinate planning, budgeting, and service delivery implementation in local government. The Presidency has a central role in advancing South Africa's global and continental agenda. The President and the Deputy President continue to participate in outward investment missions, together with our ministers, as well as various business forums that always accompany us on these outward investment missions. This is part of deepening economic diplomacy efforts to attract investment in key sectors such as agriculture, critical minerals, and manufacturing value chains. A central part of this work is the advancement of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which presents in many ways unprecedented opportunities for trade and investment, as well as industrialization for our economy across the continent. We continue to support key initiatives of South Africa's G20 presidency. These include the International Panel on Inequality, which is in the process of being formally established. This year, South Africa will be assuming the chairship of SADC and will focus on advancing stability, cooperation, and integration across our region. We will continue to be involved with diplomatic efforts in support of peace processes in areas such as Eastern DRC and South Sudan, as well as Sudan itself. We continue to use our membership of the G20, of BRICS, of the non-aligned movement, and other bodies to assert the primacy of international law and the centrality of the United Nations in global affairs. We remain convinced, Madam Speaker, that the right to sovereignty and self-determination should be extended to all people, including the people of Palestine, Western Sahara, and Cuba. the country will soon also be embarking on the next phase of the national dialogue as we strive to chart a new course for our country by getting our people to be involved in various dialogues that will be held across the country. These will include ward-based engagements, digital engagements, and sectoral dialogues. And I call on all South Africans to come together once more and be part of crafting a new vision for our country. Madam Speaker and honorable members, the State of the Nation address sets out the line of march for all of us. The budget process gives effect to government's plans and programs for the year ahead. Various departments have presented their budgets, and our ministers and deputy ministers have shown the work that they will be doing through their various budgets. We have sought to outline the role of the presidency in driving our national priorities. We have sought to demonstrate the value of this strategic coordination, the progress that has been made, and how we plan to build on that progress in the year ahead. The progress we have made to date is not a product of chance. It is the result of deliberate state action to drive structural reform agenda across government, working together with our social partners. The progress we are witnessing owes much to strategic direction from the presidency, as well as our various departments and the work of our ministers and deputy ministers and directors general. Even as our economy is recovering, there is much still to be done. Local government must be fixed with urgency, and the state of service delivery must be turned around. Corruption must be uprooted, crime must be stamped out, and government must serve the people and treat them with respect and dignity. And work must continue in earnest. And all of us should ourselves never be deterred by distractions or political intrigue. The National Executive, Parliament, and our courts are mandated to serve the people of South Africa and give effect to the promise of our Constitution. This must be our overriding priority. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, I want to express my gratitude to Deputy President Paul Mashatile, the Minister in the Presidency, Ms. Kumbuzo Nchaweni, and the Deputy Ministers Nongeba, Mhlauli, and Kenny Murolo, who through the work that they continue to do in the Presidency strengthen our resolve. I also express my gratitude to the Director General in the Presidency, Ms. Baleni, and all the advisors and officials who make this important institution at the heart of government work. Madam Speaker, I therefore commend this budget vote of the Presidency to the National Assembly, and I look forward to the debate that will ensue throughout the afternoon into the evening. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable President. Thank you, honorable members. I will now ask the Honorable Chief Whip of the largest party.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, honorable members and fellow South Africans. On behalf of the African National Congress, I rise to express our unequivocal support for the adoption of the Budget Vote 1, the President's. We do so because this is not an ordinary budget vote. The Presidency is the center for strategic leadership in the democratic state. It is the institution through which the President, as a head of state and as a head of the national executive, exercises the constitutional responsibility to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution, to promote the unity of the nation, to coordinate the work of the executive, and to ensure that the machinery of government is directed towards the realization for a better life for all. When we vote for this budget, therefore, we're not merely approving administrative expenditure. We're resourcing the center of government to coordinate delivery, enforce accountability, accelerate reform, rebuild state capacity, and give practical expression to the priorities of the medium-term development plan, inclusive growth and job creation, poverty reduction, a capable state, and a society founded on human dignity, equality, and non-racialism. We debate this vote in a year of historic importance. In 2026, South Africa marks 30 years since the signing of the democratic constitution. This is not a ceremonial milestone. It is a moment to reflect, renew, and recommit ourselves to the unfinished task of social and economic transformation. The Constitution was born out of bitter struggle. It emerged from the long night of colonial dispossession, land conquest, migrant labor, racist exclusion, past laws, burnings, massacres, detention without trial, and the brutal arrogance of a parliament that once believed it could turn injustice into law, simply because the white minority commanded the numbers in the House. That is why our democracy is not a crude parliamentary democracy, in which a majority may do as it pleases. Ours is a constitutional democracy. Parliament makes laws, but the Constitution is supreme. The executive governs, but only under the authority of the Constitution. The courts interpret and enforce the Constitution not as enemies of our democracy, but as guidance of the compact that the people of South Africa made with one another after generations of division and suffering. The preamble to the Constitution describes our supreme law as a bridge from a past of deep division, strife, conflict, untold suffering and injustice, towards a future founded on democratic values, social justice, and the fundamental human rights. That bridge was not built so that the poor may admire it from a distance. It was built so that the dispossessed, the unemployed, the landless, women, workers, young people, and rural communities may cross into the new society. It is therefore profoundly mistaken to present the Constitution as an obstacle to transformation. The Constitution is not a brake for transformation. It is the mandate for transformation. It authorizes restitution, redistribution, and the tenure reform. It protects workers. It requires the state to take reasonable measures to advance access to housing, healthcare, food, water, social security, and education. It permits and indeed demands measures to overcome the legacy of unfair discrimination. The failure to fully use the transformative instruments of the Constitution cannot be blamed on the Constitution itself. To blame the Constitution for unemployment, inequality, and poverty is to misdiagnose both the history of apartheid colonialism and the practical weaknesses of the implementation. Our task is not to weaken the constitutional order. Our task is to make the Constitution live in the factory, the farm, the township, rural village, the classroom, the clinic, the police station, and the household, where dignity is still daily denied. The ANC does not approach the Constitution as a matter of convenience. We do not celebrate judicial authority only when it flatters us and attack it when it corrects us. A constitutional court is not an external assault on the democratic state. It is one of the ways in which the Constitution speaks to all arms of the state. When the court pronounces on parliamentary procedure, executive accountability, the processing of legislation, or the obligations on public power, it strengthens our democracy. It reminds that no party, no minister, no official, and no institution stand above the Constitution. That is why the ANC, as a liberation movement that fought for this constitutional order, must be first in line to defend judicial independence, legality, accountability, and the separation of powers. Of course, that does not mean there would be no instances where the movement or even the democratic state will disagree with certain positions adopted by courts. However, there is no contradiction between a revolutionary transformation and a constitutional discipline. In fact, without discipline, transformation becomes a slogan. Without accountability, power becomes patronage. Without the rule of law, the poor suffer first and suffer the most. Honorable members, this budget is also considered at a time when the world is marked by dangerous fragmentation, wars, unilateralism, protectionism, debt distress, climate shocks, food insecurity, disinformation, and narrow nationalism are reshaping global politics. South Africa is not insulated from these storms. We have seen attempts, particularly from the right-wing quarters abroad and their local echo chambers, to distort South Africa's reality, to weaponize our internal challenges, and to punish our country for pursuing an independent international foreign policy. This includes hostilities towards South Africa's principled stance on the devastation in Gaza and the case we brought before the International Court of Justice regarding what South Africa has characterized as a genocidal conduct by the State of Israel. But South Africa must not be bullied into silence. The ANC-led government has placed our country on the side of the international law, human rights, multilateralism, and the right of all people to self-determination. This is consistent with the best traditions of our movement and with the Constitution's injunctions that South Africa should build a united democratic country able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the family of nations. The legacy of South Africa's G20 presidents under the theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability must be understood in this context. We use that platform to lift the priorities of Africa and the global south: fair trade, debt sustainability, climate justice, development financing, food security, industrialization, and a more equitable world order. This budget ensures that the presidents can continue to coordinate that global work while strengthening the domestic foundation of our democracy. Our international role cannot be separated from our African responsibility. South Africa is an economic anchor of the Southern Africa. And because of the relative size and sophistication of our economy, our infrastructure, our financial system, and our labor market, we are a major receiving country for migrants from the region and the rest of the continent. This is not an accident. It is a product of history, geography, unequal regional development, and continental search by millions of African people for work, safety, and dignity. The ANC's position must be very clear and principled. We reject xenophobia. We reject vigilantism, as the president was indicating. But we reject the demonization of African migrants too. We also strongly condemn and reject the display of arrogance and contempt from some of our foreign nationals living in our country. No human being should be attacked, humiliated, or denied basic rights because of nationality. We must never confuse criminality with nationality. The criminal conduct of the few must never become the identity of the entire people. At the same time, Pan-Africanism cannot mean that South Africa alone carry every social, administrative, and security consequences of regional underdevelopment or an irregular migration. Neighborliness is not a one-sided duty. Sister African governments also have responsibilities towards their citizens who live in our country, who live, work, and trade in South Africa. They have a responsibility to cooperate on documentation, consular support, law enforcement, voluntary return where appropriate, skills partnership, reintegration, and conduct of their nationals abroad. We therefore urge all our brothers and sisters on the African continent not to be hasty to condemn South Africa, as though the actions of a few define the whole nation. Such an approach risks deepening suspicion, fragmentation in the continent, and isolation of South Africa from the very African solidarity that we all need. Equally, we urge all South Africans not to surrender to anger, prejudice, and vigilantism. The answer is a capable state, lawful migration management, regional cooperation, decent work, secure communities, and the rebuilding of local communities. We must also speak plainly about the role and the actions of the private sector. It is too easy for business to lament instability while avoiding its own responsibility for investment, decent employment, and compliance with labor law. There are employers who have exploited the desperation of vulnerable migrants, including undocumented workers, to depress wages, evade benefits, and avoid bargaining obligations, and weaken the position of the South African workers. They then pass the social cost of this conduct to government and municipalities, as well as poor communities. Mr. President, this conduct by some within the business community is entirely unpatriotic. It is economically reckless. A country cannot build social cohesion when desperate people are set against one another in the race to the bottom. The ANC has always insisted that the dignity of labor is indivisible. A worker is not less worth because she was born beyond our borders. But neither must migration be abused to undermine South African workers, trade unions, wage standards, and lawful employment. Corporate South Africa must also answer a larger question. At the same time, when communities are desperate for jobs, industrial renewal, and local procurement, non-financial companies have been holding historically high levels of deposits. Liquidity must become fertile. Machinery, skills, logistics, capacity, township enterprises, agro-processing, renewable energy components, rail rolling stock, water infrastructure, and export industry. The government cannot do the work that is expected alone, but it requires the participation of the private sector. We have a resilient constitution, we have a democratic institution that will stand the serious test. We have a president that must coordinate the rebuilding of the state, the acceleration of reform and scaling of employment programs, the defense of the rule of law, and repositioning of South Africa as a confident African state. By supporting the budget vote 1, we choose constitutionalism over chaos, transformation over cynicism, delivery over empty slogans, Pan-African solidarity over xenophobia, lawful migration management over vigilantism, and the dignity of work over the despair and the unemployed in our country. The ANC support budget vote 1, the President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ntuli. Honorable Dr. K. Litchfield Chabalala.
Ngiyabonga mgcini sihlalo. Gwaza mkhonto. Gwaza mkhonto. Sibulise emakhaya, sibulise nakumongameli we MK Party, President Jacob Zuma, nabaphulaphula emakhaya. Athe Maswati cha, ayikusisiyala, asiphumeleli. We can never pass this budget with such lofty ideals. Number one, it grow the economy. You can't grow the economy, Mr. President. You don't have that power under a neoliberal economy. And a neoliberal economy for us Africans become a neo-colonial economy. Because once you liberalize your economy, you know it yourself. You will reduce tariffs, you are going to deregulate, you are going to rely on Forex, which is why you are going to tell us about attracting foreign direct investment. When you do those things, you are going to shut down your local industries in favor of external ones. You are going to face unemployment. Let's look at the textile industry. It's the industry that we're teenagers in the 80s. That's what supported us. Our mothers worked in factories and firms. From Bramfontein all the way to Doornfontein, past Johannesburg, GP, those were textile industries. From Cape Town all the way to Mowbray, all these areas are ghost towns because after 94, the first decade of 94, when we neoliberalized, we lost at least 150,000 jobs in the textile industry because we lowered tariffs from around 30% to 2 point something. How did we do that when we knew that's the backbone, especially for women in this country? Now, I want to give you two 36-year-olds. One is now 38, Thomas Sankara and Captain Traore. If you really want us to affirm this budget with the proviso that it will grow the economy, throw off the yoke of neoliberalism. Put South Africans first in terms of the economy. Sankara has a phrase. He says, we choose between champagne for all and water for few. Or champagne for few and water for all. I had to ask the young people in my party. Clearly, the ace of spades has been flowing in high echelons in this country. Because we can't provide water for all. And even the water we provide has no quality. It breaks your heart to go to a municipal level. And you see how drinking water is mixing with sewage. And we don't even have a plan to clean that water. We've done the worst under your 2 terms, actually. Even this bottled water is scary for me because the South African Bureau of Standards role has been shrinking and shrinking. We don't know how much plastic we are drinking in this water. So you moved us from water that was deemed the best in 94. Tourists who came here said, South Africans, why drink bottled water? You have the best water, it is clean. We are now reliant on bottled water, which is not even properly checked if it is up to standard in terms of the plastic that's melting into the water. Now, look at infrastructure. And there's nothing you can do about it, really. You can give us lofty promises. I don't know if we should even call it infrastructure. We've become a country of potholes. In big cities like Johannesburg and Pretoria, so how does the rural area look? If that's how it looks there. Unemployment, I'm only looking at one category of young people, 24 to 34. It's sitting at 40%. And then you are telling us you're going to grow the economy. How? Because though we are reliant on borrowing and we are reliant on foreign direct investment, when they come here to invest, they give you conditions that suit them, that do not suit us, which is why we have such a high rising unemployment of young people. So how will you grow this economy? Another quotation that I like by Sankara still. Sankara says Africa is not developing because Africans are not mad enough. Well, I'm looking at you. I don't think we are mad enough to deliver the growth of this economy. Your 2 terms have not assured me that you will because you refuse to decouple yourself from neoliberalism. You still want to believe in macroeconomics. Like we are told now that the GDP is growing, actually amongst its highest. We are told inflation is steady, actually amongst its lowest. See the dilemma of a macroeconomic economy, which is a neoliberal economy, is that it works for multinational corporations, not for the poor. Because despite that GDP and that inflation, the cost of living is high and it's escalating. Lord, in your tenure, Mr. President, you have managed to do the impossible. You shut down Vilakazi Street. It's a ghost town. Township economy is at a grinding halt. People don't have money. So these small and medium businesses are dying at the expense of transnational cooperations. How are you going to grow the economy when you are championing a neoliberal agenda? The two don't mix. Look at the fiscal policy that we champion. Sure, see the contradictions. That's the law of neoliberalism. It is riddled with contradictions for the poor. We are told that our personal income tax system is one of the most progressive ones in the world. But it relies on regressive taxation. Regressive taxation are taxes that continue to tax the poor more while the rich are getting richer. Like VAT, like fuel levy, taxing alcohol, taxing cigarettes. The people are so poor, you're punishing them for the little comfort they are trying to get. Taxing sugar, while multinationals are doing what? Tax evasion. They are transferring their profits abroad without us taxing them adequately. They are price misinvoicing. We are not building the SARS structure that taxes corporates adequately. We are focusing on building the SARS structure that's taxing individuals. So to work in South Africa is a crime because you bear the brunt of taxation. We lose annually, Mr. President, from illicit financial flows. This loose corporate tax system we are running, an estimate of at least 100 billion rands. And that's in the cigarette industry. Only I'm not talking the other areas. Imagine if we halved that. How much difference it would make in the tax brackets of ordinary people. We will lower taxation. You want MK to confirm this budget, talk to us about lowering taxation of individuals. Talk to us about lowering personal income tax and taxing multinationals. Then we shall stand here and say, oh, the African in the African National Congress is alive. It has come back. So we'll support you. At the moment you are running a national congress, the African is dead. So we can't support this because we are standing for Africans. And then you tell us you are going to dismantle criminal syndicates. How? The criminal syndicates are in your house. How are you going to dismantle them? They are in your living room. How will you dismantle them? They are under the sofa. They are in the constitutional and the legal system. They are in the municipalities. They're in the police. I mean, in the defense force, whole caches of arms go missing. How are we running a defense force where people can just break in and steal weapons?
Order, honorable member.
How are we going to do
Honorable
that? So,
Chabalala.
for us,
Can you just take your seat? There's a member who wants to raise a point of order.
the seat.
Order. Honorable Chabalala, there's a seat here.
It's on the other side.
Okay, we will provide for the other seat. Honorable Nyai.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on Rule 85. The honorable member casts expression that in the House of the President there are criminal syndicates.
Honorable member, thank you very much. I've noted your point of order, but my understanding, and that can be checked, is that the "you" was in reference not to an individual, but generally. Honorable member, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. You know, these interruptions do not actually tamper with my trail of thought because it's not me speaking, it's ancestors. So let's continue. Mr. President, if you really want us as MK Party to support this budget, Africanize it. Get in touch with your Afrocentric side. I know you lost it long ago, but it's not a lost cause. You can still get it back. Gwaza mkonto gwaza. Gwaza mkonto gwaza. Vote MK Party, vote. Vote MK Party, vote. Amandla Progressive Alliance, Amandla. Amandla.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Leader of the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Michalakis.
Madam Speaker, happy birthday. Madam Speaker, Mr. President, the first duty of any democratic government is not merely to govern, but to protect. It is to create the conditions in which citizens may live freely, pursue opportunity, and enjoy the rights guaranteed to them by the Constitution. Freedom is precious, yet no society can exist where every individual exercises absolute freedom without restraint. In a constitutional democracy, citizens willingly surrender a measure of that freedom in exchange for something greater, the protection of their lives, their liberty, and their property under the rule of law. This is the essence of the social contract. It is the foundation upon which every democratic state rests, and it is the standard against which every government must ultimately be judged. When the state fails in this responsibility, the consequences are devastating. Not only are lives lost, but public confidence in government, democracy, and the Constitution itself begins to erode. That is why the crisis within South Africa's criminal justice system is not merely a departmental failure. It is a failure of governance. It strikes at the heart of the state's most fundamental obligation to its people. Honourable Speaker, if we are serious about changing the trajectory of our country, if we are serious about restoring faith in public institutions, then we must confront an uncomfortable truth. Our criminal justice system is failing at almost every level. On average, 58 South Africans lost their lives every day to violence and are still losing their lives. Behind every statistic is a human story, a child whose future has been stolen, a parent who will never return home, a family permanently shattered. Yet while communities live in fear, we are confronted by a police service whose senior leadership has repeatedly been tainted by allegations of corruption and misconduct. At station level, officers often lack the most basic resources required to perform their duties effectively. Cases that do make it to court are too frequently hampered by incomplete investigations, inadequate prosecution capacity, and overwhelming case backlogs. Beyond this lies a correctional services system unable to account for more than 28,000 parolees, while many offenders emerge from incarceration more dangerous than when they entered. The result is a criminal justice chain that is breaking at every link, from investigation to prosecution to incarceration and ultimately to rehabilitation. This is not merely an administrative concern, Mr. President, it's a profound constitutional failure. When the President says he is prepared to face the mothers who have lost children to gang violence, he makes a serious statement. But the question before us is not whether he can face them. The question is whether the state has done everything within its power to prevent those losses in the first place. Can any of us honestly say that it has? Every day that passes, another 58 South Africans lose their lives. These are not abstract figures on a spreadsheet. They are sons and daughters raised with hope and love. They are mothers and fathers who worked tirelessly to provide for their families. They are elderly citizens who spent a lifetime contributing to society. They are vulnerable children who fall prey to predators because the state has failed to shield them from exploitation and violence. They relied upon government to keep them safe. And that is why this matter is inherently political, not in the narrow partisan sense, but in the truest sense of public responsibility. Every preventable death reflects decisions made, priorities chosen, and policies pursued by those entrusted with governing. If a functioning criminal justice system could save even one innocent life, Mr. President, it would be worth every effort. But we are not speaking of one life, we're speaking of thousands. This is why it is so difficult to understand the resistance to practical alternatives that could strengthen the public safety. What has been proposed is not the weakening of the state, but the strengthening of it. It is not the fragmentation of authority, but the mobilization of all available capacity in service of a common purpose. Provinces and capable metropolitan governments have repeatedly called for greater powers to investigate crime, gather intelligence, manage forensic functions, and develop targeted responses to local crime patterns. This is not a demand for separation. It is an offer of partnership. Where local governments have been empowered to act within their existing mandates, initiatives such as LEAP offices and community safety programs have delivered measurable results. Yet their impact remains constrained by legislative limitations imposed by national government.
Order, Honorable Michalakis. Honorable Reddy, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As MK Party, we also want to take this opportunity of wishing you a happy birthday.
Order. Thank you very much, Honorable Michalakis. Order, honorable members. You will sing that at the end. You missed it in the beginning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the DA is talking about children losing lives, the MK is singing happy birthday like fools. What is required now is a willingness to recognize that no single sphere of government can solve this crisis alone. The Constitution already provides for cooperative governance.
Honorable Michalakis. Point of order, Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on Rule 84. Point of order. The members using unbecoming and parliamentary language in violation of Rule 84 by calling us fools as members of Parliament. I would like him to withdraw. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Order is sustained. Honorable Michalakis, please withdraw that statement.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw. However, I must say,
Unconditional, Chief.
Order.
Madam Speaker, I said like fools. I did not call them fools.
Order,
However,
honorable member, can you please withdraw?
I have
any
withdrawn,
condition?
Madam Speaker. I'm just puzzled as to who I insulted, the fools or the MK.
Order, Honorable Michalakis. I think let's just withdraw and you proceed with
I
your
withdraw,
speech.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
The Constitution already provides for cooperative governance. What is needed is the political will to give political effect to that principle. The reforms required, Mr. President, do not demand constitutional amendments. They require legislative changes and a simple recognition that every capable institution of government should be empowered to contribute to protecting South Africans. If the President truly believes that this issue should rise above politics, then let us engage these proposals on the merits. Let us ask one simple question: will they save lives? Because that is the measure by which history will judge us. If I were entrusted with the responsibility of addressing this crisis, I would marshal every available resource, every sphere of government, every civil organization, and every capable stakeholder in pursuit of a single objective: reducing violent crime and saving lives. No party political consideration should outweigh the duty. No ideology should be more important than the life of a child. No loyalty should supersede accountability. And that accountability must extend to those whose actions or inactions have contributed to the weakening of our police service, our prosecuting authority, our specialized investigative units, our court, and our correctional system. South Africans deserve a government that confronts failure to not one that recycles it. Honourable Speaker, I do not believe that the President takes pleasure in the loss of a single South African life. I do not doubt that he shares in the grief felt by countless families across the nation. But compassion alone, Mr. President, is not enough. The office he occupies carries immense power and profound responsibility. Through decisive leadership, principled decision-making, and meaningful reform, lives can be saved. The people of South Africa deserve a government that can look them in the eye and say truthfully that it has done everything within its power to protect them. They deserve a government that treats every preventable death as a call to action. They deserve a government that understands that public safety is not merely another policy priority. It's the very foundation upon which freedom, dignity, and democracy depends. It's not too late, Mr. President. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson.
Thank you, Speaker, and many happy returns to you. Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief, the officials of the EFF, commissars, fighters, the members of the Congress of the Left, revolutionary forces across Africa. Speaker, vandag debatteer ons oor toesig
Order,
oor die
Honorable Paulson, can you take a seat? Honorable Dagmar, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. My point of order is the following, that the honourable member always greets the Commander-in-Chief, who is never in the House, but he still
Honorable
greets him.
Dagmar. Honorable Dagmar,
Madam,
that's not the point of order. Thank you, you can proceed.
Speaker, vandag debatteer ons oor toesig oor die presidentskap van Cyril Ramaphosa se administrasie, 'n administrasie wat fundamenteel losgemaak is van die nasionale krisisse van misdaad, xenofobie en verantwoordbaarheid. President, I just quickly want to go back to a previous life when I worked in my first job as an actuarial clerk at Southern Life. I was tasked to prepare the actuarial reports for the pension and provident funds for the National Union of Mine Workers. My colleague spoke glowingly about the General Secretary of the National Union of Mine Workers. Almost all of them idolized him. So when you took the reins on the 15th of February 2018, I was one of those that expected a different trajectory for this country. So today, Mr. President, I want to give a quick valuation of your presidency based on the committee reports. There are stark discrepancies between the core planning documents of the presidency, suggesting an administration in internal conflict. The annual performance plan lists a total budget of R0 for 2026-2027 financial year. In contrast, the budget report details a vote one allocation of 816.8 million. The budget report refers to the strategic plan as the 2025-2026 plan, while the strategic plan itself identifies it as the 2026-2030 plan. The APP sets a target to assess only 50% of socio-economic impact assessment reports submitted to Parliament. The budget report states that Programme 3 aims to ensure 80% of socio-economic impact assessment reports are analysed. The APP targets 3 SONA tracking reports annually, but the budget report's recommendations specifically ask for biannual reports. These contradictions mirror the state of your presidency, Mr. Ramaphosa. It's a hot mess. Mr. President, we thought your greatest legacy would have been taking the apartheid state of Israel to the ICJ, but that boldness faded because you still haven't implemented this Parliament's resolution to expel the Israeli ambassador from South Africa. That motion was passed on the 21st of November 2023, 2.5 years ago. But that is the characterization of your leadership, one of shock and inaction, like a deer caught in the headlights. President Ramaphosa, your administration has an inability to diagnose the depth of national despair. On the 1st of May, you again expressed astonishment and confusion at the ANC's declining support. It's like the day in the Oval Office when Donald Trump played a video of the EFF's 10th anniversary. And instead of discussing bilateral relations with the United States, you took the instructions to persecute the Commander-in-Chief of the Economic Freedom Fighters. In the book, The Pitfalls of National Consciousness, Frantz Fanon warns of a national bourgeoisie, like the ANC, that will use a nostalgic approach to draw legitimacy from the past while overseeing the decay of essential services. Fanon het opgemerk dat leiers dikwels die massas paai en hulle vra om terug te val in die geskiedenis terwyl hulle honger ly. The ANC had an opportunity to attend the conference of the left and join all progressive forces in South Africa in coming up with a plan to build a viable socialist alternative to the current GNU. Just like the ANC was a late signatory to the Freedom Charter, a document they now claim to own, we remain hopeful that you will join the Council of the Left. The ANC did also not attend the Congress of the People in Kliptown in 1955. Jou administrasie se primêre reaksie op die bloedbad op die Kaapse vlakte waar 157 kinders oor 5 jaar in bendegeweld vermoor is, was die herhaalde ontplooiing van die weermag onder operasie Prosper. Terwyl die regering geweld projekteer, lei misdaadsbrandpunte soos Mitchells Plain, Manenberg, Delft en Gugulethu onder massiewe hulpbron uitputting. Relying on soldiers to stem the increasing violence is like putting a plaster on a gaping gunshot wound. Die EFF se beroep op elke Suid-Afrikaner, jonk en oud, wat gebuk gaan onder hierdie GNU-regering, die toenemende werkloosheid, die gewelddadige en onveilige lewensomstandighede en die gebrek aan basiese dienste, soos skoon drinkwater en bekostigbare elektrisiteit, om seker te maak dat hulle geregistreer is om op die 4 November 2026 hierdie ANC uit elke munisipaliteit te stem. Baie dankie,
Thank
Speaker.
you, Honorable Member. Your time is up. Honorable Cebekulu.
Ngibonge Mhlonishwa Somlomo. Mhlonishwa uMongameli nendlu yonke. The presidency is not a department responsible for delivering a specific service. It is the center of government tasked with ensuring that departments work together, that policy is coherent, and that commitments made to the people of South Africa are translated into action. For this reason, Budget Vote 1 should not be measured by the number of programs it administers, but by whether the government as a whole is functioning more effectively because of its leadership, Mr. President. There are weaknesses in oversight at the center of government that create systemic risk, including fragmented priorities, inconsistent policy signals, and diluted accountability. There are realities that South Africans experience every day when the government fails to deliver. The IFP welcomes the presidency's effort to strengthen executive coordination, improve policy coherence, and professionalize the public service. The establishment of the head of public administration function has the potential to strengthen merit-based administration, improve stability within the public service, and reduce the disruption caused by instant leadership challenges. South Africa desperately needs a capable state built on competency, professionalism, and integrity. It has been observed that the State of the Nation Address tracking tool has underachieved. This is particularly troubling because the presidency cannot effectively oversee government commitments if it cannot effectively track them. South Africans have heard many promises over the years. What they want now is evidence that those promises are being fulfilled. There are delays in major infrastructure projects, weaknesses in contract management, and slow progress in implementing key reforms. Delayed infrastructure means delayed economic growth. Poor contract management wastes public resources. Slow implementation of reform undermines investor confidence and limits job creation. The government must develop stronger digital monitoring systems for infrastructure projects and contracts performance. A government that is serious about accountability must be able to identify failures early and intervene before projects collapse or cost escalates. There are concerns regarding cybersecurity vulnerabilities across government institutions. As the government increasingly relies on digital systems, protecting public information and ensuring continuity of services becomes essential. The presidency must play a stronger coordinating role in ensuring that departments are adequately prepared to respond to cyber threats and data breaches. The IFP is equally concerned about the slow pace of lifestyle audits and continuing questions surrounding ethical conduct in the public sector. South Africans are tired of hearing about corruption after the fact. They want a system that prevents corruption, detect misconduct early, and ensure swift consequences for those who abuse public office. The presidency has a responsibility to probe coherence and discipline within the executive and to ensure that the government communicates with clarity and purpose. There is a growing threat posed by the illicit economy. Illicit trade undermines legitimate business, reduces tax revenue, fuels organized crime, and destroys employment opportunities. We believe that this challenge requires a coordinated national response and that the presidency should play a leading role in ensuring that departments work together to combat this threat. The IFP will continue to hold the presidency accountable and ensure that it delivers on its mandate and that public resources produce measurable outcomes for the people of South Africa. On that basis, the IFP will support Budget Vote 1. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Daniels.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Honourable President, all ministers, colleagues, good afternoon, fellow South Africans. We are exceptionally grateful. We are grateful and thankful, Honourable President, for dealing with our cry when it comes to illegal and undocumented foreigners. The issue must never be with foreigners, because we welcome tourists into this Republic of South Africa. But all over the globe, we find that anybody illegal or undocumented is dealt with in accordance with the law of that country. So there is absolutely nothing wrong in the Patriotic Alliance saying abahambe, in particularly to the undocumented and illegal foreigners. The lifting of the rating through Moody's is a positive and very exciting thing that we experience as South Africans. It is reflective from stable to positive. It's reflective, it's a mirror image of what the GNU projects to South Africa. So we are very grateful for that. As the head of state, and that of the national executive, the president plays a critical role with national development objectives, amongst many other leadership responsibilities. Therefore, the PA rises in support of this budget, Vote 1, believing also that this budget is very modest, it is very economical, and we believe that the president can do with a bit more funding considering the responsibilities in the office of the presidency. We support this budget vote because South Africa needs a presidency that is capable, responsive, and focused on delivering results for our people. The presidency remains the nerve center of government, hence our position to support what we see is working. The allocation of 1.9 billion rand is necessary investment in governance. We welcome the funding, albeit our view that it's too economical. And it is directed towards the fight against corruption through institutions such as the SIU, National Prosecuting Authorities Investigative Directorate, and South Africans are tired of corruption robbing communities of services, Honorable President. Jobs and opportunities is what we see, and thank you for your address to the nation, because we see that you are committed to turning the corner, and we thank you and the executive therefore. Respectfully, I will say, our support does not mean silence. Too often, government measures success by a number of meetings held, reports produced, and dashboards created. The people of South Africa do not live on reports. They live in communities where service delivery either works or it does not work. Thank you again for committing to turning the corner in that aspect, as per your earlier on submissions, Honorable President. We thank the Presidency, who's moved beyond monitoring and become this driving force for implementation. We need struggling municipalities accelerate infrastructure projects and ensure that government commitments translate into tangible results. The Patriotic Alliance therefore thanks the Presidency for the committed to strengthen, to support municipalities that are failing residents, to ensure that performance indicators are linked to real service delivery outcomes, and to hold departments accountable when targets are missed. Thank you for the initiatives in aid of our youth, work skills, experiences. We really welcome that, understanding that our youth is looking forward and crying out for help, and they also are very, very, very much responsive to your address, Honorable President. We support because of effective leadership that matters. We support because we're fighting corruption, as we can see. We support because coordination and accountability matters. Our support comes with an expectation that every rand spent must contribute to improving the lives of the Africans and restoring confidence in government. We thank you, Mr. President. Patriotic Alliance is in full support. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Mulder.
Honourable Madam Deputy Speaker, today we deal with Vote 1, the Presidency. Mr. President, it's common cause that you and your Presidency are currently under pressure. There are direct attempts to remove you as Head of State in terms of Section 89(1), while others pursue options in terms of Section 102(2) to pass a motion of no confidence. All of these is directly linked to the Pala issue. This issue does have the potential to taint your legacy and to paralyze the remaining almost 3 years of your presidency. I know that you do not need any advice from me, but my advice would be to deal with this issue decisively and with haste. Put the true facts on the table and move on. Mr. President, the executive authority of the Republic is vested in you. You with the Cabinet and the GNU are responsible to develop and implement national policy. That, Mr. President, includes our international relations policy. The measures and guidelines for enhanced coordination of South Africa's international engagements approved by Cabinet in 2009 to establish more effective measures to conduct our international relations and the implementation of South Africa's foreign policy needs a total overhaul. This is urgent. The world and a lot of things have changed since then. I believe South Africa needs to recalibrate aspects of our US policy. The US remains the largest economy in the world with the strongest military too. It is positive that both countries are now represented on ambassadorial level. A reset in relations with Washington that includes a spectacular New Deal can and should be to our benefit and should be a priority. Let us address the outstanding issues that has prevented this possible spectacular deal until now. You know which issues I'm referring to, Mr. President. If you and the GNU can succeed in this, I can assure you that the current pressures on your presidency will pale into insignificance. It will pale into insignificance because the benefits will be there to see and experience for millions of South Africans. At the heart of the New Deal should be a pact on critical minerals. South Africa could open strategic access to exploration, mining, and especially refining of the platinum group minerals, manganese, vanadium, rare earths, and titanium. The US could match this with long-term offtake commitments, targeted reserve build programs, and financing for processing capacity that goes beyond resource headlines to actual throughput. A Johannesburg-based critical minerals exchange hub linked to the US commodity markets could price, hedge, and de-risk flows. The strategic payoff would be immediate. The US secures trusted supplies for electrical vehicles, aircraft, and advanced manufacturing, while South Africa positions itself as a global processing and trading hub, not just a mine pit at the end of another country's value chain. A US-South Africa Middle East hub for mining technology, supply chain traceability, and AI-driven monitoring will draw investment from the US private equity firms and Gulf sovereign wealth funds. A minerals first deal offers spectacular returns for South Africa. It could lift GDP by 40 billion US dollars and create about 500 jobs across mining, processing, energy, logistics, and services. The fixed investment rate would rise from 15 to 25%, enabling growth of 5% per year and halving unemployment over time. That is what we need now. Mr. President, our people are desperate for jobs. Such a transformation would stabilize South Africa and secure democracy. There is no comparable alternative trade deal that could make this possible. For us, for the US, direct gains from minerals, LNG support, exports, technology, and agricultural investments could exceed 75 billion. Such outcomes would justify reducing South Africa's general tariff rate to 10% and keep its privileges under AGOA. Mr. President, I believe that the Government of National Unity and South Africa's private sector are faced with a unique opportunity. With an open door to the White House, this is an opportune time to secure such a watershed deal, one that will deliver and for generations to come. You started your presidency in February 2018 and said, Tuma Mina, send me. Mr. President, your mission is not concluded. You can secure your legacy, our democracy, and bring prosperity, jobs, and safety to millions of South Africans. I believe that Afrikaners and the Freedom Front Plus can assist in making this happen. Once again, here is my hand. Let's do this. Thank you, sir.
The next speaker is the Honourable Khanyile.
Namanje Tuma Mina.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, in the words of Kofi Annan, I quote, "Violence against women is perhaps the most shameful human rights violation. It knows no boundaries of geography, culture, or wealth," close quote. Deputy Speaker, for 2026-2027 financial year, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities received an overall budget allocation of just over 2.2 billion, of which 1.8 billion will be transferred to the National Youth Development Agency and 111.3 million to the Commission for Gender Equality. This will leave the department with approximately 288 million for its own operations for 2026-27. This is approximately 48 million more than 2025-2026 of the budget that was allocated previously. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the allocation of 288 million to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities must be viewed against the vast mandate it carries. The department is expected to advance the rights and empowerment of women, youth and persons with disabilities. and the LGBTQIA community while coordinating government-wide efforts to achieve equality and inclusion. While we acknowledge fiscal constraints, this budget raises concerns about whether the department is adequately resourced to address pressing challenges such as gender-based violence and femicide, youth unemployment, discrimination, and social exclusion. We must strengthen protections for the LGBTQIA+ community by combating hate crimes, ensuring equal access to healthcare, education, employment, and public services, and promoting awareness to eliminate discrimination and prejudice. Most importantly, equality and inclusion cannot be the responsibility of one department alone. Every government department must be held accountable for advancing the rights and dignity of all South Africans. Honorable members, the Presidential Employment Initiative has delivered meaningful results by creating over 1.5 million earning opportunities since 2020 and providing much needed work experience to young people. However, while the initiative has offered hope and relief to many, it cannot be viewed as a complete success when youth unemployment remains alarmingly high. The challenge before us is to move beyond temporary opportunities and create sustainable long-term jobs that restore dignity and economic freedom to our youth. Youth unemployment remains extremely high at over 60% nationally for youth aged between 15 and 35. Many opportunities are temporary rather than permanent. Honorable President, let me paint a picture of what young unemployed people go through on the ground. Vusimuzi, not his real name, lives with his brother, who is the only person with an income. He is only allowed to have 1 meal per day because he is accused of wasting food when he eats more than once. All this, Honorable President, happens because every month when he gets his grant of 350, he has to make a very difficult choice between buying food, buying cosmetics, or save it to use for public transport as he keeps searching for employment. Honorable members, we also need to establish a robust monitoring and evaluation tool to determine whether every rand allocated to the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative is achieving its intended objectives. Without proper oversight and measurable outcomes, simply throwing money at the problem will not reduce the rates of youth unemployment. We must be able to track how funds are spent, how many sustainable jobs are created, and what impact these interventions have on the lives of young people. Without accountability, we risk creating opportunities for corruption where funds disappear while the unemployment crisis persists. As unemployment continues to rise, many young people lose hope and become vulnerable to social ills such as substance abuse, crime, and poverty. We therefore have a responsibility to ensure that every investment made in youth employment delivers real results and creates pathways to sustainable economic participation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, girl learners lose up to 7 days of schooling every month due to lack of access to sanitary products. This is why Parliament introduced the Sanitary Dignity Program for learners in Quintile 1 to Quintile 3 schools. However, a recent report from the Department of Social Development revealed that in Likwa, only 6 out of 20 schools are receiving sanitary towels. This raises serious concerns about whether funds are allocated for this program are actually reaching their intended beneficiaries. It is for this reason that we have written to the National Treasury requesting that funds allocated for sanitary dignity packs be ring-fenced to ensure they are used solely for their intended purpose. No girl child to be forced to miss school because she cannot afford sanitary products. Access to these products is a matter of dignity, equality, and educational opportunity. In conclusion, we concluded the interviews and submitted the proposed names of individuals to serve on the National Council Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Board in March this year. To date, those appointments have not been made. We urge the President to appoint the board members urgently so that it can be able to start to do its work to assist us in dealing with the scourge of gender-based violence. I thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Mpapane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Excellency the President and the Deputy President in absentia, Honorable Ministers, colleagues, our guests in the gallery, I greet you all. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Budget Vote 1 of the Presidency remains an important instrument of government aimed at supporting the continued constitutional responsibilities of nation building and freeing the potential of all South Africans. The Presidency, which is widely known as the center of government, is charged with the responsibility of turning possibility into progress and the country's vision into tangible societal transformation agenda for the betterment of all South Africans. Statistics South Africa persistently accounts for the country's high level of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. These evidence-based data remind us that government planning, coordination, and oversight roles are not abstract administration functions. They remain the instrument which the state must use to improve the lives of millions of South Africans. The center of government is not merely measured by the power it holds, but by the lives it improves. Allow me to borrow the words of Lee Kuan Yew, who said, and I quote, "The future is not built by chance, it is built by design," close quote. The seventh administration should embrace and intensify efforts to accelerate effective implementation of government plans, policies, programs in order to deliver services to the citizens. South Africans measure government performance by assessing outcomes and their lived conditions, such as the provisions of services, quality healthcare, quality education, safety and security, reliable and affordable electricity, water provision, a government that fights corruption, and whether public institutions work for the benefit of the people. They do not measure government by its sound plans, policies, or programs. Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, the Presidency carries a profound constitutional responsibility to give direction for the realization of hopes and aspirations of society by ensuring that government systems deliver on the electoral mandate contained in the Mid-Term Development Plan and the National Development Plan. The President outlined government priorities during the 2026 State of the Nation address. All state institutions are therefore expected to implement SONA commitments as outlined. Madam Deputy Speaker, the 2026 State of the Nation address reaffirmed government priorities and emphasized accelerated implementation, infrastructure reform, professionalization of the public service, and strengthened consequence management, thereby reinforcing central coordination role of the Presidency. The success of any government and the implementation of its key strategies and reforms depends on the center of government coordinating efforts to achieve priority outcomes. To strengthen accountability and ensure the effective implementation of government commitments, we fully support the development of digital tracking tool in the form of a dashboard to monitor the implementation of all major projects and the MTDP. We call for the acceleration of the dashboard as part of enhancing monitoring and enabling agile intervention by the presidency. They will enable legislatures and members of the public to measure progress, promote transparency and accountability. The public service should embrace the role of digitalization and artificial intelligence. The government needs to have an AI use policy to avoid the embarrassment we experienced in the past month. E-governance improves government services by making them more accessible, faster and more responsive. South Africans are ready to access government services online rather than traveling long distances to government offices, which are often characterized by long queues and administrative burdens. However, digital transformation must be accompanied by efforts to bridge the digital divide to ensure that rural communities, persons with disabilities, and vulnerable groups are not left behind. The rural network quality must be accelerated to ensure communities have access to reliable, affordable broadband connectivity. Your Excellency, the full benefits of the release of the spectrum are yet to be experienced in our schools and public facilities. For example, the wonderful program of free public Wi-Fi in Tshwane, which was introduced by then former Executive Mayor, the Honorable Minister Ramaphosa, which has ceased to exist after he left office. We must re-examine the intervention and ensure all towns, cities, and villages have access to free public Wi-Fis. It is necessary to grow our digital economy and increase equitable opportunities for South Africans. Issues relating to cybersecurity vulnerabilities across the state institutions, many of which lack adequate response capabilities, require a more coordinated, rapid response. For example, it has been alleged that the city of Ekurhuleni lost approximately 2 billion rands due to a combination of cyber-enabled manipulation of its billing system, electricity meter tampering, and alleged insider collusion. The government must strengthen cybersecurity measures and investigative capabilities to avoid similar situations. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the most important aspects of policy coordination concerns regulatory coherence. Operation Vulindlela is one of the most fundamental and impactful programs established under the stewardship of His Excellency President Ramaphosa through a collaboration between the Presidency and the National Treasury. Phase 1 of the program has indeed yielded significant improvements for the country. However, Parliament will ensure that the South Africans continue to experience tangible improvements in their daily lives by conducting effective oversight of the Operation Vulindlela program. South Africans have already noticed improvements resulting from the program, including the elimination of load shedding. Operation Vulindlela has strengthened energy security, increased tourism, expedited water rights release, and enhanced economic confidence under the leadership of the President and President Ramaphosa. We welcome your focus on fixing local government. The Presidential Working Group in eThekwini and the Presidential Task Team in Joburg are critical measures for the Presidency to get our cities working. We are confident that the implementation of the trading services model will contribute to improving basic service provision. We support the process of the review of the white paper on local government, and we believe that a restructured local government fiscal framework will contribute to improving municipal performance and impact through increased capital investment. The program has demonstrated the importance of removing structural barriers that inhibit economic growth and undermine investor confidence. Through its oversight role, Parliament will ensure that the momentum of these reforms is sustained, implementation bottlenecks are addressed, and responsible institutions are held accountable for delivering on their commitments. We intend to provide rigorous and continuous scrutiny on both phases 1 and 2 of Operation Vulindlela, including its success and shortcomings. In collaboration with other parliamentary committees, we will assist in ensuring that accountability through a well-coordinated legislative oversight process for the delivery of program outcomes. The program must continue to advance the country's development through economic growth, job creation, and poverty reduction. Honorable Deputy Speaker, strengthening preventative measures through compulsory lifestyle audits in the public administration remains one of the most critical tools for detecting officials living beyond their means. Consequence management for wrongdoing among public servants must be enforced. We welcome measures by the President to assess the performance of ministers and call on the President to ensure the highest levels of performance are attained, and ministers who do not perform should be held accountable. We call on the President to ensure all ministers sign performance agreements with their Director Generals and assessments are done in a robust manner with consequence management for non-performance. Non-compliance with this should not be acceptable at the highest level of government. Furthermore, President, the delegation of responsibilities to deputy ministers is a critical matter which must be clear and publicly pronounced, just as the President assigned tasks to the deputy president. Where clear functions are not assigned, this ought to be concluded. The empowerment of the SIU is crucial in fighting against crime and corruption in the public sector. The SIU should be granted greater capacity, powers, and responsibilities to conduct lifestyle audits across all 3 spheres of government without having to rely on proclamation and memoranda of understanding. This should send a strong message to all public servants regarding government's commitment to combating corruption. As we draw closer to the midterm of the 7th administration, the Presidency has to begin to process.
Mapane, your time has expired.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The ANC supports Budget Vote 1, the Presidency.
The next speaker is the Honourable Trollip.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Presidency describes itself as the centre of government, responsible for coordination, implementation of monitoring and oversight, but coordination is not an outcome in itself. South Africans judge government on job creation, water in their taps, safety in their neighbourhoods, functioning municipalities and a growing economy. You say these things are improving. Public sentiment and the numbers speak of something different. The report expresses concern about the manifestation of SONA promises and tracking of progress. I'll be generous, Honourable President, and I won't question your flights of fantasy this year. But where's the smart city? Where's the bullet train? And where's Tintswalo's job? Your promises have been exposed as venal and empty. At last, Parliament has established an oversight committee of the Presidency. Now we can have a proper debate. The report notes weak oversight of the Presidency creates risks such as fragmented priorities, inconsistency policy signals, and diluted accountability. For example, the lifestyle audits you promised yet have not materialized. The Presidency tells us the system is being developed. The Emperor has no clothes. Why did the ANC oppose this committee for so long? Even former DGs who admitted opposing its establishment now recognize its importance. Mr. President, you read out a long list of people to thank for their support in the Presidency. Deputy President, multiple ministers and deputy ministers whose responsibility is to monitor and oversight performance of government. They've clearly failed their responsibility. Your vote is responsible for the performance of our Chapter 9 institutions created to protect our constitutional democracy. Let's evaluate some of them. The South African Human Rights Council is facing 24,000 signatures calling for their dissolution. The Public Protector is involved with more public controversy than protection, including your own controversy. The IEC, whose independence and dependability are called more and more into question every election. The Auditor General faces and continues an uphill struggle to enforce accountability. All of these institutions are faced with declining trust levels. Chapter 10 institutions deal with public administration and the principles of good governance, yet report acknowledges inconsistent performance, weak recruitment practices, and skills shortages. Administrators guilty of gross misconduct, gross dishonesty, move seamlessly from one institution to the other. You yourself, Honourable President, went to Nelson Mandela Bay and praised the mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay, yet in this Parliament in the same week, she was castigated for maladministration and poor management. The Presidency is responsible for driving the implementation of the MDP and the MTDP that should focus on jobs and growth creation, poverty reduction, and capable developmental state. Yet the illicit economy and illegal immigration are allowed to negatively impact employment, revenue collection, investor confidence, and economic growth. The question is why? You, Mr. President, are responsible for coordinating strategic infrastructure through the Presidential Coordinating Commission. We still face load reduction. Our taps are running dry, not because there's no water, but there's no maintenance of our infrastructure. And municipal collapse, which is no better on display than in Johannesburg, where water outages prevail despite the Vaal River water system flooding. If your presidency is the center of government, sir, then you must accept responsibility, not only for coordinating plans, but for delivering results. South Africans cannot eat coordination or drink oversight and cannot find jobs in strategy documents. They need jobs that you so flippantly refer to amidst record unemployment in our country. You cannot talk about a growing economy and job creation when you look at the statistics that represent the lived realities of South Africans. If you do that without concern of those realities, it means you actually care less about the realities of those figures. Action SA will not be supporting this budget. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Meshwe.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable President, Honourable Members. Today, as we debate Budget Vote 1 on the Presidency, we cannot ignore the Phala scandal that continues to cast a dark shadow over the Presidency. We are heartened, however, by the recent Concord ruling that ensured that Parliament finally does the right thing and establishes an impeachment committee. We hope this will help bring this matter to a close. During the President's inauguration speech in 2018, he spoke about the hope that was dawning for South Africa. This, particularly given the years of corruption and scandals that had overshadowed the Zuma presidency. And then after President Ramaphosa's speech, we all felt much more hopeful and positive about the future of our country. At that time, I implored the president to be a man of principle who would not buy face. Sadly, the Phala scandal has dragged on for about 6 years now and has left the public shocked and deeply disappointed. The report of the Section 89 Independent Panel, chaired by retired Chief Justice Andile Ngcobo, clearly concluded that the president had a case to answer. The president has applied, we know that the president has applied for a high court review of this report, which may unfortunately drag this matter and delay the conclusion of the Phala matter. In the meantime, I want to urge the president to answer 2 questions, simple ones, that members of the public are always asking us for answers. And the first question is, who brought and hid the money on the farm? And the second one is, if the money was from the proceeds of the sale of animals or buffaloes in particular, as we have been told, why was it necessary to hide it in the sofa where it was later discovered? Answers to these questions will go a long way to help ease the
Can we
outrage.
focus on budget?
My apologies, Honourable Meshwe. Honourable members, please do not switch on your microphones just to comment. I would also perhaps just alert the Honourable Meshwe that you have to stay clear of Rule 90 in terms of anticipation of matters before the court and parliamentary processes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Answers to these questions will go a long way to help ease the outrage so many people feel. The scandal raises serious questions about integrity, justice, financial transparency. How can citizens trust the government when our head of state looks like he is hiding something and evading accountability and justice? With the local government election looming, we do not want the Phala matter to dominate the public discourse. Rather, politicians and political parties should be focusing on finding solutions for the many problems facing our communities and dysfunctional municipalities, where we need stronger accountability and better delivery. May I advise the President to learn from the wisdom of King Solomon, who once said, "A good name is to be desired above riches. To be esteemed is better than silver or gold." Citizens deserve a president that leads by integrity, exemplary conduct, and not by controversy. I thank you, Speaker.
And I invite the Honourable Minister in the Presidency.
Chanda cha mudzulaxitulo wa nnḓu ya Bhutan ya lushaka, murangaphanḓa wa shango vho Cyril Ramaphosa, mudzulaxitulo wa portfolio committee ya presidency, dzi colleagues dzanga dzi minister na dzi deputy ministers, chief whip of the largest party, miraḓo ya nnḓu ya Bhutan ya lushaka, vhaeni vha ṱhonifheaho. Deputy Speaker, The budget votes are not simple statements of expenditure. They are policy statements and key instruments for transparency, accountability, and parliamentary oversight. I rise to present the details of Budget Vote 1 of the Presidency. For the financial year 2026-27, the Presidency's allocation is 816.8 million within the MTF budget of 2.3 billion. The APP also reflects a staff count of 534 in 2026-27, increasing to 594 by 28-29, as institutional capacity and capability is strengthened. This represents an increase of 7.1% from the previous financial year. This increase ensures that we have the necessary capacity to drive the ambitious reforms agenda, specifically capacitating our policy and research services, as well as the Project Management Office. This allocation will be used to support the work of the Presidency across 3 core programs: administration, executive support, and policy and research services. The strategic plan, Honorable Paulse, is 2026 to 2030 because it's a medium-term plan, and the APP is 1 year because it's an annual performance plan. Honorable members, the progress that South Africa is making, albeit the challenges still confronting us, is a result of deliberate and coordinated efforts. And the task of the Presidency is to ensure that government priorities do not remain just intentions. They must become funded outputs, tracked commitments, resolved blockages, and measurable progress. The President has said the Presidency does not build every road, operate every clinic, repair every water system, as those responsibilities lie with line departments, provinces, municipalities, and public entities. However, the Presidency carries the responsibility to ensure that government functions and South Africa works. A working South Africa requires a capable state. Too often, government has been criticized for producing sound plans which are hamstrung by weaker implementation. It is for this reason that the Presidency is focused on ensuring disciplined execution. As the institutional mechanism through which cabinet priorities are turned into coordinated action across government departments and spheres of government, the Presidency will focus on tracking cabinet decisions to closure, maintaining decentralized records of implementation, ensuring that departments provide to cabinet credible evidence of implementation. To achieve this, the Presidency will strengthen cabinet and committee processes, the cluster system, the forum of South African Directors General, and the decision-taking mechanisms that ensure that cabinet decisions are implemented. This is part of our efforts to integrate cabinet decision-making, intergovernmental coordination, and monitoring systems to reduce the gap between commitment and delivery across government. Honorable Deputy Speaker, South Africa is dealing with complex and interconnected challenges of unemployment, water security, infrastructure backlogs, local government instability, organized crime, gender-based violence and femicide, public sector capacity constraints, and the need to sustain economic reform momentum. These challenges cannot be resolved by one department acting alone. They require coordinated state action, clear ownership, reliable reporting, and structured escalation. As highlighted by the President, Operation Vulindlela remains a key platform for reform coordination. Its purpose remains that of ensuring that reforms are implemented, tracked, and translated into economic impact. The Presidency will therefore continue to support the President and Cabinet in driving structural reforms. This includes monitoring reform milestones, identifying risks, ensuring that departments report on progress, and escalating blockages that delay implementation. Honorable members, many of the most urgent service delivery pressures are experienced at local government. Water interruptions, poor road maintenance, electricity distribution failures, waste management challenges, and weak municipal financial controls affect the daily lives of our people. The President, during SONA 2026, committed to accelerate fixing local government, with priority given to metro municipalities, whilst also ensuring capacity building and improving service delivery across all municipalities. Since 2024, we have provided feedback on the progress being made in eThekwini as supported by the Presidential Working Group on eThekwini. Although the city of Johannesburg still faces major constraints, which the DA and Mr. Mashaba of Now Action SA must take part responsibility for, we are starting to see some green shoots. We are witnessing concrete progress in the city of Johannesburg's efforts to reclaim the Johannesburg Central Business District through a coordinated high-impact service delivery program that was launched in February 2025. And they said to Mr. President, we are doing it for the G20, but the program is still running. This program includes inner city bylaw enforcement, JMPD visibility as a deterrent to criminal activities, environmental health initiatives, development planning compliance, city power and JRA service deliveries, amongst others. As a result, the city has restored law and order along Lillian Ngoyi, Plain, De Villiers, Newgate, and small streets and their adjoining corridors. On the financial control side, the City of Johannesburg is working closely with National Treasury on the metro trading reforms and financial recovery and revenue enhancements, work which includes revenue performance monitoring, improving billing accuracy and data recovery as guided by the city's comprehensive financial turnaround framework. We are confident that the work of the Presidential Working Group on Johannesburg in support of the COJ's efforts will gain momentum. The work of the Presidential Working Groups in the metros are part of the broader local government reform that are being pursued with agency. Municipal capability, financial discipline, governance, and consequence management are being strengthened. We appreciate that communities cannot be asked to wait while institutional failure gets corrected. The role of the Presidency is to ensure that challenges at municipalities are not treated as isolated municipal problems, but as national priorities requiring coordinated action and accountable follow-through. The strengthened intergovernmental coordination is part of the implementation of the district development model. Honorable members, the focus on decontaminating the criminal justice system has been highlighted in the National Intelligence Estimates, and this can be read in the 2021-2024 NIE as published in 2025. The work to decontaminate the criminal justice system of criminal elements is important to the Presidency as the ultimate custodian of national security and the coordinator of the work of the National Security Council. And the work of the Madlanga Commission is helping to fast-track the identification and confirmation of criminal elements within the SABC and the criminal justice system and the criminal networks that have sought to capture the criminal justice system. During the State Security Agency budget vote, I indicated that SSA is making progress in implementing the SONA directive of the President to vet senior management of the South African Police Service, including lifestyle audit. Phase 1, which entails the vetting of 32 SAPS senior management members who are lieutenant generals and major generals, is in an advanced stage. The SSA is further reviewing its vetting
Honourable
regulations.
Minister, can you please take your seat? Honourable Lonzi, what is your point of order?
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think the President needs a comfort break because he keeps looking down and closing his eyes. So we're very concerned. Thanks.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Honourable Lonzi. I'm quite sure the President will rest whenever he feels like it. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
The SSA is reviewing its vetting regulations to ensure full compliance to the provisions of the National Strategic Intelligence Act that directs that vetting function includes in-depth lifestyle audit and reporting of criminal activities of auditees to law enforcement. We cannot allow also, ladies and gentlemen, the problem of illegal immigration to threaten national security and social cohesion. As the President has indicated that government has been implementing measures to deal with illegal immigration in South Africa and protect the economic rights and interests of South Africans. In addition to the increased workplace labor inspections, the President has mentioned additional measures include: 1, government in 2023 established the Border Management Authority to address the weaknesses in border management and make sure that our borders are not porous. 2, the Department of Home Affairs has been increasing the number of deportations of undocumented foreign nationals year on year since 2022, despite the capacity constraints. 3, the Cabinet approved the revised white paper on citizenship, immigration, and refugee protection in March 2026. At the relevant post-cabinet briefing, we clarified that the white paper improves the management of migrant reception arrangements and also provides for Section 22 of the Constitution in terms of economic rights of South Africans. 4, the Department of Employment and Labor has finalized the National Labor Migration Policy that introduces maximum quotas for documented foreign nationals and provides for the prosecution of employers hiring undocumented foreign nationals. In addition, Cabinet has approved the submission to Parliament of the Employment Services Amendment Bill, which empowers the Minister of Employment and Labor to set quotas in respect of employment of foreign nationals in any economic sector and occupational category. 5, currently 26,364 criminal offenders who are foreign nationals are held in correctional services facilities, debunking the myth that law enforcement is not able to arrest foreign nationals when they commit crimes in South Africa. In addition, the Department of Small Business Development is continuing to ensure the implementation of the National Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises and Informal Business Licensing Framework, which restricts business licensing to South Africans and individuals with valid migration status. Therefore, there is no need for peacetime heroes in addressing illegal immigration. Law enforcement must be left to law enforcement authority, and the authorities will deal decisively with those who act against the laws of our country and the Constitution of our Republic. Honorable members, the Presidency's role must be clearly understood. The Presidency leads, coordinates, oversees, advises, communicates, and intervenes where necessary. This enables delivery across government. The Presidency will continue to track implementation of SONA and MTDP commitments, assess progress across clusters, and ensure that delivery failures requiring executive intervention are escalated. This work is not administrative, it is political and constitutional accountability in practice. Citizens must be able to see what government committed to, what has been done, what is delayed, and what corrective action is being tabled. Honorable members, the third apex priority of government is to build capable, ethical, and developmental states. The Presidency will continue to support the professionalization of the public service, performance management reform, ethical governance, and consequence management. Corruption and weak governance undermine delivery. They drain resources, damage public trust, and weaken the legitimacy of the state. The Presidency will continue to monitor and report to Parliament on the implementation of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, the State Capture Commission response actions, the SIU reports and referral processes. Our quest is to move from culture of delayed consequences to a culture of visible accountability. The public must know that government takes seriously the responsibility to protect public resources and to act against wrongdoing. Delivery in the modern state requires reliable information systems. A center of government cannot coordinate effectively if it depends on fragmented reporting, manual processes, weak records, and delayed information. The Presidency will therefore prioritize digital transformation, decision-taking system, information integrity, cyber security, and modernized internal system. Internal modernization is not an administrative luxury. It is a delivery requirement. When systems function, coordination improves. When reporting is accurate, escalation is credible. When records are reliable, accountability is strengthened. Honorable members, South Africa's international engagement must reinforce domestic development. The Presidency will support the President and the Deputy President in advancing South Africa's national interest on the international stage, including through the BRICS, SADC, the African Union, and other multilateral platforms. The APP highlights the need for stronger alignment between foreign policy position and domestic reform objectives, including through a consolidated international relations position framework. This means that international agreements, partnerships, and engagements must be tracked for outcomes. They must support investment, trade development, infrastructure, skills, and South Africa's strategic interests. Our international work must not stand apart from our domestic priorities. It must help advance them. Honorable Deputy Speaker, public confidence depends not only on what government does, but also on how honestly and clearly government communicates. The Presidency continues to oversee communication strategy implementation through the Government Communication and Information System and support coherent national messaging, stakeholder engagement, transparency, and public access to information. Government must seek clearly must speak clearly to citizens, but it must also listen to its citizens. The work of communication is therefore not propaganda, it is democratic accountability. Honorable Deputy Speaker, 2026-27 is the year of acceleration. Acceleration requires focus. We do this in a year of profound national significance. Our country marks 70 years since the historic 1956 Women's March to the Union Buildings. We mark 60 years since the District 6 forced removals. We mark 50 years since the 1976 Youth Uprising. We also mark 30 years since the adoption of our democratic constitution. These milestones remind us that freedom was never achieved through symbolism alone. It was achieved through courage, organization, sacrifice, and action. Therefore, our commemoration of these moments cannot be ceremonial only. It must be reflected in the lived experiences of South Africans. To honor the women of 1956, we must strengthen the fight against gender-based violence and femicide and advance women empowerment unashamedly and unrelentingly. To honor the communities displaced through forced removals, we must improve access to services, infrastructure, and local development. We must also make sure that the land is returned back to its rightful owners. To honor the youth of 1976, we must intensify our work on employment, skills, public employment pathways, and economic opportunities. And to honor 30 years of the Constitution, we must ensure that the constitutional rights are experienced not only in law, but in daily life. Honorable members, it is President Ramaphosa who just did not admit to challenges in water service delivery, but instituted corrective actions. He directed the reinstatement of the drop reports to improve accountability and transparency, to deal with leaks, pollution of drinking water, and the implementation of our action plans. It is President Ramaphosa who acknowledged that the criminal justice system must be strengthened, and to the charging of the DA, they appointed the Madlanga Commission, which is accelerating the fight to decontaminate the criminal justice system. Therefore, vote 1 of the presidency is a vote that prioritizes and ensures the delivery of a South Africa that works. Ndoribu Mzurashtu.
I now invite the Honourable Kwankwa.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, the UDM supports Budget Vote 1. South Africa faces enormous socio-economic challenges: stubborn unemployment, deep poverty, rising inequality, and sluggish economic growth. Yet, despite these challenges, our economy remains one of the most developed and diversified on the continent. That reality makes South Africa a magnet for migrants seeking economic opportunities, including those who enter or remain in our country illegally. President, we want to make it categorically clear that on the issue of illegal immigration, we stand with South Africans who are calling for the lawful enforcement of our immigration laws. President, no country in the world is expected to simply look the other way when faced with illegal and undocumented migration. No country is told that enforcing its laws is somewhat immoral. Yet in South Africa, whenever the issue is raised, we are immediately subjected to lectures, labels, and moral grandstanding. South Africans are told that they must not complain, they must not ask questions, they must not expect their laws to be enforced. They must simply absorb the consequences and remain silent. What is even more remarkable, President, is the persistent attempt to reduce this complex issue to race. We are constantly told by those who are intellectually lazy that white undocumented foreigners are not targeted. Well, if they were competing for jobs in Guguletu, in Tanzania, in Kaili, Chakwamashu, and Soweto, if they were concentrated in township economies, petrol stations, restaurants, and informal businesses, if they were directly competing for some opportunities and limited resources that millions of poor South Africans rely on, they too would be part of this debate. The reality is that the issue is not primarily about race, it's about economics, it's about opportunity, unemployment, competition for scarce resources. Pretending otherwise may be politically convenient for some, but it does nothing to address the legitimate concerns of South Africans who live with these realities on a daily basis. But apparently pointing out this obvious fact has somehow become controversial. President, we are also Pan-Africanists, but we are not naive. We reject this tame version of Pan-Africanism that appears only when South Africa is expected to make sacrifices. We are told that South Africans must carry the burden of poor leadership and governance failures elsewhere on the continent. We are told that South Africans must never complain. We are told that South Africans must never ask difficult questions. I therefore want to ask a number of questions which are important. Where is this Pan-Africanism when African leaders are bought by the West and Morocco to vote against African interests in international forums such as the IPU? Where is this Pan-Africanism when South Africa came under fire under sustained verbal attacks from the US during your G20 presidency? Lastly, and perhaps more importantly, where was Pan-Africanism when 14 South African soldiers paid with their lives in pursuit of peace and stability on the continent, 14 lives lost, families shattered, coffins draped in South African flag? What happened afterwards? The DRC and the US signed agreements giving American companies priority access to the DRC's mineral wealth. America secured the deal. We buried our soldiers. Too often, solidarity is demanded from South Africa but barely reciprocated. Solidarity, President, without reciprocity is exploitation. Partnership without mutual benefit is dependency. And the Pan-Africanism without accountability is a scam and merely a slogan, and we reject it with the contempt it deserves. We therefore support the enforcement of South Africa's immigration laws. At the same time, we reject violence, intimidation, and attacks against foreign nationals. The rule of law must prevail. Ke a leboga.
The next speaker is the Honourable Milam.
Deputy Speaker, it's often said that insanity is doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting a different result. In South Africa, we call that energy policy. For 17 years, the ANC has promised to fix electricity. 17 years, Mr. President, of war rooms, 17 years of emergency plans, 17 years of presidential announcements. And still, the same broken machine remains. Monopoly thinking, political delay, municipal collapse, Eskom failure, and consumers paying more for less. This is Budget Vote 1. This is the presidency. Responsibility cannot be outsourced. President Ramaphosa promised reform. Minister Ramakgopa promised pace. Operation Vulindlela promised delivery. What we got was reform by press release. PowerPoint reform, not power sector reform. Yes, load shedding has eased, but fewer blackouts do not mean a repaired electricity system. A patient out of ICU is not cured. Electricity remains too expensive, too fragile, too centralized, and too vulnerable to politics. Eskom standard tariffs rose by 8.76% for direct consumers in this financial year, and municipal tariffs by 9.01%. That follows a 12.7% increase last year. That means less electricity for the same prepaid voucher. A pensioner choosing between a heater and groceries. A spaza shop owner choosing between wages, rent, and the lights. Now compare that to negotiated pricing agreements. In April, Eskom announced a proposed 62 cents per kilowatt hour tariff for Samenkor Chrome and Glencore Marafe smelters. Make no mistake, we understand industrial distress. We understand jobs. But why must families absorb double-digit pain while special deals are negotiated behind commercial confidentiality? The mother buying 50 Rand of prepaid electricity gets no negotiated pricing agreement. The pensioner in a cold flat gets no reduced tariff. The township spaza owner gets no special dispensation. They get the bill. That is punishment pricing for consumers and sweetheart pricing for the connected. In March 2026, Eskom said municipal arrears had passed 110 billion rand. In May, Johannesburg and City Power owed 5.2 billion rand in arrears, excluding 1.5 billion in their current account. It is a governance sinkhole. And the causes aren't mysterious. Non-payment, illegal connections, meter tampering, ghost vending, cable theft, weak enforcement, political protection for theft dressed up as compassion. President Ramaphosa, you don't need another plan. You need the political will to confront the people who are profiting from failure. Ring-fence electricity revenue, install smart prepaid meters, prosecute those ghost vending syndicates, cut off the illegal connections, protect paying residents, stop rewarding municipalities that collect from citizens and fail to pay Eskom. Now, distribution agency agreements may help in some places, but they're not a national solution. They're a band-aid on bullet holes. And then we come to Eskom governance. Eskom has confirmed an investigation into diesel procurement and storage contracts, but its interim report found failures in procurement and contract management. Amabungani reported that the matter involves 21 billion rand for a diesel contract for Ankelich, including alleged abnormal prepayments. This is why the DA has called for a joint meeting of the Electricity and Energy Committee and SCOPA. It cannot vanish into Eskom's filing cabinets. Bring the board, bring National Treasury, bring the documents. Let's follow the money. Mr. President, we've seen this game before. Gupta's, Tegeta, Optimum. The same warning lights, but much bigger numbers this time. Diesel is meant to keep the lights on, but under ANC governance, even emergency fuel needs emergency investigation. That is why reform cannot crawl. The Electricity Regulation Act commenced on 1 January 2025, but laws do not produce power. We can't measure reform by announcements from the union buildings. We need to measure it by megawatts connected, kilometers of transmission lines built, debt reduced, and thieves prosecuted. The market operator must work. The national transmission company must be independent. Unbundling must be completed, not just performed. The DA argues for a truly independent electricity market operator. Referee, not player. Market, not monopoly. Competition, not cadre deployment. And above all, build the grid. The Transmission Development Plan requires 14,500 kilometers of new lines and 210 transformers by 2034. Without that, reform dies on the road. Wind in the Cape can't reach Gauteng. Solar projects back up. Investors walk away. Communities stay poor because the state cannot provide a plug point. Mr. President, this is the test. Not another committee, not another promise, not another fossil fuel dinosaur dragging its tail through the cabinet room. Execution. Liberalize the market, build the grid, clean up municipal revenue, end the secret deals, publish the diesel report, prosecute corruption, protect poor households, and let capable municipalities procure power. Let private capital build. Let South Africans procure electricity from real deliverers. South Africa is not short of plans. It's short of consequences. It needs affordable power, reliable power, competitive power. It needs a presidency that governs, not one that announces. A minister who executes, not explains delay. Municipalities that pay, thieves who go to jail, and citizens treated as the point of the electricity system, not as a mere afterthought. Thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Deputy Minister of Human Settlements.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa. Allow me to stand on the protocols that are already established. Fellow South Africans, I rise today to speak in support of Budget Vote 1 of the Presidency with conviction, with purpose and with a deep sense of responsibility to the millions of South Africans whose lives are shaped by every rand allocated and every decision made from the union buildings. Today, we gather not just as representatives of our respective constituencies, but as stewards of a vision that has guided our nation for 3 decades. In this debate, we must reaffirm our commitment of this vision, which aims at improving the quality of life for all citizens and freeing the potential of everyone. This is not simply a financial debate. This is a debate about whether government is delivering on the promise made to our people, not just in words but in deeds. It is a debate about whether we are honoring the sacred compact that binds the states to its citizens. Honorable members, this year marks 30 years of our Constitution. That is not merely a document, but a living expression of our collective hope and dreams rooted in transformative aspirations of the Freedom Charter. Arguably, it is one of the most progressive, transformative founding documents in the world. Our Constitution was born out of the vision of the Freedom Charter, which solemnly declares that houses, security, and comfort shall be birthright of every South African, regardless of race, gender, or
Honourable
geography.
Deputy Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Reddy, please take your seat.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Will the Deputy Minister be prepared to take a question about
I will
tell
now
us how many
count
houses
now.
have been
Honourable
built?
Reddy, Honourable
You've given
Reddy.
us lots of
Honourable
stories.
Reddy.
How many houses have been
Honourable
built?
Reddy, I am now ruling you out of order. You know full well. You ask whether the member is willing to take a question. You do not give your question. Deputy Minister, are you prepared to take a question?
No.
No, she is not prepared. Please proceed.
Reddy, I'm waiting for you. Correctional. The Constitution is our most powerful tool for change. It is an instrument designed to ensure that every person in our nation has access to adequate houses, security, and comfort. Budget Vote 1, the Presidency, commitment to lead. Budget Vote 1, the Presidency's commitment to lead a state that lives by its constitutional obligations, and we support it unreservedly. Honorable Deputy Speaker, a people cannot build their future without water, without shelter, and without access to opportunity. The Presidency has committed to advancing an integrated and sustainable human settlements policy, one that ensures universal access to basic services and economic inclusion. We stand firmly in support of this direction. Deputy Speaker, water is life, and for too many communities, that life remains uncertain. We therefore welcome the agency reflected in this budget, together with the Presidency's direct intervention and hands-on approach to strengthen ailing municipalities, restore failing infrastructure, and secure reliable access to water for all. Honorable members, investing in early childhood development is not optional spending, it is economic policy. As President Ramaphosa said in the 2026 State of the Nation address, that, I quote, "Our focus now is not establishing a firm foundation for learning in the early years of a child's life, for it is one of the most powerful levers. We have to unlock the potential of our nation." Close quote. Quality early childhood programs increase school completion, employability, and long-term productivity. Similarly, NHI despite ongoing contestations, functions are normative and the foundation of a state that affirms health equity for its most disadvantaged citizens. Although debated, anchors the principle that every citizen's health, especially the poorest, carries equal weight in a just health system. All these requires infrastructure, road sanitation, energy connectivity, to name but a few. We support this budget vote's commitment to building that foundation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, freedom finds its fullest expression in dignity. We therefore continue to invest in dignified housing, the upgrading of the informal settlements and support for military veterans who help secure our democracy. Every home delivered, every title deed issued, and every settlement upgraded brings us closer to the constitutional promise of South Africa that belongs to all who live in it. Yet, the journey is not complete, and that the pace of delivery continues to accelerate. More needs to be done. Honorable members, the storms of KwaZulu-Natal, the floods that displaced thousands in the Eastern Cape and Limpopo, the wildfires in the Western Cape, these are not distant threats. They present realities. Climate change does not discriminate, but it hits hardest those who have the least resources to recover. Through the emergency housing program, the government continues to provide temporary accommodation, relocation support, and restoration of damaged structures, going beyond emergency response to address the root of vulnerability. But our ambition must be greater still. Our responsibility is to build climate-resilient human settlements capable of withstanding future disasters and protecting the dignity of our people. Honorable President, this is precisely where innovative building technologies become not just relevant, but essential. The Department of Human Settlements is embracing faster, safer, and more sustainable methods of construction. The recent Presidential IBT Summit confirmed a watershed moment. These technologies are no longer experimental alternatives. They are necessary and permanent components of modern housing delivery. Our government is now institutionalizing IBTs within the mainstream human settlements program to accelerate delivery, strengthen disaster response capability, support localization, and critically, to create economic opportunities for women, youth, and emerging enterprises. This transformation and infrastructure development working as one. The proof of this concept is not theoretical, it is documented. In Limpopo, 2 IBT houses withstood severe disaster conditions that destroyed surrounding structures, standing firm while others fell, providing safety and protection to families sheltered within them. That is not a pilot project. That is proof of purpose, and this House should take note. Honorable President, we are encouraged by the tangible progress being made in KwaZulu-Natal under the stewardship of MEC Siboniso Duma, following the commitment by all 3 spheres of government to provide permanent solutions for victims of the devastating 2022 floods. Progress is now being realized, not in promise, but in the keys handed over to qualifying beneficiaries. A few weeks ago, we witnessed the relocation of 113 households from transitional emergency accommodation into permanent homes in Konobia. These are families who endured years of hardship and uncertainty following the 2022 floods. Today, they have a place to call home. Plans are further underway to complete an additional 450 houses in Konobia by March 2027. We applaud this project and urge that momentum be maintained. To further reduce over-resilience on the private sector in disaster response, the department, through the Housing Development Agency, has acquired the Transnet-owned Montclair Lodge facility. Its refurbishment and operationalization will provide dignified emergency accommodation while strengthening the province's preparedness in the face of increasingly unpredictable weather patterns. This is the kind of proactive, state-led innovation this moment demands. As we commend KwaZulu-Natal's national response, we say clearly and without hesitation to the Western Cape Provincial Government, follow suit. Recent flood victims in the Western Cape deserve the same agency, the same commitment, and the same permanent shelter. The people of the Western Cape are not secondary class citizens and must not be treated as such. Honorable Deputy Speaker, land reform remains equally important. It needs ongoing political commitment and leadership. Recent interventions through the upgrading of land tenure program, land distribution and restoration program have extended ownership, security and opportunity to thousands of South Africans. Section 25 of the Constitution is mandatory directive for the state to redress past dispossessions and inequality, not just an idea. The executive committed is essential for meaningful land reform in South Africa, yet must recognize that the struggle for land ownership and economic justice is inseparable from the struggles for women emancipation. Thomas Sankara articulated this truth powerfully when he said, I quote, "The revolution and women's liberation go together. We do not talk of women's emancipation as an act of charity or out of search of human compassion. It is a necessity for the revolution to triumph. Women hold up the other half of the sky." Close quote. Honorable members, few days ago, the President launched the 3 land reforms programs directly in communities awaiting for justice. The Khaisikwe Communal Property Association, which has 4,996 beneficiaries, of whom 1,257 are women-headed households, received 12 title deeds covering 4,187 hectares, with over 20 million in post-settlement support, including 300 cattle and farming machineries. The Barolong Barapulana CPA received 3 title deeds covering 411 hectares as part of the process that has restored 26,066 hectares at a total settlement value of 312 million, with 40 million development programs underway. Honorable Speaker, every title deed handed to a woman-headed household, every parcel of land restored and transferred into the hands of a mother raising children advances not only social justice, but a broader transformation of the society. We support Budget Vote 1 because we believe in a South Africa where every children has clean water, every family has a roof with title deed attached, every city dismantled the geographic of exclusion, and every citizen from the Cape Flats to the hillsides of Limpopo can say, this government works for me. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honourable members, I'm sure also that the Honourable Lonzi will be pleased to hear that business will now be suspended for 15 minutes for a comfort break. Bells will be rung 5 minutes before the resumption of business. Business is suspended.
Sela Molela.
Call Ban.
Order, honorable members. Happy. Honorable Speaker, the House Chair, Honorable House Chair, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Bomatamela, President Ramaphosa. I must also salute the Chief Whip of the majority party. The Chief Whip, I must salute you because unlike others who came here and shouted Afrocentrism, I'm sure to still see you next week. And I'm not certain about others, so I must greet you. I must greet colleagues, members of parliament and people of South Africa. Honorable House Chair, maybe my starting point must be by saying we as the African National Congress, we support this budget vote 1. And that it is imperative to view budget vote 1, honorable members, in the context of the President acting as the coordinating center for integrated social and economic planning and development at the macro and macroeconomic level, rather than as just a center which replaced the role and functions of specific ministries and departments. The actual reality is that the Presidency works with other ministries and departments to ensure that programs are implemented and with tangible results which we are actually seeing. We are engaging in a major scale infrastructure development and microeconomic development in a challenging global context, which is characterized by wars in Ukraine and the Middle East, coupled with trade wars which directly impacted South African economy. The tariff wars and the barriers to trade imposed by major markets have created distress for many primary industries in our country. The conflict in the Middle East has directly impacted the country's fuel prices. And Honorable President, we welcome the intervention of your government to stabilize the impact of fuel increases for consumers and industry, preserving jobs and the manufacturing sector of the economy. The negative global environment, just as the COVID-19 pandemic was, demonstrates to us the need for local economic self-sufficiency with reduced reliance on import and increased exports. Our economy, notwithstanding the many challenges locally and global, to which some I've already mentioned, has proven to be robust, and with those circumstances recorded a modest growth. The modest economic growth must be coupled with the fact that over the last few years, South Africa has developed a trade surplus in dollar terms. The country's trade surplus as of March 2026 sits at 31.9 billion to the value of 1.9 billion US dollars. This has largely been based on the minerals such as gold, platinum, coal, as well as agriculture. The demand for local assembled motor vehicles was also high and positively contributing to our progressive trade surplus, to which we commend you and your government, Mr. President. The agricultural sector in our country has positively contributed to the trade surplus of the country, as South Africa's agricultural export have surged over the last 3 years, culminating in a record of 15.1 billion US dollars in 2025. From 2023 to 2025, the trade surplus was over 600 million over the period of 2 years. The trade with Africa, due to the Africa Free Trade Area, has resulted in a shift in trading pattern with 30% of South Africa's global export trade, and is currently valued at 400 billion or 1.9 billion US dollars. This should significantly grow as the true industrialization of our country will also be dependent on the growth of an African economy and intercontinental trade, which we know, Mr. President, you understand very well, and that is why we do not take serious sentiments that are pessimist and speak about Afrocentrism, which is not in context. Honorable members, the reality is that we are expecting more of this more through this budget vote on the presidency, hence we support it and hence we believe in it. The modest economic growth and trade surplus are the realistic basis upon which future economic growth predicted at 3% is expected. The medium-term development plan requires an integrated approach with a clear finance strategy. And moreover, the budget investment of 1.3 trillion for infrastructure investment requires the coordination of the president to ensure that integrated planning and development occur. Furthermore, honorable members, measures must be taken to ensure that finding of financial architecture by Professor Cyril from the National Planning Commission are expedited. Your Excellency, the South African financial sector allocation requires a recalibration, and we believe you are on track in doing that. South African capital markets can support a 3% economic growth trajectory. We must revisit foreign exposure of assets and also increase non-listed asset allocation by GPF and other financial institutions. The less than 5% at this point allocation will be counterproductive to grow the real economy. And it's a fact that the majority of the JSE financial sector dominated with a minimal job creation impact. Your Excellency, an increase in non-listed assets to about 10% in additional allocation of close to 150 billion, which will accelerate funding for SMME and to advance our non-negotiable transformation agenda. This is within the control of the state. The investment of workers should and will help transform our economy. The transformation of the economy, with the reduction of foreign exposure of assets, we can crowd in on over $1 trillion in the medium term without adversely impacting asset growth. We can increase exploration, we can increase SME financing, we can increase infrastructure investment, and we can increase our gross fixed capital formation. We must take measures to significantly capitalize the Industrial Development Corporation, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the National Employment Fund, and CIFA to spur the entrepreneurial energy of our country and grow our economy. The majority blacks and Africans in particular continue to be excluded in the economy, and chances of rapid economic growth are thwarted. The transformation of the economy is a necessity to ensure inclusive growth and job creation. However, financing of black business remains challenged with barriers to entry for black business due to lack of collateral or assets. And it is against this background, Honorable President, that we believe capitalizing institutions like IDC, NEF, CIFA, and Development Bank of Southern Africa will go a long way. Mr. President, the African National Congress has placed jobs as a priority number 1 of your government. With current unemployment rates, our focus, which we know is your focus, must be jobs, jobs, and nothing else but jobs. The development of a comprehensive job plan through beneficiation and industrial and agricultural development and growth of microeconomic sector needs to occur to deal with structural problem of unemployment. In order to grow the economy, we must continue to attract both foreign and domestic investment. And in this regard, Mr. President, we commend you and your government, and we must welcome the 6th South African Investment Conference that occurred on the 31st of March 2026 at the Sandton Convention Center in Johannesburg, in which, Mr. President, we raised a record of high as 890.8 billion pledged in investment. This is a milestone that deserves a round of applause, honorable members. The pledges are part of a new 5-year investment drive targeting 2 trillion by 2030. Our emphasis on support for budget vote 1 is not on the success achieved thus far, but also to ensure that the target of 2 trillion investment by 2030 is achieved, and we are confident it will be achieved. The Presidency has led progressive Operation Vulindlela, and this has made strides to reduce red tape and ease the process of doing business in our country. We must welcome and salute these strides of Operation Vulindlela in network industries such as electricity. You may not be aware that we do not have load shedding at this particular point, which is as a result of some of this intervention we are speaking about, where through the implementation of Energy Action Plan led by the African National Congress, load shedding has ended for more than 365 days where we have 365 days without load shedding. And no load shedding is expected for your ears in winter with increased demand. Something that we deserve to give a round of applause as a nation and as a people. The reserve capacity which is generated by ESCOM has been made available at a preferential tariff to primary industries in distress. We must commend this progress. The increase in generation capacity now means that the economy is able to grow at 2% per annum. The recovery of commuter rail is critical, Honorable President, to ensure that working class and the poor are able to access an efficient and cheap mode of transport. To this effect, we commend the progress that is recorded by the Passenger Rail Association Agency of South Africa in as far as ensuring that all lines are back on track. The introduction of the new visa regime is already paying dividends to the country with an increased number of flights and tourists to the country. We salute you in this regard, Mr. President. However, there is much work to be done to ensure the efficiency of freight rail and ports in the country. Progress is noticeably slow, but it's on track. And the economy of this country is dependent on efficient logistics for its imports and exports. Logistics cost remains high, and yet we must compete with other markets from the southern tip of our continent. We must reduce the cost of major inputs to the economy to make the economy more competitive, such as electricity, such as the cost of water, the cost of logistics costs, and fuel prices. Honorable members, South Africa still is priced in the domestic market at the import parity price, which makes domestic steel more expensive in the domestic market than imported steel, as it priced as if it was imported with freight costs. South Africa steel is exported at the cheaper export parity price, which makes imported steel cheaper in the domestic market. Moreover, South Africa steel exported to Spain, Thailand, Portugal, which manufacture LPG gases cylinders cheaper than we can do in our country. To the high import parity of domestic steel, this must be reviewed through Operation Vulindlela to increase the competitiveness and efficiency of our economy. Regulated pricing is creating structural inflation and making the country's economy uncompetitive for investment in comparison to other investment destinations. And this is the margin to the formulas over rewarding in this margin without any investment. We must further propose, in addition, that the review of regulated pricing, which are critical economic inputs such as electricity, water, fuel, logistics, to reduce structural inflation. Implementation of the National Freight Logistics Roadmap must continue and be implemented, Honorable President. The Presidential SOE Council must be commended for it has played a critical role in repositioning the development of SOEs. SOEs reform should enhance their role. Most OCOE are going concern and need to grow the operation and balance sheet to ensure that public and private partnership can become a reality without eroding strategic ownership of the state. A capitalization strategy for SOE is required to place them on a growth trajectory and to create the required decent job. We have no doubt as the African National Congress that the hands are on deck, that we have put everything, you have spared no energy to make this thing work, and South Africa will work. President, you are leading us well. We salute you. Thanks very much. We support the...
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I want to remind you that the use of cell phones to take calls here in the Assembly is not allowed. I had to send service officers to at least 2 members who were on phone calls while the debate is taking place. Please, if you need to make a call, please go outside and do it there. Honourable Members, the next speaker is the Honourable Nketam.
Thank you, House Chair. I bring you revolutionary greetings from our revolutionary movement, Umkhonto weSizwe. I also want to send my greetings to the president of our movement, uNcamalala. I stand to reject this budget vote. Mr. Ramaphosa, you can no longer hide behind the courts instead of serving the people. You can do the simple thing by resigning. You are hiding behind the law whilst being a constitutional delinquent. But resigning is unfortunately not in your decision. We all know that you occupy that position by virtue of the 1 billion rand bribe from the Stellenbosch mafia. You are president of Stellenbosch. The same funders who gave you 1 billion rand are the funders of the chairperson of the impeachment committee. This whole thing is being rigged. But we are here, we are watching, and we won't allow the Stellenbosch mafia agenda to succeed. We see you, Mr. Ramaphosa. The courts can't protect you anymore from public scrutiny. It shall not be the repeat of the concealment of the billion rand bribe money you received from Stellenbosch, which was concealed by the judiciary. Mr. Ramaphosa, you have a long history of wrongdoing against the people of South Africa. Your call for a concomitant action against the Marikana workers shall never be forgotten. Those who elected you have their hands, with your hands dripping in blood, also must take responsibility. To remind you, Mr. Ramaphosa, those workers died.
Order, honorable member. You take your seat. What is the point of order, honorable member?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I would like you to rule on whether it is parliamentary for a member to intimate that the president received 1 billion rand bribed money. Is this not casting aspersion? Thank you very much.
Yes, no, thank you, honorable member. Honorable members, I would request you that when you follow the debate and a statement is made, that you immediately take a point of order so that I can rule on it. However, in terms of this one, I will request the honorable member to withdraw that statement. You said that the president received the billion rand bribe.
Chair.
No, I'm dealing with this point of order. You will withdraw that statement, please. You're casting aspersions on the office of the president and the president in person.
Okay, for progress' sake, I will withdraw.
Thank you. You may order. You may proceed, honorable member.
Yes, but the workers of Marikana died because they wanted nothing but a living wage. They wanted education for their children. There were no criminals. You called the police on them and they were massacred. That seemed to be your thing, sir. What happened to the CR17 alleged money launderer lawyer?
Order, honorable member. Will you take your seat? What's the point of order, honorable member?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, would you please rule on the statements that the honourable member has made in the light of the fact that there has been a commission of inquiry into Marikana and there were not findings made against President Ramaphosa as per the speech of this member, casting aspersions.
Honorable members, I listen to a point of order and I make a ruling, right? Don't prescribe to me. Don't prescribe to me. I'm in charge of this session and I will execute it according to the rules. Now there's a point of order that has been taken. Honorable Dagmore, I will ask the table staff to assist me and I will come back with a considered ruling. There's three hands. Who is in charge of taking the point of order? Because 3 hands are up. Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I will rise in Rule 84. The Honourable Member is improperly imputing motives to another member. They are actually imputing improper motives to our member. And in reality, he's clarifying the reality.
I said I'll come back with a considered ruling.
He doesn't need to withdraw anything, Mr. Chair.
I'll come back with a considered ruling. Yes, Honourable Reddy.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Please rule on these frivolous points of order by the ANC because it is a fact about the bribery money in the CR17.
Honorable Member, I
and
have
all
made
that.
a ruling on that matter. You will withdraw that statement now.
Which
And if you
statement?
don't want to withdraw the statement because there's a ruling that I've made on it,
Which
then
statement?
you will face the repercussions of
Which
repeating
statement?
a statement that I've ruled out of order.
The statement that you ruled
Remove
out of
him.
order is not the statement
Order.
I've made.
Honorable
I made something
Member,
else.
Honorable Member, you will withdraw that statement.
Oh, for the sake of progress, I will withdraw.
Thank you very
but
much.
frivolous points of order,
Honorable-
please stop that.
Honorable
Please.
Member, I will
your
rule.
comrades, please, thank you.
I will rule. Please proceed, Honorable Nketam.
President, what happened to your CR17 alleged money launderer lawyer, Benny Eugene Faber, who has allegedly died in his sleep?
Chairperson.
Faber's law firm is allegedly to have received the Bosasa 500,000 on your behalf. The lawyer died mysteriously and hurriedly buried. We also have questions about the death of the Bosasa boss, Gavin Watson, a billionaire who died in a TES, Kahlenibo. The list is long, Mr. Ramaphosa. We remind the nation of the mysterious death of Deputy Commissioner of the Police, Crime
Honorable
Detection.
Nketam, will you take your seat, please? There's somewhere that somebody asked to be recognized there at the back. There was a hand right at the back.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I rise on Rule 257. And this would speak to the chief whip of the opposition party, which is the MKP. We know that the MKP chief whip has been arrested. Just want to find
Mr.
out
Chair,
how
I
this will
object.
affect
Honorable
the
Member.
operation of
Point of
parliamentary
order.
proceedings.
completely out of
As I
order.
took note that they left the proceeding
Honorable
when our
Member.
president
Please ask her
was
to be
speaking.
removed from the
And perhaps they
Honorable
were not
Member,
given
please
directive
take
as to
your
how to
seat.
behave and conduct themselves
Honorable
in
Member,
today's
please
session.
take your
Thank you
seat.
very much.
Honorable order.
No, we want point of order, Mr.
Order.
Chair.
Honorable Douglas, will you just relax, please? Honorable Member, you asked to rise on a point of order and you raised Rule 257. There is absolutely no relevance to the discussion that is currently taking place. Let me tell you what it deals with. It deals with the composition of the Chief Whip's Forum. And then you raise other issues that has absolutely nothing to do with that rule. Honorable members, please let us treat this debate with the necessary decorum and also with the seriousness that it demands from us. It doesn't help to throw insults at one another. It doesn't enhance the quality of your input. In fact, it degenerates to something else. But while I am on this point and a point of order has been raised, Honorable Nkitama, I've been informed by the table, and they've assisted me, that you said, and I quote, your hands, and this is in reference to the president, your hands are dripping in blood. You called the police on them and they were massacred. This casts serious aspersions on the president in terms of the matter that you've raised. It's in violation of Rule 85, and you must withdraw that statement. Order, honorable members.
The Marikana workers were...
Honorable member, you must
massacred.
withdraw the statement.
I withdraw the statement.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. The list is long, Mr. Ramaphosa. We remind the nation of the mysterious death of Deputy Commissioner of Police, Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sindile Mfazi, who was at the time of his death, amongst others, seized with the investigation of the Palapala scandal.
Honorable Nketam, will you take your seat, please? Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
Chairperson, there is continuing imputation on the part of the member on the podium against the person of the president, and I submit that in terms of rules 92 and 93, you rule him out of order because he's continuing along that path endlessly.
Honorable
And-
member,
Thank you.
I cannot silence the member. What I will do is that in terms of his speech, I will rule on matters that he's raising. And then at this particular point, in terms of the rules, I can take a decision. So I'm listening to what the member is saying. The duty of the whips is to raise a point of order, and I rule on it. Honorable Ketam, you may proceed. Order, honorable members.
The MK party supports the petition named Justice for Lieutenant General Mfazi. Please Google it and support it. Justice for General Lieutenant Mfazi. Mr. Ramaphosa, how many more must die in the massive cover-up of your wrongdoing? Death and corruption follow you, say. The workers of Marikana died.
Honorable Nkitam, will you please take your seat, please? Honorable Dagmo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, once again, the Speaker is placing...
Order, honorable members. Order. Order.
Is abusing the rules which say that you cannot impugn the integrity without a substantive motion. If there are allegations, a substantive motion must be brought. But this is an ongoing attempt to defame the President, counter to the rules which we have about a substantive motion.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. Order. Wait, Honorable Nkita. Honorable Douglas, why do you want to be recognized?
I want to be recognized for you to please protect our speakers under Rule 92 of the National Assembly rules. Members may not disrupt proceedings by raising points of order that do not comply with this rule. There's complete frivolous points of order to try and disrupt our member, and this is because they are guilty.
Honorable member, you
so
are now...
because they are guilty, they must accept that.
Honorable Douglas, you are now imputing motives and acquisitions to the other members by saying they are guilty.
Guilty from what?
Right? Honorable members, Honorable Kitam, you have continued on this trend. I've made a ruling in terms of a number of matters that you refer to the President.
Remove him.
And if you continue in this vein, I will unfortunately have to ask you to leave the podium. This is now your final warning. You can howl and scream at me, honorable members. It's not going to change my mind. I apply the rules of the Assembly, and you are not going to run the proceedings of this session from where you're sitting. There's rules in this House. Why do you want to be recognized, honorable member?
Ngithokoze Mgcinisihlalo. Mgcinisihlalo, u-Honorable Dagmo akakhoti any rule here. Ukhuluma ngendlela afuna ngayo and uyamlisa azenzele into afuna ukuyenza and thina masithi siyakhuluma ufuna ama rules.
Honorable member, that's not a point of order.
No, Chair.
That is not a point of order. I suggest that you go through the rules, and if you have a point of order, you rise. The number of points of order that has been raised against this speaker pertains to the very same rule that has been referred to. I have asked the member on 2 occasions to withdraw the statements that he has made, and he has done so. However, if we continue in this vein and the member continue to violate the rule, I will have to ask him to leave the podium. Please continue, honorable member.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, let us turn to Palapala. So, it is alleged that the phantom buyer dropped the money and didn't pick up his ancoles. President, you must still tell the nation, how did American dollars arrive in the country? Through the O.R. Tambo International Airport, or they jumped the Limpopo River on the back of a crocodile? Mr. Ramaphosa, you are likely involved in criminal expanse.
Honorable Nkitam.
Allegedly.
Honorable Nkitam. Will you just take your seat? I want to recognize the Honorable Skosana.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm rising on Rule 90, on the rule of anticipation, because the matter that the member is quoting, there is a committee of Parliament that has been established to look at it. So the member can't make reflection on that particular matter because there's a special committee that has been established by Parliament to look at it. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Member, if you read Rule 90 in terms of the rule of anticipation, it refers to a matter appearing on the order paper or agreed upon by the programming committee for scheduling. That matter is in front of a committee. It hasn't started its deliberations yet, and it's not on the order paper at the moment. Also the rule order, although the rule of anticipation apply when a committee has completed their work and it is placed on the order paper for debate and for discussion. What I'm doing is to listen very carefully to what the member says, broad references to the matter. That is the member's right to raise it. However, when it goes into other matters that has been raised in terms of Rule 85, I will rule on that matter. Please proceed. Order.
Mr. Ramaphosa, you will not survive the impeachment committee. There is no safety in the so-called GNU numbers. The GNU won't provide protection. It will be you standing alone before the impeachment committee. You will have to answer for all the wrongdoings in your name. The judiciary is not a forest to hide criminals. No, there shall be no repeat of the concealment of your donor scandal by the judiciary. Mr. Ramaphosa, the lives of our people have worsened under your rule. Unemployment is a national crisis. Our youth are abandoned to drugs, alcohol abuse, and economic marginalization. Over 50% are unemployed. What stops you to call a youth unemployment a national disaster so that extraordinary measures can be taken to assist our youth? South Africa is raising a generation of Nyaupe addicts. Why can't you declare that all graduates be employed on a compulsory basis as soon as they graduate? Our children graduate and languish under poverty and unemployment. The landless shall not receive land under your government. Your government shows its commitment to the land reform program through allocating less than 1% of the national budget. This year marks 50 years of the June 16 uprising. A president, to honor those young people, please declare youth unemployment a national disaster. Also, we move as MKP party that the Spaza economy must be reserved only for South Africans. Your comrades in eThekwini, Comrade President, are involved in massive corruption. They are selling land to their friends and on inflated prices sometimes so that they can make money. They're literally privatizing state land instead of giving it to our landless people to address the housing and land question. Please pay attention to them. Okay, later on, the MK party is bringing to this House an amendment of Section 25 of the Constitution to make sure that land is given to our people. We are a black majority in this House. When that amendment comes through, we hope you'll do the right thing and vote so that land expropriation without compensation can become a reality for our people. I do want to conclude by saying only the Mkhonto Wesizwe government shall address the massive problems faced by our people. Mkhonto Wesizwe is going to be in government, and Mkhonto Wesizwe is going to liberate our people. Kwaza Mkhonto, Kwaza.
Not gonna be government.
Order, honorable members. The next speaker is the Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa.
Greetings to the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, Julius Sello Malema, fellow fighters, and progressive forces across our continent and the world. Before we speak about appropriations, strategic plans, key performance indicators, and budget allocations, we must speak about blood. The blood of unemployed youth Mlazi, of mine workers in Tabazimbi, of Nasipi Dukwa and her 9-month-old baby, of children who died of hunger in the Eastern Cape, and the blood of black people whose labor built this country and whose suffering continues to sustain it. South Africa is a nation built on black blood. Blood land, blood labor, blood minerals, blood wealth, blood profits, and a blood government. This debate follows the tragic killing of 18-year-old Nhlamulo Sambo, whom according to his mother and sister was allegedly slaughtered like an animal for being Tsonga. The Western Cape police have stated contrary to this, but the fact remains, we're a country living in anxiety, searching for someone to blame for our realities. Poverty, hopelessness, and hatred have become the language of the oppressed. You and Leon Schreiber are caught in slumber while shacks are going up in flames. Step in and ensure that the Sambo family receives the truth about what happened to their son, that justice is served, and that the order is restored in our streets. You do not deserve to be on a political vacation whilst the failures of your government haunt our nation, Mr. President. Our people must know that we are in this situation because the president is sleeping on the jaw, only concerned about protecting himself from impeachment and jail. We extend our deepest condolences to the Sambo family, but condolences are not enough, Mr. President. Nhlamulo did not die in isolation. He died in a South Africa where poor people are taught to fear other poor people, whilst the architects of inequality continue to enjoy the fruits of exploitation. He died in a South Africa where unemployment, poverty, and desperation have become so normal that violence is mistaken for justice. We hope you have a few dollars to spare from your couches to bury Nhlamulo and numerous victims of violent crimes rooted in poverty, racism, misogyny, and blatant disregard for human life. We demand to see you deal with crime against ordinary South Africans with the same speed you sent out our police to go look for your undeclared stolen dollars without even opening a criminal case. Your presidency is a presidency of press statements and investment conferences,
Honorable
commissions, task teams.
Take your seat, please. There's a point of order. Yes, Honorable Member.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm rising on Rule 85. The Honorable Member is casting aspersion to the President. She says the President has got undeclared stolen dollars.
It's true.
Honorable, order, honorable members, order. Honorable members, this matter is in front of a committee of Parliament that must still deal with the issue. It's also in front of the court that must still look at whatever has been brought to them. Nobody can thus come to a conclusion. You cannot come to a conclusion and state it as a fact. And because of that reason, I will ask the honorable member to withdraw that statement. It's allegations that we are dealing with, and it's not a factual statement, until it is proven or otherwise. You must withdraw the statement, honorable member.
I withdraw. Your presidency is a presidency of press statements and investment conferences.
Honorable member.
I said I withdraw, Speaker.
Thank you.
Your presidency is a presidency of press statements and investment conferences, commissions and task teams, promises without transformation. Most importantly, it is a presidency that is premised on continued flow of blood. The blood of workers whose labor enriches shareholders, the blood of communities displaced by mining, the blood of unemployed graduates denied economic opportunities. Your presidency is built upon the preservation of economic apartheid, and therefore it is a presidency built upon blood. South Africa remains one of the most unequal countries in the world. Stats SA tells us that expanded youth employment remains above 40%. Millions wake up every day without work and without hope. Even those who are employed are not spared from the Ramaphosa economy. The cost of living continues to rise while salaries don't rise. And more than 18 million people depend on social grants simply to survive. Yet we are expected to celebrate economic reforms and investment conferences with blood capitalists like BlackRock. We are expected to celebrate growth of barely 1%. I ask you, Mr. President, growth for who? Growth for who, Ntate Ramaphosa? Why must we celebrate a growth that means nothing to a graduate at home, to a mother unable to feed her children, to communities without water? Why applaud a growth that doesn't address ownership patterns of the economy? You boast about Operation Vulindlela, but Operation Vulindlela seeks to reform capitalism rather than eliminate it. It seeks to attract investment without addressing ownership. It seeks to solve problems created by capitalism through more capitalism. You are literally asking fire to extinguish itself. The land was stolen through blood. The mines were built through blood. The economy was constructed through blood. The gold of Johannesburg came from blood. The diamonds of Kimberley came from blood. The platinum of Rustenburg came from blood. The fortunes accumulated in boardrooms and gated estates come from blood. Yet the descendants of those whose labor produced this wealth continue to live in poverty. The top layers of society continue to own majority of wealth, while black majority remains excluded from meaningful ownership of the economy. This is not an accident. This is structural. This is capitalism. It's imperialism. This is exactly how the system was designed to function. President Ramaphosa, history will not judge you by the number of speeches you delivered or by the number of investment summits you hosted and the number of commissions you established. History will judge you by whether the blood stopped flowing. The blood of Marikana, of hungry children, of unemployed youth, of our children in the Cape Flats, the blood of every South African that was sacrificed so their profits may continue uninterrupted. And blood remembers, President. Blood remembers stolen land, stolen labor, stolen dignity. Blood remembers betrayal. That is why we refuse to make peace with exploitation. We reject the notion that the market will liberate our people, that foreign capital will save us. Poverty cannot be managed indefinitely. We demand the expropriation of land without compensation, state ownership of strategic mineral resources, a state bank and a developmental state that is capable of industrialization and job creation. We know our problems and we know the solutions. The enemy is not a Tsonga-speaking child. The enemy is exploitation and imperialism. The enemy is a system that allows a handful to own everything while millions own nothing. As long as the land remains stolen, our struggle continues. As long as wealth remains concentrated in the hands of a few, our struggle continues. As long as children go hungry in a country that is rich in resources, our struggle continues. As long as Africans are taught to hate one another while capital continues to profit, our struggle continues. Our people deserve justice and not patience. And we reject this vote. Economic freedom remains unfinished business in our liberation. We reject this vote because we reject you, Mr. President.
The next speaker is the Honorable Bergman. Order, honorable members.
Chairperson, Mr. President, the Government of National Unity...
Order, honorable members. They're very excited to hear you, Honorable Bergman.
Yes.
You may continue now.
The Government of National Unity was born from the process of a democratic mandate from the people of South Africa, who told us clearly that no single party had done enough to govern alone. That is the context in which this presidency must operate, not just in name, but in unity and purpose. With collaboration comes accountability. Your legacy, Mr. President, as we spoke about last year, will be determined in part by the future of our state-owned enterprises. South African Airways has received close to 50 billion rand in bailouts. Eskom, by the end of this financial year, will have absorbed 496 billion rand in government support since 2008. Transnet, which dared to request the 61 billion rand bailout, was declined but quietly given a guarantee facility and billions more in structured support. Denel received nearly 9 billion rand. The Post Office has received 10 billion rand, Sanrail's received 47 billion rand. In total, South African taxpayers have forked out over 521 billion rand, propping up these entities. Honourable members, we must be honest on whether we will spend another $500 billion on floating state-owned entities or choose to relieve taxpayers. Mr. President, let us be honest about where we are. SAA has reported a net profit of 155 million rand for its 24-25 financial year. Now, on the surface, this is encouraging, but aviation analysts raise serious questions about the consistency of these figures, with concerns about 4 different profit numbers appearing in the same report and an audit opinion that Treasury itself would find alarming. A 30 million rand operating profit in an airline that received 50 billion rand from taxpayers is not yet a reason for a standing ovation. It is a reason for a vigilant oversight. Eskom's situation is more complicated. While its finances have stabilized marginally, Treasury has been explicit. Its finances remain weak and operational. Performance requires significant improvement. The 50 billion rand in restructured advances, now replacing the original 70 billion rand debt relief package, is not a gift. It is borrowed time. Eskom is expected to warn of potential renewed reliance on the National Treasury by 2028. The clock is ticking. Transnet continues to fall short, with its recovery plan described by Treasury as needing to move faster, with rail freight volumes declining and port inefficiency still bleeding billions from our export economy. This is not just a corporate problem. For every train that does not run, that is a mine that cannot export. Every container that sits on a quayside is a manufacturer losing a customer overseas. Then there are our water boards. By June of last year, municipal debt owed to South Africa's water boards had reached 25.1 billion rand. 21.9 billion rand in principal debt and a further 3.2 billion rand in accrued interest. This is a 151% increase over 5 years. 34 municipalities are currently in default. Boards like Magalies Water, Vaal Central Water have come close to complete collapse. Yet municipality after municipality, grants are being returned to the Treasury unspent. Treasury has now begun withholding equitable share allocations from defaulting municipalities, an intervention that is legally sound but administratively uncomfortable. The Presidency cannot stand apart from this. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation sits within the Presidency. It was created to be the control tower of government, to watch the instruments, to read the trajectory, and to call out when we were heading for the mountains. Too often, it has indeed been an observation deck, a place from which we document with considerable academic precision the exact moment that things have already gone wrong, and then write a report about it. We then need that to change. When Transnet misses its recovery milestones, PME must not merely note it. When a water board is 3 quarters from insolvency, PME must escalate with consequences. The Presidency already has a joint oversight dashboard being piloted with the Department of Water and Sanitation and COCTA to track municipal debt settlements. That is a welcome development, but a dashboard is only useful if someone is authorized to act on it when it shows. Monitoring without consequence is just watching things fail in real time. I urge the Presidency to ensure that planning, monitoring and evaluation has the mandate and teeth to ensure accountability. You cannot fix what you cannot measure, and you cannot measure what you have not counted. Statistics South Africa remains one of the most important yet underrated institutions in this country. The decision that business owners make about where to invest, the decisions municipalities should make about the infrastructure, the decisions that Parliament make about budget allocations, all of them rest on the reliability and accessibility of our national data. Statistic data should not be locked away in technical documents that only specialists can navigate. In an era of open data and digital access, every small business owner, every economic development practitioner, every young person trying to understand why their town has no jobs, they should be able to find that information easily, freely, and in a form they can use. Mr. President, some of the proudest moments of this country's short democracy have been when the people have united. The GNU gives the country an opportunity to
Honourable
ensure
Member,
growth,
your time has
opportunity,
expired.
and prosperity. Thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Deputy Minister in the Presidency.
House Chairperson.
Honourable Deputy Minister, my apologies for doing this to you. I've on previous occasions asked honourable members to remove their headgear when they enter the House. You know who I'm referring to? It's you, honourable member, and the member sitting behind you. Will you remove your caps, please? Thank you. Please proceed.
House Chairperson, President of the people of South Africa, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, members of the National Executive.
Honourable Deputy Minister, let me hear what the point of order is.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I just want you to go back and check with the table about this because last week there was a ruling that it was okay for the one member from Al-Jamar to wear a cap while he was busy doing his speech. So there was a ruling in that session that it was fine to wear caps.
Honourable Member, I make the rules as it appears here. If when that ruling was made, it was a wrong ruling, that member shouldn't have been allowed. Please continue.
Honourable members of Parliament, the Director General and Secretary of Cabinet, Mayor Pindile Baleni, distinguished guests, fellow South Africans. President, a few years ago...
Honourable Deputy Minister, I see now there's another point of order. What's your point of order, Honourable Member?
Thank you, Chair. We can't have the rule that is coming
Honourable Member, I've made a ruling. Take your seat.
That is coming at your
Honourable
own.
Member, take your seat.
The Minister of Finance is always wearing...
Honourable Member, take your seat.
Yeah.
If
you've
you
never
challenge
ruled
me,
that.
you will leave the House. Please continue, Honourable Member. Order.
Distinguished guests, fellow South Africans. President, Peter Maibue warned us a few years ago that the beneficiaries of state capture will not give out without a fight. A political party, a relatively new political party, with the biggest human traffic scandal since the dawn of democracy, will not give up without a fight. Jacob Zuma, a man who has evaded prosecution for over 21 years,
Honourable
will
Deputy
not give
Minister,
up without a fight.
Honourable Deputy Minister, take your seat.
That is why they want to remove you.
Honourable Deputy Minister, take your seat, please. Honourable Douglas, why? Order. Order. I recognize the Honourable Douglas. Yes, Honourable Member.
I'm raising a point of order under House Chair. Under terms of Rule 85, the member is misleading the House as the statement is factually incorrect and misleading the House because the President has nothing to do with any human trafficking, neither has the MK ever had anything to do with human trafficking. So this is casting aspersions upon the character of our members.
Order.
Please
Honourable
ask him to
Member.
withdraw.
Your interpretation of the rule is not correct. The
like his
reference is to a political party and not to an individual here in the House. If the reference was to a member here in the House, I would have ruled that the Honorable Deputy Minister will withdraw what he said, but it was a broad statement to a political party. And that is the ruling. Honorable Deputy Minister, I see now there's more hands going up. It seems to me let me hear.
Siyabonga sihlalo.
Is it on the same point?
No sihlalo. Ngiyacheka sihlalo ukuthi ukhethe iphele emasini yini. Ngoba ngibona nangu ugqoka isigqoko esimnyama uyadla futhi kwi-house. Abomkhonto kuphela fa bekhumula igqoko.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable member from Al Jama, remove your cap. Please, don't behave like school children. I've made a ruling and it applies to everybody. Please. Continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
President, the Zuma family will still have to account for the children that were sold in Russia. We will make sure of it. Amen.
Order,
It is
honorable
indeed a
members.
privilege and an honor to rise in support
Order, honorable
of the
members.
President
Order.
and the Minister in the Presidency to present
Honorable
the
Deputy Minister.
2026-2027 budget vote to this August House.
Honorable Deputy Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Douglas.
Honorable Chair, I rise in Rule 84. The point of order is the honorable member is improperly imputing motives to another member. There are Zuma family members that are MPs, and so he's imputing false motives to our members, and he needs to withdraw.
Honorable Deputy Minister.
He didn't mention a name.
I didn't.
House Chair.
Chairperson, I withdraw
Honorable,
unconditional.
honorable members.
What about Zuma?
I withdraw unconditional.
Okay, thank you. Please
Jacob
proceed.
Zuma.
Order, honorable
Jacob
members.
Zuma, who is not a member.
Jacob Zuma is a crook.
No,
will still have to
honorable,
make sure of it.
honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, order, order, just calm down, just calm down. Do not switch on your microphones, Honorable Ngola, and just make comments because you do not add and assist the process. You are adding to the order, honorable members. You are adding to the disorderly behavior that is currently prevailing. And the Deputy Minister will now continue with his speech and let us observe the rules of the
Chair, I've been
House.
saying point of order since.
Please proceed.
I've been, Chair, ufuna ukungibona makwenze njani?
Honorable Deputy Minister, honorable members, I want to remind you that just earlier this afternoon there were points raised on frivolous points of order. And it is covered in the rule. What is your point of order, honorable member?
Ngiyabonga, Chair, ukuthi ungirecognize ekugcineni. Chair, Deputy Minister must not say who's Jacob Zuma. For yena, His Excellency Jacob Zuma.
No, take your seat,
number one.
honorable member. Take your seat.
Chair,
Honorable member, take your seat.
Ubaba Zuma akasabi uvula
Honorable
i-statement
member,
sakhe
take your seat.
Jacob Zuma. Akasabi uvula i-statement sakhe sasebhenki.
Honorable member, take your seat.
Jacob Zuma.
Statement sasebhenki.
Zuma, Wankanga, Her.
The only president that matters.
We do so mindful of the solemn responsibilities vested in the Presidency as the center of
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. Just calm down and let us give the Honorable Deputy Minister to make his input in this debate.
Avula i-statement, iqala.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, if you continue in this manner, I'm going to name you. And you will be asked to leave the House. And then you will be referred to the Powers and Privileges Committee. That is the we are at that point now. Continue, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Our task is not abstract. It is to strengthen the unity of our people, improve the quality of governance, and advance the Republic of South Africa as a whole. The annual performance plan for 2026-2027 is clear. This is not a holding year. Perhaps it is useful to ground our
Honorable
debate
Deputy
today.
Minister, just take your seat, please. Honorable Member, why do you want to be recognized?
Chair, yeah, I was not recognized because I'm at the back. Chair, you know we love you and we respect you. Ne?
Honorable members, what is the point of order? We're not talking about feelings here.
Good.
Get to the point.
Chair, you allowed for the booing of our member earlier. Now that the opposite, in terms of opposition, is doing equally, you're having a problem. It is not fair.
Honorable
it is
member,
not right.
that's not the
At
point
least
of order.
Be impartial about this
Please,
process.
that's not the
the
point of order.
Arkeli, sit down.
Order. Thank you for the love that you are expressing, but it is not appropriate at this time, nor do I believe it will be appropriate in future. Please proceed, honorable member.
Section 83 of the Constitution entrusts the President with the responsibility to promote the unity of the nation and that we should advance the Republic. This provision speaks not only to legal authority, but to constitutional purpose. They remind us that unity is not incidental to governance, but position it as one of the highest obligations of public power. The Presidency as a center of government is mandated to drive policy coherence and collective accountability in pursuit of MTDP priorities. Honorable members, it is for this reason that social cohesion and nation building should and must remain at the core of our work. South Africa is not united by homogeneity, but by a constitutional construct that calls upon all of us to turn on a painful inheritance of division into a democratic future grounded in dignity, equality, and belonging. Social cohesion is therefore not a sentimental aspiration. It is a practical work of building trust between citizens and institutions, of nurturing mutual respect across differences, and of ensuring that every community can recognize itself in a democratic national project underway. Our annual performance plan gives practical expression to this obligation through a program of action for nation building and social cohesion, with a target of 80% of implementation in 2026-2027, and through a program of action on strengthening partnership with social partners with a target of 90% implementation. These are not mere internal measures. They are instruments for rebuilding trust in the democratic state and furthering the construction of a truly united and diverse nation. In reflecting on these conditions that either strengthen or weaken cohesion, the work of complexity scientist Peter Terjen offers a useful point of reflection. He uses the concept of immiseration to describe the erosion of economic security and social hope among broad sections of the population. His treatise plainly warns us that where exclusion deepens, trust declines, and social fracture becomes more likely. That insight is relevant to our own context. Cohesion cannot be separated from material condition. A society cannot be asked to hold together while too many are burdened by poverty, unemployment, insecurity, and exclusion. That is why our APP speaks directly to the pressures our people feel: stronger employment pathways, lower cost of living, safer communities, and a state that acts with fairness and competence. It asserts that the Presidency as a center of government must coordinate the implementation of policy priorities that seeks to deliver on these priorities. In keeping with this coordination role, the Presidency, Mr. President, has set itself the task of assessing SONA commitments for socio-economic impact so that delivery is not judged by announcements alone, but by its real effect on the people's life. House Chairperson, for government, this means cohesion must be built through visible action. It must be seen in a capable and ethical state, in institutions that are responsive and fair, in safer communities, in dignified access to services, and in a public administration that treats
everyone with dignity and respect. That is why this budget vote supports execution discipline. Honorable members, citizens' engagement remains central to the work of the presidency through both mediated and unmediated platforms. The GCIS and its entities, Brand South Africa and MDDA, are therefore fully poised to support this engagement program. The GCIS is mandated to communicate the broad program of government and empower citizens through disseminating crucial information. In keeping with this mandate, Cabinet has approved the National Communication Strategic Framework to be driven by GCIS through the entire system of government. As a department reporting to the presidency, this work is done through full support of the ministry in the presidency. In this regard, we have started a series of consultations with SALGA and various provincial governments to socialize the national communication policy and align it for provincial implementation. We have already engaged with the Northwest Provincial Government. Free State is scheduled for next week, and plans to engage in Mpumalanga and others is continuing apace. This work seeks to achieve alignment on especially three key aspects. The first one being coordinated government messaging. The second one being ensuring that government departments set aside 3 to 5% of their operational budget to fund their communication function, and ensuring support for community media through a 30% of communication and advertising spent on community and grassroots media through the system of government. This work is further strengthened by the National Communication Strategic Framework, which calls for a more coherent, citizen-centered, and development-oriented government communication system. The National Communication Strategic Framework positions communication not as an afterthought to delivery, but as a strategic instrument for building trust, taking South Africans into confidence, and ensuring that a coherent message is communicated across all spheres of government. Honorable Chairperson, Brand SA is a custodian of our nation brand, mandated to promote our national reputation globally and domestically. Brand SA will only achieve this important task through nation brand alignment with all stakeholders, both in the private and public sector, so that we can all understand that our actions can be brand enablers or disablers. The work that Brand South Africa does through the support of the presidency ensures that South African products are bought abroad, that investors do invest in South Africa, tourists visit our shores, and foreign students choose our universities. Honorable members, the MDDA is mandated to ensure diversified ownership of media platforms and consumption of media products curated by community and grassroots media platforms in their local languages. The MDDA's grant and seed funding program supports the sustainability, growth, and development of community media through both capital and operational investment. This support translates to just over 50 million for 2025, 2026, and 2026 to 2027 financial years in broadcast equipment and operational budgets donated to community media. Honorable President, last week Thursday, I had the honor to preside over the official handover of the state-of-the-art studios to Valley University of Technology, FM. This moment represented a meaningful investment in the voice, identity, and cohesion of young people and the wider community of Vanderbilt Park. Community radio stations such as VUT-FM hold a unique and powerful place in our society. It is not just about transmitting sound across the airwaves. It's about connecting people. It's about making sure that our communities are not only informed, but also heard. In so many ways, a community radio such as VUT-FM is the heartbeat of our communities. Through our G20 presidency, our country has affirmed that enduring progress depends on partnership, fairness, and our shared humanity. These are apparent lessons even for our domestic governance. No community can flourish while another is left behind. No democracy can be secure while exclusion persists, and no developmental project can succeed without social trust. This requires the steady and calm hand of the president, supported by a capable presidency, to ensure that the work that is done in uprooting malfeasance across the system of government, especially the criminal sector, is ably supported. Through this budget vote, therefore, the work of the presidency is not only to coordinate government, but to strengthen execution, restore confidence in public institutions, and help hold together the deeper promise held in the democratic project. Let us continue with humility and determination to build a South Africa in which our diversity remains a source of strength, our inspirations command confidence, and every person can feel they belong to a common future. However, those who refuse to listen cannot demand respect from the very voices they don't want to hear. Truth, strength is not monologue, it is a bridge. And those who burn the bridge cannot wonder no one walks their way. We have seen some in this house who style themselves as progressive caucus walking out of the house. Yet they want to engage in a debate they have abandoned. We are neither impressed nor moved by this infantile theatrics.
Infantile disorder.
Honorable Deputy Minister. Oh,
Irrelevant.
thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Ghana.
Chairperson. House Chair.
Where is the
My chair.
order, honorable members. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Chairperson, this is not point of orders and those type of frivolous things.
So why are you rising, honorable member?
I believe this may be the right, I didn't want to interrupt nobody, but I think from your platform, Chairperson, it is important that last time when we had challenges in the dome, you made a call from there. I just want to draw your attention to that. We've waited so long to come back to the dome after hybrid meetings.
What is the point, honorable
The
member?
point of order is, Chair, Public Works need to come and look at this thing. As we're sitting here, there's sand and things falling on us, there's leaves falling on us. There's some issues here with this dome, Chairperson.
No, thank you, honorable member. We will bring it to the attention order of the relevant officials so that they can attend to it. The next speaker is the Honorable Ghana.
Mtramastulu, I would have wished for Honorable Hlope to be in the house so that I can shake his hand. The single biggest criticism that he has about my election yesterday is that I did not shake his hand. So I would have loved for him to be in the house so that I shake his hand. Na cancer, Mtramastulu, that's not president. Loko mrangeri wa Rise Mzansi, tlhelo mtshamaxitulu wa komiti ya Scopa, Honorable Zivi a vulavula endzhaku ka ku va mi hlawuriwile tanihi president. U kombele ku ri no mi va president ya maAfrika-Dzonga hinkwavo. He reminded us that collectively we carry a weighty task. As a leader, yourself mandated to defend, to uphold and respect the Constitution, we believe you understand the weight of being a creature of statutes. Na me eto lo van hlawurile president. Mi fanele landzelela nawu wa tiko. Mi fanele landzelela vumbiwa bya tiko. Crucially, the Constitution places oversight and accountability over you and your office directly within this House and the newly established impeachment committee. Whilst it is within your rights to take the independent panel report under judicial review, this House must be clear. The committee will proceed with its work until such time that the court pronounces otherwise.
Budget, please.
We will do our work without fear, without favor, and without prejudice. Mintiro ita vulavula.
Budget,
Not politicking. Imintiro ingata vulavula. It is good, Mr. President, that you exercise your rights, but it must also be clear to South Africans that you will subject yourself to the impeachment committee if we get to that stage and you are called to appear before the committee. While appearing before a parliamentary committee is unprecedented for a president, even the late President Mandela appeared before a court of law when called, despite his personal irritation. This is the weight of leadership. This significant milestone signals strengthen our constitutional democracy.
Honorable Ghana, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Deputy Minister, why do you want to be recognized?
Yes, ikombela kuri bogana babulavula budget. Babulavula budget vote one, Chairman.
Yeah, no, thank you, Deputy Minister. Members have definitely some leeway, as we've already seen during the debate, to address other matters apart from the budget.
So,
Honorable Ghana, please continue.
Mr. President, it has become unfashionable to speak out against what is wrong for fear of retribution. As the head of state, as Rise Mzansi, would like for you to continue to speak out very clearly against violent groups taking the law into their own hands, profiling people, and deciding who is a citizen. The government must also take responsibility for the corruption at Home Affairs and our borders. The systematic failure has fueled tensions that are the direct outcome of high unemployment and crime. We must also confront the quiet desperation breaking our households. Our people are drowning under crushing cost of living, driving many to seek an impossible escape. We cannot look away, Mr. President, when online gambling addiction, fed by free-for-all access and advertising, ravages our communities. The government must step up and treat gambling addiction as a severe public health crisis that truly is. In closing, we will all contest the local ballot with a commitment to fostering a safe and clean...
Honorable Ghana, my apologies. Just take your seat for a moment. Honorable
I'll shake your
Douglas,
hand
why
after
do you
the
want to
speech.
be recognized?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to find out if the Honorable Member would like to take a question about Rise's 30 million
Honorable
rand that they
Douglas,
got from White
no,
Monopoly
Honorable
Capital.
Douglas, you know better. We first inquire whether he is prepared to take a question.
I will shake
Honorable
your hand.
Ghana, are you prepared to take a
Mr.
question?
President, let us all commit to a safe, prosperous, equal, and united South Africa in one generation. I tirelentiko, Mr. President. Nava akatiko ba Africa Dzonga. Na khensa mthamo.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. The Honorable Dr. Maimane.
Can Honorable Ghana give them handshakes?
Order, honorable members. There is no provision in our rules that after 6 o'clock you can just unmute and speak. Please remain disciplined. Dr. Maimane, please continue.
Thank you, House Chairperson, honorable members, Bagaitso, President Dumela. Mr. President, I would want you to succeed. Like you want Bafana to succeed, I want you to succeed. For us to be able to achieve that, we know quite clearly that we must build one South Africa, we must have a nation that prosper, and for that to happen, those are duties enshrined in the duties of what the President is meant to do. But Mr. President, I think we can all agree our country finds itself in a difficult place. Business confidence is lower under your leadership than it was under President Mbeki. 63 million South Africans look to the government of national unity for leadership, for opportunity. Yet many of them find themselves in a hopeless space. They experience frustration. They are worried. They don't live in a country that is safe. Many of them are watching corruption play itself out. Mr. President, benthetha nomamam, utsho kum uthi, abantu bayavela i-corruption, kodwa ayikho into enzakalayo. Ndizawucela President, xa uzophendula apha, utsho uba i-Commission of Inquiry nento ezinjalo zenze ntoni apha eMzantsi Afrika. Honorable President, in this light, I truly believe it is in the interest of our country that we don't find you distracted. I would argue, honorable members, a distracted president will become a dysfunctional president. The president, we need you at a time such as this one focused on the job at hand. Therefore, Mr. President, I do not believe we need to be spending too much time in courts fighting pala issues. I believe Parliament has a job. And Mr. President, in your innocence, I believe you need to appear before the committee and set the record straight. When President Zuma was fighting the state, we spent 30 million rands. And I would say, Mr. President, if you want to go to court, which is your right, then maybe pay for the legal fees yourself. Furthermore, Mr. President,
Or resign.
I would argue that in moving away from the distraction, let's focus on deliberate action. So here are some proposals, Mr. President, that I'd like to put before you. The first is on economic reform. The Deputy President is in India at the moment. They have successfully moved over 250 million Indians out of poverty. Isn't it our job to move over 10 million South Africans out of poverty into the middle class so that they are active participants into the economy? I would argue for reform. Secondly, Mr. President, when we think about the issue of crime, let's stop the Hollywood. Let's appoint a permanent minister of police. Let's ensure that there are no more actors. And more crucially, Mr. President, perhaps amend the Municipal Policing Act so that policemen that act in cities can also prosecute some crimes, so we increase the force. Mr. President, I met a number of departments, and many of them who have been delinked have duplicated functions. Let's narrow the state and make it more efficient. So, Mr. President, like GBV, let's end commissions and all sorts of ministries. Let's create one centralized fund to fight the battle against violence against women. Ultimately, Mr. President, we are builders. We want to build. Let's build this country. And I hope you stay out of court and at work. I support. Thank you very much, President.
Order, honorable members. The Honorable Ganyase.
I extend greetings to you, Chair, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Nduli, President Ramaphosa, honorable members, and the people of South Africa. Honorable Chair, we gather here today as we begin the month of June, a month which we dedicate to honoring the strength, zeal, and fighting capacity of the youth. In this 50th jubilee of the June 16 Youth Uprising, we acknowledge that the struggle continues. The youth of today may not burn tires and march on the streets every day. However, they are in a battle for inclusion in the economy and decision-making platforms, access to opportunities, to be heard, to be protected, and kept safe. Today in KwaZulu-Natal, the Department of Education was opening the newly built state-of-the-art Mbuso Bheka ICT, Engineering and Technology School of Excellence. This is progress in action. The youth are in schools, institutions of higher learning, skills centers, and programs. They are starting businesses in unfavorable conditions, leading research and innovations that offer South Africa new solutions. They are bold and clear that they want to be part of the solution, and they do this practically. We cannot forget about the youth who are not active anywhere, not in education, not working, not involved in any activity. As we honor the youth of 1976, we do so acknowledging that they laid the foundation for youth to own their power, know their strength, and dare to envision entering spaces that were taboo for them in the past. It is without a doubt that 32 years into democracy, a lot has been done to embitter the lives of the people of South Africa. However, today we face new challenges. Youth unemployment in South Africa has become a crisis, one that can no longer be ignored. The youth of this country suffer under open economic exclusion. This has led to the state of hopelessness, indignity, mental health challenges, drug abuse, and many other social ills. We raise this not in ignoring all the hard work that has been done in carrying out the transformative projects, but in cautioning the need for speed in implementation, the need to roll out all progressive initiatives to more areas in our country, including the deepest rural areas and townships. Honorable President, to whom much is given, much is expected. South Africa is a world-class country, and its potential has been demonstrated by the great strides that have been made to attempt to address the imbalances of the past. The bar has continued to be raised by different terms of government, and now it must be surpassed. Government must continue to act. There is capacity to act. Youth unemployment is linked to broader patterns of economic exclusion. Access to quality education, skills development opportunities, financial resource, digital technologies, and entrepreneurial support remains unevenly distributed across South African society. These inequalities continue to reproduce historical patterns of disadvantage and limit economic mobility. Government has significantly expanded access to education through programs such as free fee education, higher education. Challenges remain. Concerns related to student indebtedness and the exclusion of the missing middle who do not qualify for full financial aid yet struggle to afford tertiary education. These barriers constrain opportunities for skill acquisition and labor market advancement. Government has sought to address these challenges through initiatives such as the One Country, One Skills Plan, the Human Resource Development Strategy, and the Master Skills Plan. These initiatives aim to improve alignment between education and labor market requisitions, while promoting skills relevant to the digital economy, technological innovation, and future employment opportunities. Entrepreneurship has emerged as a critical mechanism for addressing youth unemployment and promoting economic inclusion. Micro, small, medium enterprises play an important role in employment creation, innovation, and local economic development. Consequently, strengthening the youth entrepreneurship ecosystem should form a central component of South Africa's youth development strategy. There is increasing recognition that financial institutions, government agencies, and development finance institutions should expand support for youth-owned enterprises. Access to finance, business incubation, mentorship, market opportunities, and enterprise development support are essential components of a successful entrepreneurship ecosystem. The Department of Small Business Development 2026-2027 strategy focuses on building an integrated micro, small, medium enterprise support system through incubation, blended finance, innovation support, supplier development, and improved market access. Central to this approach is the implementation of the Public Procurement Act 28 of 2024, which seeks to expand procurement opportunities for youth-owned MSMEs and cooperatives through set-asides, subcontracting, and localization measures. These reforms are intended to advance inclusive economic transformation and translate political freedom into meaningful economic participation for South Africa's youth. Despite current challenges, significant opportunities exist within emerging sectors of the economy. Technological innovation, digital transformation, and the transition towards a greener economy are creating new employment pathways and entrepreneurial opportunities. The digital economy offers opportunities in fields such as artificial intelligence, software development, cybersecurity, digital services, fintech, e-commerce, and data analytics. Similarly, the green economy presents opportunities in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, environmental management, and climate adaptation initiatives. These sectors are expected to play an increasingly important role in future economic growth and employment creation. Institutions such as the National Youth Development Agency, National Student Financial Aid Scheme, Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, SEDFA, and Sector Education and Training Authorities, SETAs, have contributed to improving opportunities for many young South Africans. These are intentional interventions aimed at supporting the development of the youth of South Africa. There is a long-term solution for strengthening of our economy, such as that we're able to implement all progressive policies of government to change the lives of all South Africans without worrying about fiscal constraints. That is through putting up export quotas, beneficiating our minerals locally in order to industrialize our economy and revive our secondary sectors. We can use our God-given mineral resources to create jobs and increase participation in the economy. Chairperson, despite the work that still needs to be done to get more young people skilled, working, and funded to start their own businesses, there are success stories. The Presidential Youth Employment Intervention in Q3 of the period between October and December 2025 ensured that 294,530 earning opportunities were secured through the National Pathway Management Network. The revitalized National Youth Service placed 132,784 young people in paid service opportunities. The National Youth Development Agency recently announced 100,000 National Youth paid service opportunities, which have been unlocked through the Phase 5 of the National Youth Service Program. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme for this year is funding over 1 million students who were recipients of social grants whilst in school are automatically approved to be funded by NEFSAS. The Small Enterprise Development Finance Agency, SEDFA, in the 2024-2025 financial year has disbursed approximately 552 million to youth-owned enterprises. This should serve as restoring hope that help is on the way. The youth who have not yet benefited from these initiatives will eventually be reached. The youth must be unrelenting and uncompromising in demanding more and positioning themselves to receive these opportunities, armed with skills, qualifications, and innovative ideas. I support Budget 1. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Reddy.
What I fear is that the liberators will emerge as elitists who drive around in Mercedes Benzes and use the resources of this country to live in palaces and to gather riches. Chairperson, let me pause here and let me greet the real president of this country, our President Jacob Zuma. I want to greet our ground forces and our commanders who are watching this debate today. I also want to greet our comrades from the Progressive Caucus and the Congress of the Left. After hearing the words of Chris Hani, South Africans and MK Party are asking some very painful and serious questions. Was Chris Hani warning us about apartheid, or was he warning us about what the ANC would become? Because if Chris Hani walked into this chamber today, what would he see? You see, the spirits of Oliver Tambo, the spirit of Peter Mokaba, the spirit of Lenny Naidu, the spirit of Chris Hani, the spirit of Winnie Mandela, the spirit of Nomkosi Mini. These are people that gave their lives, they shed their blood so that we can have freedom. But the freedom we have today was stolen by the ANC of Ramaphosa. You see, when Chris Hani comes here, he's going to ask, how is it that we found ourselves in this position? MK Party cannot call this man here, Mr. Ramaphosa, president. And I'm going to tell you why. His presidency has been marked with controversy. In 2017, we all know it's a fact. To all of you here in this ANC under Ramaphosa, 2017 and CR17 is synonymous. We all know for a fact that billions were spent on his ascendancy to become the ANC president. You know it. Many of you took some of that money too. And you can't challenge me because I was there. Then we also know that there was a public protector called Busisiwe Mkobane.
House Chair, I have an order.
Honorable
President-
Reddy, please take your seat for a moment. I have a hand to my right. Honorable Hassan.
House Chairperson, thank you very much. I want to rise on an order, but particularly Rule 68, referring to irrelevance and repetition of the Speaker. What is before us is the budget vote debate on the presidency, not the Speaker's opinions and views on these issues.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hassan. In debates like this, we give a broad political discretion to all matters in the public domain. Honorable Reddy, please continue.
So, this is what CR17 was all about, and you may not know
Honorable
it.
Reddy, I have another hand to my right. Please take your seat. Honorable Member, is that a new matter?
Yes.
Yes, please proceed.
No, thank you very much, House Chair. Rules of the House are being breached because the honorable member there on the side is busy taking pictures while we're in session. Can you deal with that?
Thank you. Honourable members, earlier in this sitting, the Honourable Frolic already reminded all members that there's the broadcast, there's the YouTube where you can go and clip the parts you like. Please don't do your own recording, it's in breach of our rules. Honourable Reddy, please
so we
continue.
find it difficult as MK Party to refer to president because we know how he became the president. We know what was paid, how much was paid, we know that. And then I also want to tell you why we walked out here in this chamber. We walked out and we did not stay here this afternoon to hear his speech because we cannot consider someone who has so many questions hanging over his head around the Pala Pala issue, where we see a constitutional court ruling that said that he has questions to answer for. Now, there's 31 questions, but he has a habit of going to court to silence the truth. He did it in 2017. He didn't want South Africans to know where the money came from. Now he's doing the same thing. Colleagues, in 2022, this parliament and this speaker, they
Honourable
silenced the truth.
Honourable Reddy, just take your seat for a moment. I have hands there at the back. I can only recognize one at a time.
Thank you, House Chair. Mr. Speaker, on the podium, I'm prepared to take a question.
Thank you. I'll inquire.
We want to ask.
No. We first inquire, Honourable Member.
Our MK.
Order, Honourable Members. Please take your seat, Honourable Member. I'll inquire from Honourable Reddy.
Sit down in front.
Order. Order, Honourable Members. Honourable Reddy, are you prepared to take a question?
As soon as I'm done, I will take that question, I promise you.
I have another hand there at the back. Is that, Honourable Member, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, House Chair. I rise on Rule 85, reflections upon members and the President. No member may impute improper motives to any member or cast personal reflections upon the President. Honourable Reddy has just done that. I think he must withdraw. Thank you.
No, Honourable Member, I think you, with the greatest of respect, you need to be slightly more specific. What was the specific words which you deem to be a reflection on the integrity of...
He said that he's a constitutional delinquent. Didn't you hear him? Just go to answer.
Order. Honourable members, I'm not prepared to say that the term constitutional delinquent is unparliamentary. Honourable Reddy, please continue.
So in 2022, the ANC used its majority and suppressed this report. And now, in 2026, they're doing the same thing, but they don't have a majority. They're using those GNU partners to do it. And if you look at the impeachment committee, it's packed with GNU lackeys. These are parties that all receive cabinet positions from none other than Mr. Ramaphosa himself. And you're expecting those 19 GNU parties...
Honourable Reddy, just take your seat for a moment. Honourable Hassan, you just unmuted and then blew into the microphone. That is very unbecoming of a member of Parliament.
Leave the House.
Honourable Hassan, if you repeat such behaviour, I'm going to ask you to leave the chamber.
Noted, House Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Reddy, please continue.
Sorry, there's another hand. I hope my time is being monitored.
Yeah,
please.
now your own chief whip wants to interrupt you. Honourable...
No, Mr. Chair, I'm just asking that his time be reset because we could not hear what he said because of that. So please add another minute or two. Thank you.
Honourable Dagmore, we're not going to reset any time. We do stop the time of the member at the podium the moment there is an interruption. Honourable Dagmore, why do you want to be recognized?
I rise on a point of order, Chair. Could you please rule on whether the description of members of this House as lackeys is parliamentary or not?
You're a lackey.
Honourable Reddy, I did not give you permission to enter into a conversation with the Honourable Dagmore. Honourable Dagmore, I will look into the context in which it was used. If it indeed refers to this House, I will deem it as unparliamentary if it is, however, a broader statement not implicating any specific member. I cannot rule in your favor, but I'll consult the Hansard. Honorable Reddy, continue.
So in 2026, you see that the ANC is doing the same thing, but there's something else that has
Honorable
happened.
Reddy, I have another hand. Honorable members to my right, I'm going to...
The more
No,
points of orders
Honorable
you
Reddy,
get,
please.
the more I get promoted in my party.
Honorable
So
Reddy.
keep it coming.
Honorable members to my right, I'm going to recognize you, but just remember, earlier in this sitting, you pleaded for a ruling against what the members on my left for repeatedly raising points of order to stop the flow of the debate. Don't do the same thing. Honorable member, why do you want to be recognized?
Chairperson, thank you. I rise on reference to members as lackeys in terms of Rule 87. Rule 87, Chairperson reads.
Honorable member, I don't know whether you maybe was distracted. I'm not going to say proper, not with us, when the Honorable Doug Moore raised his point of order, but he raised that point of order already, and I said I'll look into the answer.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Reddy, please continue.
So now we have a speaker who is also finding herself in trouble with the law. You have a constitutional judgment that says the Section 89 report has to be handed to the impeachment committee. Yesterday, the impeachment committee sat and no report. And we also read in the media that the speaker met with
Honorable Reddy, just take your seat. Honorable Skosana, why do you want to be recognized?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm rising on Rule 85. Honorable Reddy is casting aspersion to the Honorable Speaker. He says the Speaker is in trouble with the law. Can you rule on that, Honorable Chair, please?
Yeah, thanks. Honorable Skosana, I understand the context in which that specific phrase was used to have been unpacked when he then talked about the way in which the Speaker has implemented the judgment of the Constitutional Court. So,
rules are
order,
in context now.
I'm on the floor. So in the context, there is not a specific inference to the fact that the Speaker has already been found to have broken the law. It's an argument. Therefore, it's permissible. Honorable Reddy, please continue.
So the Speaker then has not produced that report, which is a requirement by the judgment, Honorable Skosana. She hasn't done that. Now, what is happening? We're seeing a repeat of what happened in 2022, where this Parliament and this Ramaphosa ANC is once again closing ranks around the President.
Honorable Reddy, I have another hand there at the back.
Thank you. Keep it coming. I'm going higher up.
Honorable Reddy, work with me. Please just take your seat.
House Chair, I rise in terms of Rule 84.
Yes.
The Honorable...
Order, honorable members. I want to hear the point of order.
House Chair, I rise in terms of Rule 84.
Sit down, Mkondo. Sit down, Mkondo.
The toy soldiers there, they are making unacceptable gestures, which suggest that they are going to beat up people. They are doing this in the house.
Honorable member, I've already asked that we allow the debate to continue by not repeatedly raising frivolous points of order. I have not seen any threatening gestures. Honorable member, order. Order. Honorable member, this is now a further opportunity where you've raised a point of order solely aimed at interrupting the Honorable Reddy. The next time it happens, I'm going to rule that you are acting in a grossly disorderly manner. Honorable Douglas, Honorable Reddy, not yet you. Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The rules are very clear. The Rule 92 prohibits disruption through improper points of order, and they need to identify what the point of order is. So, Mr. Chair, our speaker is being disadvantaged that he cannot get his points across, and he's being hamstrung by all these frivolous points of order. Could you please rule on this and make sure that it doesn't happen again? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Douglas. I've now issued a guidance to that specific member that a further frivolous point of order on his behalf will be deemed as grossly disorderly. I will apply the rules. Honorable Reddy, please continue.
The truth hurts, honorable members, and you can see it's hurting very hard. It's cutting very deep. And let's cut a little bit deeper now, and let's call a spade a spade. Mr. Ramaphosa, it's time you resign. Save the country and save whatever is left of the ANC. Let me speak to the ANC today. The ANC is now a shadow of its former self. Under President Zuma, the ANC was a mass movement. In 2009, the ANC had nearly 66%. In 2014, 62%. And under this leadership, it's 57% in 2019. And in 2014, you're now 40%. You're going cap in hand to a party like the DA.
Honorable Reddy, please take your seat. Honorable Minister of Mineral and Petroleum Resources.
Honorable Speaker, it is incorrect to...
What rule?
Which rule?
No, Honorable Minister. Order! Order!
It is incorrect.
I will deal with the matter.
Honorable Speaker, it is incorrect for a member to quote numbers wrongly to make a point.
Honorable Minister, that's not a point of order.
It's a point of order.
No, it's a point of
There
debate.
was no
Please take your
66%
seat. I can't rule in your favor.
2009.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat.
The highest point was
Honorable
in
Minister.
2004.
Order.
Yeah.
Honorable Minister, please take your seat. Order. Honorable Reddy, before you continue. Honorable members, please don't interrupt the Honorable Reddy because you want to disagree with the content of your speech. If you have, no, Honorable Minister, I'm not giving you the floor again. If you have something to add to the debate and you're not on the speaker's list, give a note to whoever is on the list from your party. Honorable Reddy, please continue.
Here's another fact. Under this president, ANC, you lost over 3 million voters. When Honorable Musi Maimani was a leader of the DA, and a few thousand white voters left the DA because he was a black leader, they fired him. 3 million of your voters left you, and you're still keeping this man. Don't you think it's time that he resigned, or you took him out to save the ANC and save the country?
Honorable Reddy, please take your seat. I have a hand to my right. Honorable Deputy Minister, why do you want to be recognized?
No, thank you so much, Chairperson of the House. I'm on Rule 85. And on Rule 85, Chair, the Speaker on the floor, with respect to Rule 85, 1 and 2, he has continuously not called His Excellency, the President, referred to him with derogatory terms, to call him this man. But there are also a number of instances, Chair. I want you to find time and space just to refer to some content on Hansard. Some of the things that are actually happening here. Rule number 2, 85.2, makes a provision wherein you want to actually impugn on the standing of a member, he has to bring a substantive motion. And a number of instances has happened here. I don't want you to make the rule now, but please check your Hansard. Thank you.
Order. Thank you, Deputy Minister. Firstly, on the first point of order you raised, you are quite correct, although it's not Rule 85. Our rules do require, Honorable Reddy, that we refer to one another as Honorable or at least Minister. or president in the current case. Order, I'm still on the floor. So therefore, please refrain from talking about Ramaphosa for the rest of your speech. On the second part of the point of order, that was unfortunately, Deputy Minister, very vague. I cannot sustain a point of order which in broad terms say on many instances what the members said calls for a substantive motion. Honourable Reddy, I have a hand to my left now. Honourable Douglas.
Thank you. I just want to ask you to clarify with the table that the use of Mr. Ramaphosa is acceptable according to the rules, Mr. Chair. That is actually acceptable and parliamentary.
That's indeed what I said.
Thank you.
Honourable Douglas, but your member did
Douglas
not
must
even
stop auditioning.
order, did not even use Mr. And that's what the ruling is about. Honourable Reddy, please continue.
Thank you very much. I think let's get serious now. The truth of the matter is that there's no dignity left for the black child in this country. And we as MK Party and the progressive forces that are seated here today, our cry is for the future of that black child. And that future was gone the moment Mr. Ramaphosa became the president of this country. He has sold out to his handlers, and these are the ones that contributed to his CR17
Honourable
campaign.
Reddy, please take your seat for a moment. Honourable Skosana.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm on Rule 85. Honorable Reddy is casting aspersion to the President. He says the President has sold out to his handlers.
Yeah.
Yeah, please rule on that,
Thank
teacher.
you. Honourable Reddy, indeed, the President, like all members, have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution. When you make the statement that he has sold out to handlers, it alleges that the President is not acting in accordance with that oath, and that requires a substantive motion.
He sold buffaloes.
Order. Please withdraw those words.
I withdraw his handlers, those
No.
that paid for his CR17 campaign. Thank
Honourable
you.
Reddy, that's not what I asked you to withdraw.
Honourable members.
Honourable Reddy.
I withdraw handlers.
No, I asked you to
unconditionally.
withdraw the statement you made that he sold out to his handlers.
I withdraw he sold out to his handlers.
Thank you.
He sold out to his handlers. Is that the one? Thank you.
No, Honourable
let's-
Reddy, we're
let's-
not
let's-
going to, Honourable Reddy, we're not going to play games here with one another. Withdraw and continue with your speech. Otherwise, I will now hold you as acting grossly disorderly.
I withdraw. So what has happened today is that the ANC of Ramaphosa has gotten into bed
Honourable
with the
Reddy.
party, with Mr.
Honourable Reddy.
Mr. Ramaphosa, my
Yeah, I've
apologies.
sensitized you. I've made that ruling.
Yes,
If you're
my-
going to
my
disregard
apologies.
my ruling, I'm
Yes,
going to
my apologies.
ask you to leave the house.
Mr. Ramaphosa, the ANC of Mr. Ramaphosa has sold its soul to the DA. So a vote for the ANC today is actually a vote for the DA. And a vote for the DA is a vote for the ANC. Remember that when you go to the polls this year. So, Honorable Chairperson, why do established economic interests appear so comfortable with this arrangement, especially with the president of this country, while poor people continue to suffer? Why do powerful voices seem relaxed while unemployment in this country deepens? Why does the presidency feel so distant from radical economic transformation while inequality grows? Because the perception outside is painful, that the ANC under your leadership has drifted from the poor and become too comfortable with the status quo. Chairperson, thank God President Jacob Zuma saw the warning signs. He saw the frustration. He saw millions feeling abandoned, and he understood that freedom without dignity becomes symbolism. And that is why MK Party exists today. We are here to continue the struggle. And when you see us wearing combat, it doesn't mean that we are soldiers. It means that we are a symbol of the struggle continuing. A luta continua. That's what it means. We want to continue the struggle for our land. We want to continue the struggle for jobs, for dignity, for safety, for a future where the black child survives and thrives. Chairperson, please, don't come and lecture to us, the poor people, about defending the Constitution while dignity collapses. A Constitution means very little, beautiful on paper, but absolutely nothing to the lived realities of our people. Look at petrol prices. Petrol prices are going up on Wednesday. For the first time in our history, under President Zuma, it was 12 rands a litre. Let me remind you. Now we're paying 25 rands petrol, 32 rands for diesel, all under Mr. Ramaphosa. And you're telling me that life can be better? That is why we as MK reject this budget. Vote MK in the local government elections. Kwaza Mkonto, Kwaza.
Thank you, Honorable Reddy. Honorable Reddy, please just remain at the podium for a moment. Yes. Honorable members, on the 15th of May 2026, during the mini-plenary debate of Budget Vote 41, Water and Sanitation, Honorable Van Zyl rose on a point of order that the Honorable Reddy had used unparliamentary language and requested that I rule on the matter. I indicated that I would consider the matter given that the Honorable Reddy, upon inquiry, confirmed using the word, but argued that the word is to be considered acceptable language, amongst others because, according to him, the word is contained in dictionaries. While I was ready to rule on the matter later during the debate, the member had left the mini-plenary before I could do so. The ruling, therefore, must now be given in a full plenary. Rule 84 provides that, and I quote, no member may use offensive, abusive, insulting, disrespectful, unbecoming or unparliamentary words or language, nor offensive, unbecoming or threatening gestures, end of quote. On examining the unrevised Hansard, the repeated use of the word was confirmed. It was also confirmed that the term is contained in the online dictionary, Wiktionary, which is a crowdsourced dictionary which includes, amongst others, slang and other neologisms. However, importantly, Wiktionary identifies the term as being vulgar in nature. Honorable Reddy, just because language may be used in an informal setting and may be acceptable in some quarters in society, the bar for parliamentary debate is set at a higher level, and we must ensure that the manner we engage with one another and communicate with people reflects the dignity, the decorum, and the worthiness of this House as the representatives of the people. Honorable Reddy has been provided with a copy of the unrevised Hansard so that he's fully apprised of what I'm requesting him to withdraw. Therefore, Honorable Reddy, even though I don't want to say the word, and I'm going to ask you not to repeat it, you may just say withdraw. Please withdraw the unbecoming and offensive use of the word unfuckwithable.
I withdraw that
Thank
word
you.
I used unconditionally. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Moore.
Thank you, Honourable House Chairperson. As we debate the Presidency's budget allocation, I want to today speak on the President's leadership in one of our gravest crises as South Africans, the national water crisis. In February, the President acknowledged what residents already knew from their empty taps. Water had become an issue of utmost national importance. He promised us a National Water Crisis Committee. He promised a focused national response, and we were told that a water action plan would be ready by March. It is now June. South Africans are still waiting. I submitted a PIA request to the presidency to obtain this plan, to see what commitments had been made, what interventions were approved, what timelines were set, and how government intended to turn promises into water in people's taps. Instead of urgency, the presidency asked for more time, another month. That means that instead of an urgent plan in February, we are now in June with no public plan, no clear measurable targets, and no confidence that the presidency is treating this crisis with the seriousness it deserves. Honorable House Chairperson, South Africans do not live on promises. They live in homes where taps run dry. I come from Johannesburg, so I know very well that budgets on paper do not mean service delivery on the ground. A budget line does not repair a leaking pipe. A strategy document does not fill a reservoir. A press conference does not bring water to a mother who needs to bathe her child, cook food, flush a toilet, or care for a sick relative. This past weekend, after routine maintenance by Rand Water, suburbs across Gauteng were again left without water. From Atteridgeville and Olivenhoutbush in Tshwane, to Palm Ridge and Katlehong in Ekurhuleni, to South Hills, Deep Sloot and Brixton in Johannesburg. Black, white, Indian, colored, rich and poor, township, suburb, informal settlement and inner city. This crisis does not only affect one community, it affects South Africans. And while planned maintenance is necessary, a resilient system should be able to absorb routine maintenance without leaving communities desperate. That, colleagues, is the problem. Our systems have become so weak, so under-maintained, and so poorly managed that ordinary maintenance can push communities into crisis. And this crisis abounds across the country. In Palabora right now, residents have had no water for days because of the failure of a single pump. Families are suffering. Businesses are suffering. Public services are placed at risk. And the question must be asked, how were the rights of an entire community left to hang on a single dilapidated piece of infrastructure? Honourable House Chair, I speak today not only as a Member of Parliament, I speak as a husband and a father. I have a 2-year-old daughter. My mother-in-law is currently staying with us after major surgery. When there is no water, it is not a minor inconvenience. It affects hygiene, it affects health, it affects dignity. And for poorer residents, elderly residents, and for people who cannot buy bottled water or install tanks, the impact is far worse. South Africans understand how serious load shedding was. The water crisis is as serious, and colleagues, in some places, worse. But there is no single ESCOM to blame. Instead, there are over 100 failing water service authorities, municipal managers who did not maintain systems, mayors who did not prioritize infrastructure, water boards under pressure, pipes vandalized, pump stations neglected, reservoirs left to fail, and communities left to suffer. That is precisely why presidential leadership is required. The presidency exists to set national priorities. The presidency exists to coordinate government. The presidency exists to unlock blockages when departments, municipalities, and entities fail to act with the speed required. This budget vote must not be about more speeches and more promises. It must be an action budget. It must support real interventions when municipalities fail. It must demand measurable targets for reducing water losses, repairing infrastructure, restoring wastewater systems, and ending the indignity of water tanker dependency. Business as usual, Mr. President, continues to fail. Last year, 105 water service authorities were in distress. Now, there are 109 out of 144. Things are getting worse, not better. Stitching together old plans and calling them a crisis response is not enough. South Africans need a real plan, a plan with names, dates, budgets, targets, and colleagues, it requires consequences. Mr. President, if the National Water Crisis Action Plan exists, please release it. If it is already being actioned, prove it. Show South Africans that this government understands the scale of the crisis. Show residents from Katlehong to Palabora, from Deep Slut to Atteridgeville, from rural villages to major metros, that they do not have to live without reliable water. South Africa does not need more excuses. South Africa needs action now. Service delivery now. Water now. I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Zungula.
Ndimatekwane, President. When you came into power in 2018, you promised a new dawn, renewal, transparent and accountable leadership. The budget that you've tabled today is a repeat of what you've been saying since 2018, which has not yielded results. Instead, the country is worse off when it comes to unemployment, crime, economic growth, and other indicators. For instance, the price of petrol was 13 rands in 2018. Now it is 28 rands. You turn a blind eye on the oligopolies that constrain job creation, keep the economy in white minority hands. Critically, where you have control in government spending, you still spend over 80% on big white companies, and SMMEs that are black-owned get less than 20%. Even with the PIC, which manages assets worth 4 trillion rands, yet less than 200 billion is invested in majority black-owned companies. There can be no meaningful job creation without a local manufacturing drive. Why is the government allowing the destruction of local industries and destroying jobs in the process? Black South Africans are kept out of the informal sector, entry-level jobs, government contracts and big industries. It appears as if there's an evil ploy to keep black South Africans poor, unemployed and out of economic activity. And you as a president are not confronting this evil. Minister Nchaveni, deportations are meaningless if there's no physical infrastructure to protect the borders. And there are no mechanisms to track and trace foreign nationals that have overstayed their visas. Until you prosecute the companies that enable illegal immigration by employing the illegal foreigners, the problem will not be solved. Lastly, it would be amiss of me not to talk about the elephant in the room. You claim to be innocent on Palapala, yet you don't want an inquiry where you can clear your name with evidence. Mr. President, you've always said you are a student of the great Tatu Mandela. Umadiba subjected himself to the processes where he could be held accountable. He did not fight against accountability. The Palapala scandal broke out in 2022, and it was not by your doing. It took a whistleblower to inform the South African citizens about what transpired. From 2022 up until now, there are more questions than answers. Surely, Mr. President, you owe the people of South Africa answers. Let me tell you why we want the truth and answers on Palapala. You are the head of state with powers over the entire state. Whatever bills that are passed in Parliament need your signature to be law. You appoint judges that adjudicate on judicial matters concerning the people. You appoint ministers that preside over the affairs of the people. You represent the country in international engagements. If enemies attack South Africa, you are the only person that can declare war on those enemies. We want to satisfy ourselves that as you hold that powerful office of being head of state, you are not under any foreign, corrupt or criminal network influence. We want to be certain that the president of the country only advances the national interests and aspirations of South Africans. Having undeclared foreign currency to the tune of millions for buffaloes that were never collected, and having a wrong investigation when those dollars are stolen raises questions which have never been answered. Mr. President, we will hold you accountable because of the power you
Thank
have
you,
over
Honourable
South Africans.
Zambula.
Thank you.
The Honourable Ismail Musa.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable President, honorable members of this august House, and beloved fellow South Africans. I greet you in the name of Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful. I greet you also in the universal greetings and prayer of peace. Al-Jamaa has accepted the Constitutional Court ruling, and as fellow beloved South Africans, we do not stand here as enemies of the President of our country. Al-Jamaa believes this House should not allow it to become an endless political siege that paralyzes the national executive. Our debates and inquiry must not consume the oxygen of Parliament to the detriment of the real work that our people on the ground are waiting for us to do. We have the impeachment committee, let it run its course. The presidency remains a vital institution in our constitutional democracy, entrusted with providing leadership, strategic direction, and coordination across government. As we consider vote number 1, Al-Jamaa recognizes the significant responsibilities placed upon the presidency during a period marked by economic pressures, unemployment, global uncertainty, and the legitimate expectations of our people for a better quality of life. We acknowledge ongoing efforts aimed at strengthening governance, improving coordination between departments, and advancing South Africa's developmental objectives. These efforts are important and deserve recognition. At the same time, our people continue to face serious challenges. Many communities are still seeking improved service delivery, greater economic opportunities, safer neighborhoods, and more efficient government institutions. Al-Jamaa believes that accountability, transparency, and ethical leadership remain essential pillars of effective governance. We encourage continued efforts to strengthen oversight mechanisms, improve government performance, and ensure that public resources are utilized responsibly and for the benefit of all South Africans. Al-Jamaa further supports greater engagement with faith-based organizations, civil society, traditional leaders, and community stakeholders who contribute significantly towards social cohesion, nation building, and community development. Honorable President, South Africans continue to demonstrate resilience, hope, and determination despite many challenges. Our collective responsibility is to ensure that these aspirations are matched by practical outcomes that improve lives and restore confidence in public institutions. Let us strengthen partnerships, accelerate delivery, promote accountability, and work towards a South Africa that offers dignity, opportunity, and hope for all. Al-Jamaa supports the objectives of vote number 1 and remains committed to constructive engagement in advancing the interests of our nation and its people. Strong leadership is measured by the positive impact it has on the lives of our people. Our shared responsibility is to turn hope into opportunity and opportunity into progress, working together in accountability, service, and nation building. Building trust through service, strengthening hope through delivery, a nation united, a future secured, leadership with integrity, progress with purpose.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
I thank you. Malibongwe.
The Honourable Kohler.
are those who believe the mafia was a Hollywood Godfather-style construct, irrelevant in 2026. It may have come as a surprise, though, to hear that there was a massive international policing effort last month, which hit the finance network of the late Sicilian Cosa Nostra boss, Matteo Messina Denaro, the 200 million euro estate, the hidden properties, gold, global assets, rigged poker games, fixed sporting matches, drugs, extortion, and finally, with 1,200 Italian officers, there were 150 arrested. The relevance to South Africa is absolute. How many South Africans behave exactly like Al Capone did in 1925? He was America's most infamous Prohibition-era gangster, the king of gambling, prostitution, bootlegging, running an empire with a turnover of $100 million annually. The public-facing war could have been that of so many South Africans today. Before the media, there was a cultivated image of a benevolent businessman. There he was, opening soup kitchens during the Great Depression and attending baseball games to show what a regular guy he was. On the flip side, the side the public were universally unaware of, was a morass of executions of rival gang members. He was seen as an upstanding member of the community until he wasn't. The St. Valentine's Day massacre revealed it all, but was he jailed for the dozens of particularly bloody murders? No. The police just could not succeed in making those crime charges stick. No. He was jailed for tax evasion, sent to Alcatraz, and died of syphilis. Now, it's ironic that here in South Africa, it seems the average person learns little from such history. However, we have some of the smartest criminals in the world. In fact, according to the Global Organized Crime Index, we're amongst the best, or the worst, according to your perspective, for organized crime networks. It's a fairly new innovation in this country. I stood on this very podium and called out the then infant construction mafia as it was first conceived in Umlazi. The warning was ignored. The so-called business forum soon spread to the Eastern Cape, to Gauteng, and we saw those networks threatening infrastructure, business operations with violence, with political and police enablers. And here we are, with every conceivable variation on the mafia theme. As the vast criminal network that's run amok for 30 years finally today sees police and politicians arrested in near equal numbers, civilians are beginning to understand the magnitude of the problem. The construction mafia started with demands of 30% of the work, which soon turned to 30% of the contract value to out-and-out protection fees. The taxi mafia is a highly lethal network governing the minibus taxis with heavily armed hitmen enforcing route monopolies. Any competition is simply Al Capone. They're using alternative transport or hauled out of vehicles as they attempt to go to work or school. And then as metros like eThekwini and Tshwane finally collapse in on themselves, up pops the water mafia. It goes like this. First, ensure the water reticulation system simply stops. No water in the taps. Secondly, spend billions on water tankers, often apparently owned by politicians. Finally, charge desperate citizens per bucket for what was free water. And if the driver won't oblige in terms of the extortion, simply remove him in the same way that whistleblowers are removed here today. Then there's the Big Five cartel based in Gauteng, and that dominates the big earners. Drugs, transnational vehicle theft and smuggling, high-profit kidnappings, contract killings. While South Africans are out shopping at Woolworths, or unless a bomb goes off, they live their lives totally unaware of the filthy underbelly of our country. There are the transnational scams, the cyber mafias, the copper and rail mafia that strips Eskom, Transnet and PRASA, extortion, rackets that demand protection money from spaza shops to multi-million rand developments. These mafias cost us billions. In eThekwini, I know of 11 businesses that have been simply closing their doors after endless harassment by groups demanding details of their staff or protection money. The owners just walked away. The result, massive unemployment, service stripped to the absolute bare minimum, salaries unpaid, potholes unfilled, sewage in our streets, electricity wires killing our children. Question is, where's our intelligence cluster? Billions have been spent on them. Apparently, as we heard during the Zondo Commission, much of it stolen, and expertise is flooding out the doors. We have inside the State Security Agency brilliant men and women who finally succeeded in getting us off the grey list. But who asks how we got there in the first place? I only have time to scratch the surface, but to trust a tubby, balding politician or police officer, thinking he looks like your grandfather, perhaps it might be wise to picture the man who looked exactly as inoffensive when he ordered his underlings to commit murders that launched a generation of horror movies. We have to go to war with these mafias, and the Italians can do it. Well, if they can do it, so can we. Indeed, the Democratic Alliance ministers are cleaning out the rot in their ministries, cancelling the crooked contracts. I see the Minister of Public Works demanding answers about the PMTE's 70 million rand lease for a building that sits empty in Pretoria. Last week, the Border Management Authority, led by Minister Schreiber, seized a massive 1 billion rand drugs consignment. Still, these ministers tracking down the countless ghost employees being paid exorbitant salaries and suspending crooked staff. However, until such catalytic moves are taken across every ministry in this country, the situation will not improve and our lives will be no better, no safer. Waging a war against these mafias should entail lifestyle orders published quarterly, asset forfeiture units funded like specialized forces, and whistleblowers given new identities, not the condolence speeches given to Babita Dokaran and Charles Kinnear. It looks like a police station where the station commander cannot be bought for the price of a second-hand SUV. The Italians didn't pray the mafia away. They passed legislation that made it impossible to hide wealth. They protected the judges. They jailed the mayors. We can do that, but first, we must want to, more than we want the convenience of looking away. It's up to South Africa to determine whether this is a Sisyphean task, endless, laborious, and ultimately futile, or not. That's up to us. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable the Deputy Minister in the Presidency, the Honourable Mhlaule.
The Honourable House Chairperson, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, who is actually here in the House today, unlike others who are actually in jail for fraud, Honourable Members of the House, fellow South Africans, good evening. I rise in support of Budget Vote 1, the Presidency. I do so with a clear understanding of the moment that we find ourselves in as a country. South Africans are not asking for more slogans. They are asking for government that is at work, that can be seen, that can be felt, and most importantly, a government that can be trusted. They're asking for a government that delivers on its promises, a government that does not work in fragments, and a government that is able to move from planning to delivery with urgency and delivery. Essentially, South Africans want a government that works for all, especially the young people of this country who constitute 59% of our country's population. The youth of this country have, for the past 50 years, since June 16, 1976 and beyond, demonstrated that they do not lack ideas, talent, and courage to stand up for their future. What they lack is access. Through the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, which is the PYEI, launched by the President in 2020, we are actively expanding that door to access. The recently released Q3 results of the PYEI demonstrate real, quantifiable momentum in driving our transition, in transitioning young people from learning opportunities to earning opportunities. In addition to the figures already quoted by the Honourable Kanyase, by the end of Q3 2025-2026, more than 5.7 million young people had registered on the ESO Youth platform, with over 4.8 on the Employment Services of South Africa ESA system. Since its inception, the PYI has facilitated access to more than 2.3 million earning opportunities for our young people. More importantly, 70% of the opportunities accessed through the ESO Youth platform have been taken up by young women in particular, helping close the historical gender gaps. The Jobs Boost Outcomes Fund exceeded in its targets for this quarter, enrolling over 1.9 thousand young people, successfully placing 7.2 of those into sustainable employment. This is funding real outcomes. The revitalized National Youth Service continues its rapid expansion with an additional 100,000 opportunities currently available on estouth.mobi. And we therefore call upon young people who are currently sitting at home to register on the site and actually apply for these 100,000 opportunities that have just been advertised, and the closing date is September later this year. The success of the PYEI demonstrates the impact of deliberate policy choices made by the ANC-led government. The Youth Employment Services, which is a private sector-led initiative, which the President, in partnership with the Presidency, as mentioned by the President earlier on, has created over 228,000 youth jobs with an absorption rate of over 60% into full-time employment post the program. 17% of YES alumni have actually started their own businesses with support of the program across sectors. These are real measurable outcomes to the Honorable Kanyile. The reports are released quarterly, readily available on the State of the Nation website. I would therefore invite the Honorable Member to actually visit the website so that she can, in future, quote correct information and not the incorrect figures that she did here earlier today. Through sustained investment in youth employment and empowerment programs, partnerships with the private sector, and the allocation of public resources to create opportunities for young people, this government has enabled hundreds and thousands of youth to gain work experience, skills, and pathways into labor markets. This evidence, the PYEI is not an accidental success. It reflects government's commitment to tackling youth unemployment through targeted intervention and innovation. At a time when youth unemployment remains one of South Africa's greatest challenges, the program stands as evidence that government action can make a meaningful difference in the lives of our people. This evidence does not stand in isolation. It speaks to the 32 years of effective governance, which has made South Africa a far better country it is today. The propagandists want us to believe that this country has gone backwards, but in actual fact, the numbers as released by Stats South Africa in the General Household Survey last week tells a different story. Therefore, honorable members, allow me to recount the story of South Africa in numbers. And I urge the Honorable Lynchfield Chabalala to listen closely, as she clearly stated that she pinned her entire input on Idlozi. And unfortunately, Idlozi alinazi statistics. So here it goes. South Africa's total life expectancy at birth increased from 55.2% in 2022 to nearly 67% in 2025. 84% of households live in formal dwellings, and more than half of those own those homes. This is empirical evidence, Honorable Lynchfield Chabalala, that we are indeed housing the nation, not based on Idlozi. Earlier, the President recounted that we have gone for over a year without load shedding, and in addition to that, 94% of our households in South Africa actually currently do have access to electricity. Access to water and sanitation, 84% of South Africans have access to pipe water, with 8.1 million of those having gained water since 2022. On connectivity, 93.8% of households have access to a functional telephone, with 85% of those households having access to the internet. In addition to that, our state-owned company, which is Telkom, actually declared a near 560 million rand dividend to government in the past financial year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of South Africa in numbers, with the Presidency at the apex of driving this delivery through effective coordination. It is a story of a nation in progress with real tangible development in the lives of our people, as affirmed by the Honorable Daniels. The Honorable Trollip stood here and purported to do an assessment of Chapter 9 institutions. He forgot that the very institutions that he relies upon as a Member of Parliament are in fact a function of this government as led by the Presidency. The Constitutional Court, the Public Protector, the Auditor General, the South African Human Rights Commission, the Independent Electoral Commission, the broader suite of Chapter 9 institutions were authored, established, and resourced by the ANC government. The Constitution itself, in its principal authorship, is the work of this particular President. Honorable Mamane, Ndicela uxelele umama uba nazi izinto ezenziwe zi-commissions of inquiry since you asked. Firstly, over 17 billion was recovered by the state to date as a result of the Zondo Commission. 2, the Mpati Commission cleansed governance at the Public Investment Corporation, which is Africa's largest asset manager. 3, the Nugent Commission restored the integrity of SARS and recovered tens of billions of rands in revenue. The Nkandla soldiers who spoke here today spoke about taxes, having forgotten that the reason that we have a SARS to speak about today is because of this very presidency. Those who sought to cripple this institution now sit here in opposition benches and want to lecture us about progressive taxes. Honorable President, of course, the Honorable Chirwa will call your presidency a presidency of commissions because the Madlanga Commission exposed the owner of the cult as having turned the city of Tshwane into his own personal ATM. The greed was so unbelievable that they even referred to him in the text messages at the Madlanga Commission as
Deputy
Imbungulu.
Minister,
The anger,
Honorable
in
Deputy
fact,
Minister,
is because of the shame
Order,
that is being
Honorable
exposed
Deputy
today.
Minister. Please take your seat for a moment. Honorable Lonzi, why do you want to be recognized?
Chair, I know comprehension is very difficult on the
No,
other
Honorable Lonzi, you either rise on a point of order or a point of privilege.
The member is simply misleading Parliament.
No.
There is no Madlanga Commission.
Honorable
that saw
Lonzi.
anyone
Honorable Lonzi.
in the EFF to be
That's
implicated
not a
in the
point of
Madlanga
order.
Commission. It's
Please
a lie.
Take your seat.
So,
Honorable Lonzi, take your seat. As it is, I see you on the speakers list. If you have a difference of opinion with this member, please come and tell us then. Honorable Deputy Minister, please continue.
I'll repeat. The Madlanga Commission has exposed the owner of the cult of having turned the city of Tshwane into his personal ATM. The greed was so unbelievable that they referred to him as Imbungulu. So the anger that we saw here earlier today is actually the shame of having been exposed. Mr. President, you have stayed true to the promise you made when you came into office, when you said the era of impunity is over. They can feel it on these benches, which is why they
Honorable
stand
Deputy
here to
Minister.
insult you.
Honorable Deputy Minister, please take your seat. Honorable Paulson.
Chairperson, the speaker at the podium is casting aspersions on a member of this House.
I don't want to...
Which member?
Order. I'm on the floor. Honorable member behind the Honorable Deputy Minister Morolong. If you unmute one more time without being recognized, I'm going to ask you to leave the House. Honorable Paulson, I don't want to add insult to injury, but which member did the Deputy Minister refer to?
Firstly, the House Chairperson, we are not stupid here, Minister. And we know that you refer to the EFF as a cult. And we know who you refer to as the owner of that cult.
Honorable,
and you are accusing
Honorable
that particular
Paulson.
individual
Honorable Paulson.
of corruption.
Please take your seat.
Chairperson, she can't hide behind innuendos all the time.
You
and you allow her to
Order.
get away. We are
Honorable
not stupid
Chairperson.
here.
Honorable Paulson. This Deputy Minister did not mention a party's name. No, I'm not going to debate this ruling with you.
Chairperson, you can't pretend that you don't know what she's referring to. And we are not stupid. And she's such a coward.
Order.
She hides behind
Honorable
innuendo.
Paulson.
And you allow her to get
Honorable
away
Paulson,
with
I've made my ruling. The ruling has been made. We're moving on. If you are aggrieved with the ruling, deal with it in terms of the rules. Honorable Deputy Minister, I have a hand there. Please, take your seat again, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable Member at the back, why do you want to be recognized?
Chairperson, you have been threatening to remove us for frivolous points of order. You are not saying anything when the Red Berets, they are doing the same thing. Can you also threaten that they must be you will take them outside?
Honorable Member, I will apply the rules as I see fit. In the bigger scheme of things, this was only the second interruption. I've made my ruling. Deputy Minister, please continue. Honourable Deputy Minister, now your own whip don't want you to proceed. Honourable Dartmoor, please take your seat, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Chairperson, you've indicated consistency. The honourable member there made the statement in response to Honourable Deputy Minister that you lied. But we all noticed that you didn't say anything about the fact that he said that the Deputy Minister is lying. That is not consistent, and I appeal to you to be consistent.
Yeah, thank you. I've ruled his point out of order. Deputy Minister, please continue.
President, your presidency has in truth been characterized by the fact that no one is above the law, including the cult leader who is currently a convict, and that is why he's not in the House today. To the Honorable Misha, there is no crisis. The instruments of accountability by this government shall continue to work.
Please take your seat. I have a hand at the back.
Thank you, Chair. Besicela usicelela uDP ukuthi angasicela ubaba Ramaphosa ukuthi angalali emsebenzini and asivulele istatement sakhe sasebhank. Siyabonga.
No, Honourable Member, that's not a point of order. Please, let's continue with the debate. Honourable Deputy Minister, please continue.
It's interesting that those with half of their caucus that's currently in court is speaking about stealing from the people. Honorable members, South Africans will judge the presidency by the number, not by the number of meetings convened. They will judge this presidency by where the government works better when it matters the most. Our duty, therefore, is to ensure that we do so with the urgency and discipline it requires. This budget vote is therefore a vote for a presidency that coordinates with purpose, monitors with discipline, and supports reform with urgency, and places the lived experiences of South Africans at the center of this work. It is a vote for a government that must work faster, work better, and account with more honesty. I submit. Thank you very much.
Is there a speaker on behalf of the NCC in this debate? If not, I recognize the Honourable the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development.
House Chairperson, His Excellency the President, honorable members, from the outset, the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania declares its support for the budget vote 1. As Africanists and Pan-Africanists, our politics is not driven by blind opposition, but by a deep commitment to our people and a structural understanding of the state. We view this budget not simply as a set of figures, but as an instrument for advancing the transformation, security, socio-economic renewal of our country. Mr. President, as directed by you, siyavuma ukuba zikhona as 2.5 million hectares of land, and we are going to fast-track i-transfer yazo and convert those lease agreements into title deeds. We are ready, and the list is ready. House Chairperson, the PAC proudly acknowledges the heightened international profile of our country, driven largely by the initiatives of the presidency. This includes South Africa's uncompromising firmness on the global stage regarding human rights and championing of self-determination and dignity of oppressed peoples worldwide. Furthermore, we welcome the aggressive drive for South Africa's exports, which must serve to give greater impetus to the industrialization of our economy and creation of local jobs. However, external development is meaningless without internal fortification. This budget must actively protect women, youth, and people living with disability. The youth, whom we all agree are the future of our country, are presently besieged by structural unemployment. We add our voice to the call for the call to wage uncompromising war against gender-based violence, which, as we all agree, is a national emergency. However, we cannot cure the symptom while ignoring the disease. We must attack the underlying causes of this scourge, which are the severe breakdown of our social fabric, generational trauma, and economic exclusion that leave women vulnerable to abusers. Finally, as we look at the ever-changing and highly volatile geopolitics, the PAC stresses the critical importance of strengthening our state security apparatus. We live in a world where certain foreign interests look at our vast mineral wealth and our lucrative domestic markets not as partners, but as predators. Our sovereignty faces continuous threats from international manipulation, compounded internally by sophisticated crime syndicates, and that have effectively put South Africa under a state of siege. If the state cannot protect its borders, its markets, and its streets, we have no nation to speak of. Let this budget be the shield that protects our wealth and the sword that cuts down organized crime. With these words, the PAC reiterates its support for the presidency budget. Vote 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Mao Mapelo.
Motlotlegi Tautona, ne ke re ke tse tšhono ke go dumedise. Re dumedisa le matona a leng ka kwano mo letsatsi la gompieno le batlotlegi botlhe ba kgotlateo molao ya bosetšhaba. Honorable members, the Bureau for Economic Research has developed a scenario for GDP in South Africa, and they call it the African fish scenario. In that scenario, the Bureau for Economic Research projects that South Africa's economy by 2030 will hover around 2% growth. Our National Treasury does the same projection to say that by 2030, our GDP will be hovering around 2%. The World Bank makes the same assertion that around 2030, South Africa's economy, in terms of growth, it will be hovering around 2.3%. Now, I'm giving you these figures, honorable members, because when we talk about the challenges of geopolitics and how those challenges impact on South Africa's economy, we must be scientific in approach. We can come here and hurl insults at each other and so on, but we must bear in mind that if we do not adopt a scientific approach to the challenges that we face, we are not going to be able to provide alternatives to what the Bureau of Economic Research is telling us. President, you set a target in the investment summit that in the next 5 years, we must be at 3 trillion rand. Now, let's understand, honorable members, the Bureau for Economic Research, World Bank, and other institutions that deals with matters of the economy, when they do so, they look at all other variables, and some of those variables will include, for instance, what the president from time to time will say. So, the South African Investment Summit has achieved its strategic objective of over 2.8 trillion rand. So when they look at South Africa, these institutions of authority on economy, they will look at that progress that we are making because they are adopting scientific approach to problems of the economy. However, honorable members, we must also understand that we are pursuing the objective of building a better Africa and a better world under conditions that we do not control. I'll make an example. As we sit here, supply chains of the world are constrained because of the onslaught that is executed on Iran by Israel and the United States of America. As a consequence of that, the Strait of Hormuz find it difficult for transportation of goods and services to go through as a consequence of what is happening imposed on Iran by the US and Israel. So it's important, honorable members, that when we speak economics here, and we speak about the price of petrol, the price of goods and services, we talk about the prices of what our people are consuming. We must bear in mind that what is impacted upon the prices here in South Africa and the rest of the world is exogenous factors in the economy, because we don't have control over those exogenous factors. It is therefore very important for us to bear in mind that if you are a leader at the level of the president, you don't only consider what honorable members are saying here. You consider factors as a whole, including these exogenous factors that I'm talking about. The exogenous factors include the fact that we are in the world where midnight there might be trumpets which are imposing through Twitter, rattles around the world. And we have to respond to those particular situations. There is an honorable member who came here and make a point that we are doing nothing about illicit sale of cigarettes. Now, we have a challenge in the House here, honorable members, of a syndrome which I refer to as systematic memory lapse. Now, if you don't have systematic memory lapse, you will remember that on this platform here, Honorable Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwan, indicated that we are losing around 70% of tax revenue as a consequence of illicit cigarettes. So we must not speak about it here as if it has never been referred to. Honorable Mekalaikis, you come here and say, sorry if I did not pronounce your surname properly. You come here and say there is a lack of political will in South Africa. And I want to say to you, Honorable Mekalaikis, President Ramaphosa announced the deployment of 2,200 soldiers to deal with matters of criminality here in the country. And you were in the House on that particular day. That's why I'm saying you might be encountering problems of memory lapse from time to time, because these facts were presented here in the House. One of the members also came here and attacked the ANC and says the ANC was absent during the Freedom Charter in 1955. Just in summary, the build-up towards 1955 Freedom Charter, one of the leaders of the ANC who went around the country to mobilize people, and there were over 50,000 people mobilized as a build-up, was the Black Pimpernel Nelson Mandela. And Nelson Mandela came from the African National Congress Youth League, Honorable Paulson. We must also remind you that here in Cape Town, as a part of build-up to the Freedom Charter, a leader of the ANC, ZK Matthews, was one of the leaders who led the processes that resulted in the culmination of the Freedom Charter. Now, I'm going to urge honorable members who are confusing what is objective, what is subjective in as far as South Africa's economy is concerned, because I don't have time. Please look at what China has done based on Deng Xiaoping's philosophy of opening up the market of China, therefore fusing in the variables of China's economy matters of marketism. So the Chinese have mastered the art of dealing with these matters of marketism. Honorable Reddy, when you go to a meeting for the first time as a committee of parliament, one of the first things that you do there is not to study a report. What you do in the first meeting of parliament, like the committee did yesterday, of impeachment, is to appoint a chairperson.
Honorable Mo.
Subsequent to the appointment of the
Honorable
chairperson.
member, just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Reddy, why do you want to be recognized?
Thank you, House Chair. Is the honourable member prepared to take a question?
I will inquire from him. You can stand down. Honorable member, are you prepared to take a question?
Yes, as soon as I'm done, Chair.
Okay. Please proceed.
When you arrive in a committee like you did yesterday, you elect a chairperson and the chairperson has been elected. It is only after the chairperson has been elected that the report will then come to that particular committee. But in addition, it's a memory lapse problem again. The speaker through the ATC circulated the report of Section 89 on the 11th of May to all of us here. We've got that report. So don't go to a committee and ask for a report that is in your gadget. There is also a member who came here and wants us, honorable members, to adopt what I call microwave diplomacy. Now, microwave diplomacy is when you seek simple solutions to complex problems. So they want South Africa to cut corners by adopting this microwave diplomacy. Now, we are not going to adopt microwave diplomacy because we as the African National Congress, we are a disciplined force of the left, which means as a disciplined force of the left, we will not seek to provide simple solutions to complex problems that are facing society. We will, for instance, at all material times, continue to call for the resolution of conflicts all over the world through engagement by discussing. We will continue to call for engagement so that we can resolve conflicts that are facing the world. Honorable Bergman, I'm going to refer you to a book written by Johan Keynes, another one by Abalena. If you read those two books, they will tell you that a role of a state in building an economy is very critical. You come here and say the role of the state must be reduced in South Africa, and in the process of that, you confuse yourself. You say electricity is expensive, but at the same time you are saying the government must do something to resolve that, but at the same time you are saying the state must not play a role in making sure that you deal with them. So that's Confucianism, which is raging in your head. And you must liberate yourself from that confusion because it is self-inflicted. In the end, honorable members, we are calling for the African continent to unite, for SADC to come together, President, to address the challenges that we are facing with our fellow brothers and sisters who are here in South Africa, either illegally or legally. The only way is to talk as SADC and resolve the problem jointly. Ke a leboha.
The Honorable Dr. Mahlatsi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Rotom Africa. Honorable Mahumapelo, you're talking about contradictions. Last time I checked, your SG said you are center social. Today you regard yourself as a left. There is the contradiction. Budget vote 1 must be evaluated not mainly on expenditure, but on whether presidency is providing strategic leadership, policy coherence, constitutional governance, and public accountability. The effectiveness of presidency is inseparable from the credibility and the integrity of the president himself. The president was presented as the custodian of the Constitution, the champion of ethnic leadership, and the face of the fight against corruption. Many South Africans place their hope on this Tumamina project. However, the Phala controversy has raised serious questions about accountability, transparency, and public trust. The president, who campaigned on an anti-corruption platform, has found himself in the center of a saga involving a large sum of foreign currency. Whether or not the legal process has reached a final conclusion, the political and ethical question remain. The presidency cannot preach transparency to the nation, while the question concerning transparency continues to surround the highest office in the land. The presidency must therefore answer the simple question: how does it restore the public confidence when the conduct of the head of the state itself becomes a matter of national controversy? Equally important in planning, the presidency oversees the National Development Plan, the Medium-Term Development Plan, District Development Plan, and numerical sectoral strategy. Yet, one must ask whether these plans speak to one another. Are they integrated instruments of development, or have they become the parallel document read by separate officials in a separate department with a separate priorities? The governor's challenge extends further. Does presidency have functioning policy coherent mechanism that ensure that all ministries move in the same direction? Or are departments operating as isolated islands, pursuing disconnected priorities, while communities suffer the consequence of fragmented and policy uncertainty? The UAT believes that South Africa requires a presidency that is beyond reproach, anchored in constitutionalism, accountability, ethical leadership, and policy coherence. The people deserve a government that acts as one government, speak with one voice, and lead by example from the highest office in the Republic. The UAT reject vote 1.
Is there a speaker on behalf of the Good Party? If not, I recognize the Honorable Lonzi.
House Chair, the President has a tendency to run away when we speak here. He did it during SONA, and I see he's doing it again. But his colleagues will inform him. We must begin by conveying our heartfelt condolences to the family of Tlamolo Samo, a 19-year-old young man from Limpopo whose life was brutally cut short in Mossel Bay yesterday. We extend our sympathies to his parents, his sister, Nonhlanhla, and all those who loved him. It is believed that Ntambulo was a victim of the lawlessness which has engulfed our nation over the past months and weeks. Welcome back, Mr. President. House Chairperson, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the EFF has for many years warned against the normalization of Afrophobic vigilantism and the hatred against Black Africans would eventually cost innocent South African lives. This is precisely because the cousin of xenophobia is tribalism. The cousin of Afrophobia is tribalism. The two are simply inseparable. Mr. President, what should concern you even more as head of state is that these vigilante groups are not operating in secret. They are breaking the law openly in front of law enforcement officers. They are beating and assaulting people in front of the police. Why should we not believe that this violence is state-sponsored? Why should we not believe that this anarchy is sponsored by you as the state when crime is committed in front of those who are supposed to be custodians of the law? Where is the voice of the Minister of the Police? Mr. President, when you rise and respond here, you must reiterate and outline what you will be doing to address this crisis before more South African lives are lost. You must never get tired of explaining yourself to the people of South Africa. Mr. President, in your State of the Nation address, you stood before this House and committed to the employment of an additional 10,000 labor inspectors to protect South African workers from exploitation and address non-compliance with labor legislation. Where are the 10,000 additional labor inspectors, Mr. President? Your Minister of Small Business stood before South Africans and announced 500 million fund for spaza short for South Africans. Where is the 500 million fund for spaza short for South Africans? How many township entrepreneurs have touched it and felt it? Mr. President, in the same sauna, you promised the country a new university in Ekurhuleni, a promise which you made in 2020, by the way, 6 years ago. Yet the Minister of Education, Higher Education, has failed to identify a mere site, Mr. President. There is no site for a commitment that you made 6 years ago, no foundation, no construction team, and no building plan. Mr. President, these ministers clearly do not take you seriously. When a president speaks and makes a commitment before the nation, ministers and government departments are supposed to work around the clock, day and night, to ensure that the commitments made by the president become the reality. Yet, time and again, your promises are ignored by your own ministers. Do you not think that you have lost the moral authority to discipline them? Because leadership is not just about giving instructions. Leadership is about setting an example. How do you demand accountability from your ministers when South Africans are still waiting for accountability from you, Mr. President? How do you insist on transparency from your cabinet when the Phala Phala scandal continues to cast a shadow over your presidency? Mr. President, South Africans watched in disbelief as allegations emerged that millions of dollars were hidden and stuffed under couches in your private farm and residence. They watched as questions were raised about how that money got there, how much was there, and why was that money not declared. I heard some members of the ANC raising a point of order. It's not the EFF that said the money was not declared, it's SARS and the South African Reserve Bank. But perhaps the reason why so many South Africans remain uneasy about Phala Phala is because it reminds us of your questionable relationship with big business interests, Mr. President. It has revived questions that have followed you throughout your entire political life. You know, Mr. President, when many of us were growing up in the student movement, we were told that you were the preferred candidate for big business. We were told that you enjoyed the support and mentorship of the Rupert, of the Manel, and the Oppenheimer family. We were told that they regarded you as their guy. We were told that you are their protege. we were told that when President Nelson Mandela chose Thabo Mbeki as his deputy president, you became so upset that you didn't even attend President Mandela's inauguration. You left politics, Mr. President, you went into business, and years later you came back. So the question we must ask is, what made you come back to politics, Mr. President? Who persuaded you to leave business and return to politics? We ask this because South Africa now knows that you tried to resign as president on 2 occasions. And this is not a rumor. Your national chairperson of the ANC, sitting right in front of me, confirmed this thing. Yet somehow you remained. Who exactly persuaded you to stay, Mr. President? Was it really the ANC leadership? Was it really those who sit behind you in this house? Or was the pressure coming from somewhere else, Mr. President? Was it Stellenbosch which concluded that despite the crisis facing our country, you remain the safest pair of hands for their interests? Are they the ones who told you not to resign even when unemployment remains at catastrophic levels under your leadership? Are they the ones telling you not to resign even when millions of young people wake up every morning without hope of finding work? Are they the ones telling you not to resign even when workers struggle with rising costs, rising petrol, rising diesel, rising wages, deepening their further poverty? Are they the ones telling you not to resign, Mr. President, even when municipalities are failing to deliver basic services to our people? Are they the ones telling you not to resign, Mr. President, even when the Constitutional Court told you and your party that what you did was wrong by using your majority to try and hide the truth? Are they the ones who are telling you not to resign, President, even when your own conscience is telling you to resign, Mr. President? Mr. President, Phala Phala is your Achilles heel. You know, when we watch movies, Chair, couches, furniture, and things like fridges, beds, and wardrobes are often used by criminal syndicates to transport drugs, to transport money, to transport weapons, and even to transport and traffic human organs. They use furniture to conceal the criminal proceeds and move things around without and avoiding public scrutiny. This is why many South Africans will struggle, Mr. President, to accept the explanation that this money just found its way into your couch. Because when you hide money into the couch, you must first damage the couch. You must cut the couch. You must create a hole in the couch to stuff that money in. So what exactly happened in your Phala Phala farm, Mr. President? When people hear that millions of dollars were discovered inside furniture, they do not think about your ordinary farming operations. They think about the methods which are used all over the world by criminal cartels to hide things that cannot withstand public scrutiny. This is why you fear the impeachment committee. This is why the ANC fears the impeachment committee. We know that you don't care about the vote that will come at the end. What you are scared of is the scrutiny when we continue to dig deeper into what happened in the Phala Phala farm, Mr. President. And when that moment comes, you will sit alone on that chair. No network of powerful friends will be with you. No proximity to wealth and business elites will be able to shield you from the truth that will be placed on the records. Not the Ruperts, not the Oppenheimers, not Stellenbosch, not the Menels, and not even your own caucus of the ANC. Mr. President, presidents and prime ministers across the world have actually resigned for far lesser things. They've resigned for simple lies. They've resigned for simple scandals. But even when the Constitutional Court says to you, you are wrong, you are insisting on digging your heels in. Mr. President, history will not remember you for Phala Phala alone. History will remember you for refusing an opportunity to resign even when the people of South Africa wanted to give you a dignified and honorable exit. Do the honorable thing, Mr. President, and resign.
The Honourable Douglas.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, people of South Africa. I greet you all in the name of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and in the language of the Khoi and San people, Kaites. As MKP, we reject vote 1 of the presidency. There is an African proverb which teaches us that the fish rots from the head first, because leadership matters. The character, integrity, courage, and moral example of those who govern determine the destiny of a nation. Mr. Chair, in politics, perception matters. Not only my perception, but the perception of millions of ordinary South Africans who watch this parliament and ask themselves whether the same rules apply to those in power as applies to everyone else. The truth is that the public perception is that this parliament used the ANC majority and rules of this house to shield the president from full accountability regarding Pala Pala in the 6th parliament. And now the perception is that the GNU is doing the same in the 7th parliament and will do the same during the impeachment hearings, using their majority to whitewash and shield the president, even though there is a perception of guilt. The impeachment is already a mockery, as the chairman is from the GNU, undercover, but RISE received more than 30 million rand from the Stellenbosch mafia, so they are already compromised and biased even before this process begins. Similarly, the public perception is that questions were avoided rather than answered by the president. So we need to see more of the president coming out and answering, and that's what we want in the impeachment or in court. Whether one agrees with that perception, the subsequent constitutional court findings that the president has a case to answer to this house and the public regarding Pala Pala is irrelevant, and it's immediate, and it needs to be done. Trust in public institutions is built not merely on legal outcomes, but on public confidence that leaders place accountability above political expediency. This is no longer the case in this house. This debate is therefore not just about the budget, but about the ethics of what a governing GNU majority can veto, defend, excuse, or explain away in this house by virtue of their majority, rather than what is the right thing to do. It is about what's expected from those entrusted with the highest office in the land. South Africans are not asking whether something or someone can survive a parliamentary vote, but is the president guilty of what was done? Has the president broken the law? That is important. And this house is selling its soul, because it's not voting with its conscience, it's voting with its party lines. It's voting not for what's righteous and what's good and the character of a man. It is voting according to party lines and to defend someone that has been shown to be in the wrong. One of the most troubling developments under this budget has been the growing concentration of state power within the presidency itself. Today, the presidency exercises unprecedented influence over intelligence coordination, national security structures, key law enforcement appointments, military deployments, and strategic state decision-making, including the appointment of judiciary-like constitutional court judges. Through the National Security Council intelligence reforms, presidency-based coordination structures, and direct oversight mechanisms, more and more authority has been concentrated in the union buildings. Yet all that intelligence did not lead to uncovering corruption at the highest level. It took the bravery of General Mkhwanazi to reveal the truth, despite the president having all the power and knowledge at his fingertips. Yet despite this concentration of power, South Africa has not seen accountability. Increasingly, citizens perceive a state that acts swiftly and publicly against political opponents, like arresting MKP MPs, whips, and even illegally incarcerating President Zuma without a trial. Yet the same cannot be said about DA and insiders and ANC insiders found guilty of crimes. They are protected by this president. They are protected by this house. They are protected by the rules of parliament. How much of the rest of our members are genuine, and how much is political persecution? How much is the president and others wielding the state influence, the state power to stop the rise of the people through MKP and through EFF and through other progressive parties? No, Mr. Chair, this is unjust. And where there is a perception of injustice, the people on the ground will take their anger to the street. And if they cannot get help from the politicians, they will take law into their own hands. And this is what has happened with March and March. And we as MK, we will support the people to rise up and to say no more. No more corruption. No more of hiding what should be out and be exposed. We need to see people held accountable. We need to see the president held accountable. Mr. Chair, the presidency has failed to address the most pressing issues of our generations.
Honourable Douglas, just take your seat for a moment. I have a hand at the back. Why do you want to be recognised, Honourable?
House Chair, but these people are not debating a vote one. They are not relevant to the debate that is in the table.
Honourable Member.
They are speaking their own issues.
Hey, Oros from Temo. Oros from Temo. Oros.
Honourable Member. Please, honourable members to my left, don't unmute. I'm able to deal with this. Honourable member, I have previously dealt with this matter and clarified that this is a political debate. No member has strictly limited themselves only to the budget at hand. Furthermore, I have warned you before that if you raise another frivolous point of order, I'm going to ask you to leave the chamber. Therefore, you must now please leave the chamber. Honourable member, please leave the chamber. Order, honourable members. Honourable member, I've made my ruling. Do you need assistance to leave the chamber? Will the sergeant at arms please assist the member to leave the chamber? Yeah, I can only recognize one hand at a time. I'm going to the whips. Honourable Sosana.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. No, Chair, we respect your ruling. However, I want to check because now it's a different speaker. It's not raising a point of order on the same speaker that he was raising before. It's a totally different speaker, Chair.
No, thank you. Even though you say you respect my ruling, you're actually challenging it. My ruling is final. Honourable Douglas, please continue.
You want to join him?
Honourable Douglas, just take your seat. Honourable Deputy Minister, is that a new point, or are you also going to challenge my ruling?
Thank you, House Chair, for recognizing me. House Chair, I want to, not to challenge your ruling, but to speak to it.
No,
House Chair, the honourable
there's
member
no opportunity
has
to do
raised
that.
a point. Can I be listened, please?
Deputy Minister.
He has raised a point in the rules.
No.
In the rules, there's point of debate that
Thank
must
you.
be relevant.
I've made my ruling. The rules also clearly state that once the ruling has been made, it's final. You can take it further
But
with the
MK has
rules.
been abusing us the whole day.
No.
That is unfair.
Honourable Douglas, please continue.
Mr. Chair, the public perception of government has not emerged from one
Douglas,
event.
I have another hand to my left. Honourable Member, I'm going to recognise you. However, Honourable Deputy Minister, I've not given you permission to unmute. Honourable Member, if it's not anything new, you also now run the risk of being declared as grossly disorderly. Please do not challenge the ruling. You have the floor. But unless you're going to raise something new.
When are you taking a break? Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. I rise on a point of privilege.
Yes.
And I want to address you. You are abusing your power.
No.
And
Honourable Member.
you are abusing your power. You are biased. Because your ruling itself, it borders on biasness.
Thank you.
Because you are intimidating
Honourable
everyone
Member.
in this house. We've got privilege to speak as members of this
Honourable
parliament.
Member.
You can't be bullying us
Thank
like
you.
that.
Thank
you.
Yeah, you have now abused the rules yourself. I made my ruling and it is final. Honorable Douglas, continue.
House Chair.
Honorable, thank you, Honorable Douglas. Honorable Daniels, unless it's something new.
Listen to people.
House Chair. I'm going to say what has not been said before. So for the record, I want to state that the Patriotic Alliance is in agreement with the previous speaker that we believe that you are abusing your power. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's interesting to hear the ruling still is final. Honorable Douglas, please continue.
We have seen inquiry after inquiry, promise after promise, yet for South Africans, life continues to get harder. There's more unemployment. The municipalities are running to the ground by this coalition government. Let me remind you that coalition governments are in charge of the municipalities today. They mustn't come make promises in our communities they're going to fix what is broken in communities, because they broke it. They broke the water. They broke the government. They broke the systems. And now they want to come get our sympathy. Mr. President, it all happened under your watch. So you need to take responsibility. We need a presidency that beneficiates our resources, industrializes our economy, pursues land justice, stands firm against external and hostile narratives, and stands for the interests of the people against global elites and the politically connected. We as MK, we say enough is enough. We as the Progressive Caucus, we are standing together, and we are saying we will not participate in this farce anymore. We have come to say what we have said, and we are done. We are out of here. Thank you very much.
Abahambe.
There's no dignity.
Order. Honorable members, I'm on the floor.
Abahambe.
Honorable
No
Reddy.
dignity. There is
Order.
Abahambe.
Break the water.
Order. Honorable Reddy. Honorable Reddy. Honorable Reddy.
Soldiers.
Honorable
Tell us of
Reddy.
kiss.
Break the water.
Honorable Reddy. Honorable Reddy. Honorable Reddy.
You see, Chair, friends are now
Bayaklaya.
your own friends, Chair. You have been defending Honorable Reddy.
Order.
You have been defending MK.
Let
You
him
take
go.
away ANC member. Now you see your people. They don't even learn to listen to yourself.
Order, honorable members.
Already.
The next speaker is the Honorable Nodada.
Point, you're not seeing us, Chair. You're ignoring us. We've got our hands up.
Thanks, Honorable Nodada. Just take your seat for a moment. Honorable Skosana, why do you want to be recognized?
Yeah, Chair, I think this behavior by members who just walked out is a grossly disorderly conduct. Because members can't mobilize each other and then stage a walkout like they did, Chair. So can you please make a ruling and, if possible, refer the matter to the relevant committee, please, Chair.
Thank you. I'll take the matter under advisement, and specifically the Honorable Reddy ignoring me while he was still in the chamber, and deal with it. Honorable Nodada.
Chairperson Malunga Begekileyo, fellow South Africans, ndiyanibulisa ngale njikalanga. Molweni. Mr. President, I was not meant to be standing at this podium today, but I insisted because I wanted to land this message directly to the presidency. Today, I could have been lying in a hospital bed fighting for my life, or my family could have been preparing my funeral while everyone in this parliament sent their condolences. This weekend, my friend and I were victims of a crime that almost cost us our lives. We were violently attacked. He was stabbed 6 times while I fought for my life against drug-addicted criminals who exploited a dark alleyway to Humid Beach Park, where stolen cables were never repaired, street lights did not work, bush clearing was not done, and there was no security patrol. I was almost a statistic of how the Nelson Mandela Bay municipality fails to keep our streets safe. Another headline, another grieving family. I was fortunate enough to make it out alive. Thousands of South Africans sadly don't. I've spoken many times in this House about combating crime and having functional municipalities to protect communities. However, that has fallen on deaf ears in many instances. I hope that today you will listen to this story and maybe take action in some of the proposals I'll make to you. Crime rips lives and communities apart. I am no exception. Thousands of families are victims of failing municipalities and unsafe streets. This weekend, I came closer to it, more than anyone ever wants to or deserves to. Had we not fought, had the response time been slower, the same fate suffered by countless victims of violent crime would be ours. We would be dead. Thanks to the Mount Road men and women in blue and the St. George's Hospital, we are now on our road to recovery. But gratitude alone cannot fix a broken system. Mr. President, criminals thrive when municipalities fail at the fundamentals, when street lights stay broken, when stolen infrastructure is ignored, when bushes become hiding places, when police are under-resourced, when local governments stop governing. That is the reality in Nelson Mandela Bay. Criminals are running riot in Nelson Mandela Bay. Yet Mayor Lobisha hollowed out our Metro Police. And despite being located in one of the Nelson Mandela Bay's most dangerous crime hotspots, the Woma SAPS satellite station has remained closed since 2017. And this is not an isolated failure. In a city where 126 Metro Police officers have only 3 working vehicles per shift, over 100 funded posts in the Metro's Safety and Security Department have stood vacant for nearly 2 years. Yet the municipality has spent 69 million on obsolete 15-year-old security equipment while leaving almost 80% of its safety and security budget unspent. So the little it managed to spend was wasted in overpriced, outdated equipment, while there aren't enough personnel, working vehicles or stations, or security cameras. This money should have been used for an effective camera network across the city to build an effective joint operations center for police, Metro Police, private security, and other emergency services, or to invest in technology already indispensable in Cape Town like shot spotters. How many vehicles or officers could the wasted 62 million have paid for? And could those officers have been patrolling the street where we were almost killed? Could they have been on patrol to stop murders of Ibanati Peter, Sinotando Malinga, Litalianda Antoni, and Michelle Ambral, who were killed in NMB just this year? Mr. President, the army deployment is a temporary measure that has yielded no benefit to gang-ridden areas like the northern areas. And worse, you praise the mayor of Nelson Mandela Bay's self-proclaimed 80% performance, while residents endure crime, corruption, collapsing services, unemployment, water outages, and electricity failures. No family should have to live in fear because government cannot keep the lights on, literally and figuratively. So today, Mr. President, I'm asking for action, not condolences, not platitudes, just simple action. So I would like you, when you respond tomorrow, to commit to establishing a fully functional joint operations center in Nelson Mandela Bay, where police will collaborate with the municipality to ensure cables are fixed, bushes are cleared, cameras are installed, drone and other technologies used to find criminals, more boots on the ground through SAPS, Metro Police, and the private sector to make communities safer and prevent more people dying through gang violence and women and children being raped. The Nelson Mandela Bay Flying Squad is dubbed as the dying squad. No high-performance vehicles, 1 narcotics dog for the entire metro, 7 vehicles for anti-gang operations. Not enough, just 7. No wonder Eastern Cape, and particularly Nelson Mandela Bay, continue to rank among the country's leaders in murder and rape. But 80 kilometers away lies a different reality. In the Deer Run Gocha municipality, where they have invested in a 24-hour joint operations center, an ever-growing CCTV network, first responder drones, a security app for residents, license plate recognition technology, dash and body cams for the police. Same in the city of Cape Town, where we've got shot spotters. So, Mr. President, these examples prove something simple. Safer communities are anchored by competent and compassionate local governments. The DA will do everything in its power to ensure municipalities can deliver water and electricity, root out corruption, and fight crime to create environments of economic growth where people are lifted out of poverty. South Africans are indeed tired of speeches after funerals, tired of promises after statistics and endless calls for patience while criminals and gangs run their communities. So when you respond tomorrow, do not give us just simply words. Please commit to the action that I've requested today. Commit to actioning a joint operations center with devolved power to fight crime in the country's murder capital, Nelson Mandela Bay. Commit to properly resourcing the flying squad to fight gang violence. Mr. President, our lives begin to end the day we remain silent about things that matter. Otherwise, we too will end up in the grave of crime. If we fail to act against crime and local government failure, more South Africans will not merely lose hope, they will lose their lives. I thank you.
The Honorable Mahlaule.
His Excellency, the President Cyril Ramaphosa, honorable members in the House, fellow South Africans. We must first deal with and isolate political grandstanding in this House. Separate theatrical performance from the sober realities of governance, and to anchor this House back to the pragmatic vision delivered by our President. We knew exactly what the opposition would do today, and they did not disappoint. They brought poetry, anger, and grievances to the debate that requires economic logic, legal precision, and a commitment to the people of South Africa. The Honorable Litchfield came here and calls South Africa a growing neoliberal economy, and then uses that as a label and as a reason to reject the budget. We see that as an oversimplification of the debate. Our economic framework is actually a contested mix of market mechanisms and strong redistributive programs such as social grants, public services, and targeted industrial policies, none of which fit neatly into the textbook of neoliberal model. The real test of this budget is not an ideological slogan, but whether these allocations expand jobs, strengthen public sector, and tackle inequality. But anyway, she was not here to listen to the president and what he said. If the member believes that the economy is too market-driven, the logical step was to propose amendments to strengthen public investment and regulation. Simply walking away from the budget abandons the very workers and the poor communities they claim to defend. The honorable member invoked Sankara's line that you cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness, as if that justifies irresponsible grandstanding in this House. Sankara was not calling for irrational governance. He was talking about the courage to break with old, unjust formulas and to invent a better future through principled, disciplined leadership. Fundamental change in a constitutional democracy still requires lawful, accountable, evidence-based decision about the budget. The madness Sankara spoke of is the moral bravery to confront corruption and privilege, not the political recklessness of rejecting every budget without offering a credible alternative. I was going to speak to Honorable Mkhitam and tell him that I know a man who has used courts since 2005 till today to hide from accountability, and that is not certainly the President Ramaphosa. The courts today are dragging that man that I know and he knows, kicking and screaming to answer for his corruption case in Pietermaritzburg High Court. Maybe the right fingers Honorable Mkhitam should look at are those four fingers which are pointing to his direction. The less said about Honorable Reddy's contribution, the better. He is a clear testament that the ANC kept crooks and cronies for too long within its ranks, and we can only be happy that they finally left the ANC so that it can renew itself without construction mafias, water tanker mafias, and all forms of criminality. You know, there's a very dangerous slogan which has been adopted by MK party here. The slogan of Gwaza Mkonto, Gwaza. It has become more dangerous to themselves as opposed to their enemies. Since the beginning of the 7th administration, Bakwazana Bawatwa, they have been stabbing one another every day, and we can count many bodies who were here in this house and are not here today because of the spear. As we watch this unfold, we must not dare disturb them or even waste our energy on them. They will finish each other themselves with the spear. That spear has just stabbed its own chief whip now. Now that we are seated here, we don't have a chief whip. They don't have a chief whip in the MK. I wanted to speak also to Honorable Zungula, who is my friend, and remind him to go back in time and look at the time his party removed him as a leader of his political party. It was exactly at the time he and his party crossed the line and wanted to be one with MK. The spear, which is wielded by a madman, has hit him as a casualty. It did so because the man behind the spear is exactly how I have characterized him. A madman, and he will finish all his children even before the enemy advances. As we predicted that the EFF, through Honorable Paulsen, will stand here trying to claim a monopoly over the pain of the people of Palestine. The EFF's claim, which reduces the president's legacy to bravery over Israel, and that he has therefore failed, is misleading and politically motivated. Our movement's foreign policy has always balanced principle with prudence. We protect South Africa's national interest, uphold international law, and advance peace and human rights. Reducing complex diplomatic decisions to a single issue ignores achievements in service delivery, economic support programs, and social justice reforms that benefit the very millions that they claim to represent. Well, the very same theatrics were heard from Honorable Chirwa, who also claims that the EFF has monopoly over the pain of the landless in our country. And we do not see the issue of land merely as a political trophy. We understand that if we fail in equitable redistribution, we will deepen inequality and destabilize our democracy. But our approach is sophisticated and careful. Land is the primary economic sector and the geographic competitive advantage of South Africa. We are correcting the special biases of the past by ensuring the equitable distribution of public and private investment directly into rural and township economies. We are turning our townships from labor reservoirs into economic epicenters. And in doing so, we are not leaving our traditional leaders behind. So if the EFF genuinely cared about measurable outcomes that the President has spoken about, it would engage constructively on policy solutions instead of encouraging land grabs everywhere they go. The Honorable Kanyile of the DA's accusation that the presidential youth stimulus does not account for funds is incorrect and misleading. The program includes detailed budgetary allocation, transparent reporting mechanisms, and coordinated partnerships across national and provincial departments to ensure funds reach young people. This administration has already dispersed support through targeted grants, training stipends, and enterprise development funds. So instead of spreading unfounded doubt, what the DA should do is spend more time doing what a government is supposed to do, to serve our people fully, instead of pretending to serve our people out there and denounce government when time for accounting in this house comes. You cannot part-time to be in government, unfortunately. It's either you are in or you are out. Honorable Milam, you should spend some time and energy advising the DA on how to build residents in Cape Town City. The residents of Cape Town want to know, when will the DA municipality refund their money, which it illegally charged? It charged them, and the court declared that it was unlawful. Don't be like a pot calling a kettle pitch black when they are burnt from the same fire. Isn't it ironic that Honorable Trolley comes here and lectures this house about failures of Nelson Mandela Bay when he was at the center of the coalition that plunged the metro into instability and decline? During his tenure as a mayor, the council became mired in factional battles, motions of no confidence, and government paralysis that directly undermined service delivery and public confidence. So when he now pretends to speak as a clean outsider, South Africans must remember that he helped create the very conditions he condemns today. Honorable Daniels, there are some people that are out here in red overalls. They used to insult Minister Mackenzie and called him a pantiti. Now the tables have turned, and we have a pantiti who is just waiting to change from red to orange overalls. And if the revelations at the Madanga commissions are to go by, we are still to see this pantiti having extended stay in prison. All in all, we have an opposition that offers nothing but grievances, slogans, and attacks our democratic institutions. They want a spectacular crisis because they thrive in chaos. We leave the rhetoric to the benches opposite us, and we take the work to the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, that concludes this budget vote debate. The Honourable President...
Malibong, where?
Order, please. The Honourable President will have an opportunity tomorrow to reply to the debate. That concludes the business for the day. I request members to stand and remain standing until the presiding officer and the mace have left the chamber. This house is adjourned.